Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a trendy neighborhood built on top of a mass burial site.
As soon as you unearth bones, you're gonna have some kind of backlash from that.
Memories of a troubled past hang in the air. They're so vivid, you can almost touch them.
I was kind of in a state of disbelief. I kind of felt shivers crawling up my spine, and I felt pretty uneasy.
The streets of Griffintown in downtown Montreal are haunted by a bevy of terrifying spirits.
The ghost of Mary Gallagher is said to return here every 7 years to look for her head. Where is it? Where is that bucket? Where is that head?
Cosmopolitan Montreal in Quebec, Canada, is an unlikely setting for a series of ghost stories. But hiding away in the modern world is a small neighborhood with memories of a traumatic past. Griffintown may look like a burgeoning metropolis, but the swanky apartment blocks and restaurants can only paper over the cracks of a torrid history where famine, disease, and murder were regular occurrences. Anton Golikov runs paranormal tours of the haunted area, known affectionately by the locals as the Griff.
There's ghosts everywhere. I think it's a ghost town, right? All the people that got evicted, everybody that just had to leave, you know, a lot of them died. A lot of them passed away here because they had nowhere to go. They didn't have any money. They couldn't move to the other side of the canal. This whole neighborhood was ravaged. So there's a lot of old souls that still permeate this area.
It's not uncommon to hear of an entire area that is considered to be haunted, and in the case of Griffintown, it would sort of fit that blueprint very well because there's so much troubled history to the location. So it makes a lot of sense that people might feel that there's something sort of haunted to the area.
People often report maybe somebody watching them from behind a curtain or looking in through the new windows from outside the street, or sounds coming from the pipes. Just something is there.
In recent years, gentrification has turned the once industrial location into one of Montreal's wealthiest neighborhoods. But many believe that the seemingly endless construction work has woken the dead.
Griffintown is undergoing lots of redevelopment at the moment. It's becoming a new metropolis. There are bones being dug up, and there are spirits that are seemingly now restless as a result of all this redevelopment and building works.
Any kind of change to the spirit's natural place or habitat or their home affects them very much as it affects us. So all the spirits that, you know, aren't laid to rest, or the spirits that have passed down there, the spirits that it was their home, they definitely think it would affect the supernaturalness that happens on the land.
A lot of the residents also around these parts, they feel like there's a presence, you know, particularly in the basements and the foundations of the buildings. So, you know, you build a new foundation like there, you know, you dig a hole, but sometimes you find bodies, bones, all kinds of surprises.
One of the spirits who remains very much alive in the local psyche is Mary Gallagher, a local prostitute who lived in an apartment on the corner of William and Murray Streets in Griffintown.
The house has been demolished for a while, but the story remains. You'd often see people sitting in lawn chairs on the evening of the anniversary of the death of Mary Gallagher. And oftentimes what they will see is a headless corpse walking around, kind of ambling, probably looking for its head.
Some spirits like to show themselves on dates of significance, such as anniversaries, birthdays, or even the date they died. It's fairly common, and there are examples of like grey ladies, red ladies, and those kinds of apparitions, historical apparitions, seen at notably haunted locations on exactly the same date every few years.
Mary's story dates back to June the 27th, 1879.
Mary Gallagher and her friend, Susan Kennedy, went out for a bar hop. And they went all the way down to the Old Port, which is a bit of a walk away from here. And they came across this one man named Michael Flanagan, very robust, drunk Irish man, sitting in a bar by himself, drinking whiskey. Perfect client, perfect person to bring over with them. And they started working their charms on him.
The trio headed back to 242 William Street.
Now, the story has many different angles. The best witness, the most reliable witness, was a woman that lived downstairs. She was a housewife, and that morning she heard, first of all, a scream, followed by just this whacking sound, this continuous kind of whacking into a wooden floor right above her dinner table. And she looked up and she saw a little hole start to form in the wood. And a little bit of blood started dripping down through this new hole in her ceiling.
Later that day, the police found the lifeless body of Mary Gallagher.
The strangest sight that they saw actually was near the bed. There was a bucket, and in the bucket was her head. So it was a headless corpse, bleeding all over the floor. There was axe marks on the wall, axe marks on the floor, so the body had been chopped. And actually that's what caused this hole to form in the lady's ceiling.
Despite a lack of evidence, it was Susan Kennedy who was imprisoned for the rest of her life for the murder of Mary Gallagher.
The one thing to keep in mind here is that Susie was a little bit jealous of Mary Gallagher. They had this very keen professional relationship, but on the personal level, there was a little bit of jealousy between the two of them. Everybody kind of claimed innocence in this case, but the police pinned the murder on Susie Kennedy because of these stories of jealousy, because of these other clients that had witnessed these two women fighting.
Despite being brutally murdered over 130 years ago, Mary Gallagher still visits her now unrecognizable home.
We often hear in ghost stories in general this sort of notion of an angry spirit or a spirit that holds a grudge, and perhaps they'd been murdered or there'd been an event that they felt they'd been wronged, and until the spirit can avenge it, then it's not able to ascend to wherever it's going to go next.
The ghost of Mary Gallagher is said to return here every 7 years to look for her head that is no longer on the second floor. Where is it? Where is that bucket? Where is that head?
Before Griffintown existed, the land was a portage route for Native Americans. After the British arrived in 1760, the area eventually fell into the hands of an Anglo-Irishman named Thomas McCord.
While Thomas McCord was on a business trip back to England, he had a very unscrupulous partner that sold his own land to a certain Mary Griffin, where the name Griffintown comes from.
The underhand founding of Griffintown in 1799 is very much in keeping with its history ever since.
Griffintown is kind of a portrait of Montreal. A lot of demographics, a lot of different peoples came through here. In the 1840s, there was a big influx of Irish immigrants and became a shanty town, basically. One of the biggest shanty towns in North America.
The neighborhood never recovered and remained an impoverished area of Montreal.
This place was eventually rezoned by the mayor of Montreal in the 60s, and because of that, we saw one of the mass deportations of people from a neighborhood, and from what was a large population of 85,000 people, went right down to about 2,000, 1,000 people. A lot of the unwanted things were brought here to Griffintown and dumped into this canal.
With such a checkered history, it's no surprise that the ghosts of the past have been awoken.
I think that this place, like I said, has seen a lot of tragedy. It's seen a lot of death from disease, from crime, just a lot of suffering. A lot of people's suffering still remains here. The energy is still very heavy. You could walk down the street and feel like something is following you. And that's probably the past that's following you.
A past full of anguish that refuses to be forgotten. In downtown Montreal, you'll find one of Canada's most haunted regions. Founded in 1799, Griffintown sits uncomfortably in the modern world, a neighborhood with a dark past. The Lachine Canal is the lifeblood of the district known as the Griff.
In the 1850s, this whole place expanded. The canal actually grew for bigger shipping, bigger boats that would pass through here. You see this swing bridge, which is behind me over here, and it connected Point St. Charles, which is on the other side, to the Griffintown, which is here.
The Wellington Swing Bridge is no stranger to tragedy and supernatural sightings.
On the bridge, it's been reported that there's a ghost of a little boy that is walking along the bridge to the very, very edge of it, right on the left over there. He's wearing a suit. He's well dressed. He's looks like he's returning from church or something like that. And he seems to be in a rush. He seems like he's going somewhere in a rush. And he starts to run at one point at the end of the bridge, and then he jumps and just disappears, so we don't see him anymore. Don't know if he's fallen or something. It looks like he's just gone.
Reports from September 1908 tell of the 13-year-old boy's horrific death.
So the operator in this building over here pulled the lever, the bridge went to its position right like that, and the boy was waiting in the middle of the bridge for all the shipping to pass. And then as the bridge started to turn, he started to run, and he wanted to jump onto the embankment over here, and unfortunately he fell, and he got crushed as the bridge came into place. They called the local doctor here. People took a look at this kid. He was dead. His name was Arthur Carr, and they put out a notice, Arthur Carr dead at the Wellington Swing Bridge. And nobody claimed his body. His parents never came. There was no family that came to claim him. The theory is that his spirit still remains here, untouched, and still tries to cross this bridge every now and then.
The boy that's seen frequently running across the bridge in a sort of reenactment of what happened the day he died. So that would be considered a residual ghost. It's sort of the notion of something being played out over and over again. I think you could say that would be linked to the weight of the tragedy of the event, which is, it was a young boy that was killed in quite terrible, gruesome circumstances, and B, that apparently his parents weren't around, or no one ever claimed the body. So I think that a story like that is retained in the public consciousness for a very long time, and that would contribute to this idea of it apparently sort of being seen quite often.
Makes a lot of sense to me, because he's waiting for somebody to probably come get him and show him the way home. Can you imagine being a little kid and losing you know, your place or where you were, or not knowing where your parents are and being stuck in almost your own cosmic loop of trying to figure and find out and being scared. And so that's definitely why he's still there, and that's just so sad. He needs a spirit rescue.
Anton has experienced the ghost of Arthur Carr firsthand while taking a paranormal tour around the canal.
We were standing around here and I was telling the story about the boy getting crushed right over here. And as everybody peered over the side, a big splash came in the water. Didn't make any sense. It was like an upward splash. It wasn't like something fell in, but like something was trying to come out. We all witnessed this. Nobody threw a rock or anything. There's no reason for that to happen. We all just kind of acknowledged the fact that maybe the spirit still does live around these parts.
Obviously, a tragedy has happened on that bridge. That poor boy lost his life, so he will still be trying to make that jump now. As a spirit child, he'd still be trying to make that jump, so people will be able to see him.
People often say, what is a ghost doing, or what is their purpose? Are they trying to remind us of the past? Are they trying to hold on to some kind of piece of the past? I'm not sure. I think that the spirits relive certain traumatic events that might have happened to them. And they relive them over and over and over again because there's a certain kind of, disbelief. There's a certain kind of agony in the way that they died. And that's something that remains here. If you stand around here, you could really feel that kind of vibration, you know?
Not all the ghosts of Griffin Town are believed to be human. Some lurk in the dark, terrifying the local residents. Catherine Ridyard has lived in and around the neighbourhood for 25 years. She vividly recalls her supernatural encounter on the streets of the Griff.
It was late summer. It was about 2:20 in the morning, and I was coming home from that direction over there. And I stood on the corner where the light is, and I looked this way, and I saw what appeared to be, it looked like to me like somebody was squatting on the sidewalk. It was somebody squatting. That's what I thought. I realized that, no, that's not a person, because it was just too tall to be squatting on the sidewalk. And then all of a sudden I got this feeling, and it looked up at me, and it noticed me noticing it, and it looked at me and had red eyes. And the first thing that went into my gut feeling was, it's hungry.
The unworldly being that scared Catherine so much is believed to be a shadow person.
Shadow people is a name given to a spirit that looks or resembles a dark shadow. It's normally faceless and they move within the shadows. Some are seen as being darker than the dark of the actual area they're seen in.
Some say time travelers, some say nasty negative spirits, some just say it's a manifestation of spirit. Some say it's your own shadow. So it could be a vast array of different things.
I mean, I could tell the outline of it looked like somebody was like a big frog, almost like in appearance, sort of. But it was a black shadow, and it had like a head, but it had also red eyes, and it scared me.
With some trepidation, Catherine has returned to the location of her terrifying experience.
It was here, and I came back the next day, and I looked at the ground, and it looked like there was some kind of black goo on the ground. Now, you've got to remember, this is 8 years ago. And then this pole has been this way ever since. I still get a bad feeling just standing here. You know, I don't like it. I don't walk on the side of the street at night, or in the daytime for that matter.
Catherine has since begun to study the strange beings.
I heard something about shadow people and red glowing eyes and that kind of thing. And I looked it up on the internet, and I saw the exact same shadow, the same squat posture, the same head and black, exactly the same with the red glowing eyes. Now, I researched this particular kind of shadow person, and it's a very bad one to have around or to even be anywhere in your vicinity. And it's supposed to be really demonic, not nice at all. nor any other shadow people in my opinion there, but this is like the worst one to have.
Shadow people are not what I would class as a human being. They would be a manifestation of a presence. Now, this could be negative or it could be positive energy. Sometimes from past experience, shadow people have been known to be negative people. So the fears of the feelings of being watched and fear and panic and things like that are usually associated with shadow people.
Catherine has continued to be haunted by the dark shadows.
I started getting sick and things started happening, like bad luck stuff. I was hearing knocking noises in my room. I refused to sleep in my bedroom anymore after that. I would stay at the kitchen table, and that was freaky too. I took a picture in a mirror and this thing was beside me in the mirror and it wasn't there when I was in the bathroom taking the picture.
In all walks of life, we can sit there and say 7 years bad luck comes from smashing a mirror. You know, how many times is that actually true? Whereas if you come into contact with a shadow person, there could be a negative presence associated with that she would have sat and probably thought to herself that I've seen this and this could be associated with it.
Catherine is on the road to recovery, but she'll never forget the night she came face to face with evil.
If I hadn't noticed it as quickly as I did, it hadn't noticed me before I noticed it. I think I may very well have disappeared, you know, like, because I think in that alley there's something, there's a doorway or something, and like this pole here is still here, and it's still like looks like it's eaten away, and I think it comes out once in a while, and it might just grab somebody. Just standing here gives me goosebumps. My health has improved 100%. I'm happy about that. But I'm also, you know, I'm very wary of things. I believe that things go bump in the night, and that's the way it is.
And in Griffin Town, there are many other spirits that go bump in the night. Griffin Town's Lachine Canal officially opened in 1825, turning Montreal into one of the world's major ports. This channel of water has become one of the Griff's most paranormally active areas.
Certain areas of Griffin Town are said to be more haunted than others. There's a particular area by the canal that has seemed to attract more spirit phenomena than others, and that might well be due to tragic circumstances.
We are on the extremity of the canal. We're actually right next to the Peel Basin. On the other side of the canal over here, there's a lot of ghost sightings that happen. A lot of people take photos around these parts. A lot of tourists come by here, and people notice on their photos after they've taken them that there's orbs, there's little white dots that are floating around in the photos. It's a very strange phenomenon, you know? It's kind of indicative of spirits that might be still living around these parts.
During the Irish potato famine between 1845 and 1849, many people fled Ireland and headed to North America. Loaded onto cargo ships, they arrived malnourished and carrying diseases like typhus. Many were quarantined in sheds alongside the canal in Griffintown.
They were coming to the old port of Montreal, getting off the ships and just dropping like flies. So these fever shacks that they built here in 1847 housed all of these very sick and dying refugees. At the time, in 1847, Montreal was a very small city. It was a population of about 50,000. All of a sudden have to accommodate 75,000 new people. The citizens of Montreal were not happy about the fact that there was this vast sea of Irish that were contagious and bringing this disease into town with them.
Drastic action was taken by the authorities.
The army was called. They were put on all the rail bridges, on all of the bridges that would cross into town. It was almost kind of like a zombie apocalypse type thing. You know, they put this fence alongside. All these people that were sick on the other side couldn't cross over. And if they would be shot or they would be thrown into the canal over here.
That's the kind of thing that people don't sort of forget very easily, and there's something very haunting about that, of course, so it makes sense that we associate an area like that with ghosts and sightings and hauntings and that sort of thing.
One of the ghosts who has been spotted near the canal is a former mayor of Montreal.
In 1847, there was a certain John Easton Mills. He was actually American, but he was the mayor of Montreal, elected. He was a very generous man. He was aiding the sick. In a way, he himself took it as his responsibility to help the people that were dying on the other side of the river.
Inevitably, John Easton Mills succumbed to typhus.
The mayor himself, at the age of 54, contracted this disease. It was his last act, was to bring food and water to the poor there, and he passed away. So in a way, this apparition that we see over there is probably still doing his duties to these people.
He was trying to show compassion and humility to these people, and I think the land very much imprinted him doing that. So that's probably why he's still seen to this day doing the same thing, to show that these people weren't, animals, they're humans and they feel, and the mayor saw that.
Obviously, he did have that caring nature about him in order to look after those people who were quite ill. And it is not uncommon for people to actually come back and still care for people that they think is still there.
The typhus epidemic of 1847 claimed the lives of 6,000 people. The victims of this tragic event are buried just below the cycle path that runs alongside the Lachine Canal today.
There was so much death that they had to build trenches to get rid of the dead. They had to build these huge, huge trenches. They dug these trenches and they would just throw hundreds of bodies at a time and bury them on this site here. Right now it's a bike path, so a lot of people that are biking there, they feel this negative energy. They don't know what it's coming from, but it still remains. And a lot of the excavations that are happening in Griffintown, a lot of the new buildings that are popping up, once the foundations are being dug, once the buildings are starting to be built, they discover remnants of the bodies right underground there.
One man who is more than aware of the paranormal energy that crackles in the air of the Griff is Louis Lemontagne.
This area is in the process of being gentrified. There's many condos popping up, so a lot of the history is being forgotten, but there's a lot of kind of dark and really interesting history around this neighborhood, Griffintown.
Louis remembers exploring the area when he moved to Griffintown.
My first time here, I was with a couple of friends, and it was mid-January, pretty cold day, and we were going for a walk. We came upon this bridge, and suddenly we just stopped for about 20 minutes, and I was staring off for what seemed like at least half an hour. After a while, I felt like I was in a bit of a trance-like state. I saw kind of a orb glimmering amidst the grass. It was kind of a translucent orb, letting out kind of a diffuse, milky light, kind of something dancing about that felt superimposed on my vision, almost like holographic. I wasn't sure that if I went up to it, I'd be able to touch it, but I could definitely feel it was tangible.
Orbs are thought to be essentially disembodied spirits of, the people who have died and sort of unable to leave or pass on to wherever a spirit would go after death. So they're frequently described as being like sort of balls of electricity floating through the air.
It really captured my attention, and I just stared at it for a while. And as soon as I considered walking over to see if it was a trick of the light or what was going on, my friend nudged me and told me to go home.
Louis knew he had to come back and explore some more.
It was actually a couple of weeks later. I was walking by myself this time at night, around midnight or so, and I could see this conglomeration of white orbs kind of dancing above the mounds. So whereas last time I only saw one, this time it looked like there could have been thousands. But I could hear kind of in the background these voices in my head, so I thought I was having like an auditory hallucination or something like that. All of a sudden, I just kind of closed my eyes to focus in on what I was hearing, and it sounded like the wailing of voices. At first, I thought it sounded maybe like a choir or something like that, but I realized there was an element of pain in the voices as well. I kind of collapsed, like slumped over on the mound, and when I came back to my senses, I could see ships, kind of ghost ships, just floating above me, I guess, paired with the sound of these voices coming again.
Spirit shows you things when they're trying to communicate with you and tell you certain things. So whatever they show you from that point on, whether it's in your mind's eye or physically in front of you, I really believe it has to do with the spirits that are there and the story that they're trying to tell the person that they're communicating with.
The sheer size of the paranormal event stunned Louis.
I was kind of in a state of disbelief. I didn't really trust my senses. I was pretty curious as well, but also pretty frightened. I kind of felt shivers crawling up my spine, and I felt pretty uneasy.
If a person's quite open and quite sensitive, to go into a trance-like state, which would enable his subconscious to actually communicate with the orbs and obviously followed them as to what he was supposed to do, then it could be a possibility that they've actually led him to where they wanted him to be.
After a while, it just kind of dissipated, and I was just left there kind of bewildered, wondering what I was doing, and got back on the bridge and I walked home.
Before his mystical encounter, Louis was unaware of the history of the area.
At the time, I had no idea that this was a burial site, so I thought I was going a bit crazy, and I just kind of brushed it off. And it's only when I spoke to my friend a couple of weeks later that he told me that this was actually a mass burial site from the mid-19th century.
1847 was called Black 47 here in Montreal. All these dead and dying still buried on the other side of the canal. And the orbs are the vestige of that. They still float, these spirits that are forgotten and underground.
The renovation of Griffintown may explain why the paranormal activity is so rife.
Another sort of trope that we often hear coming out of stories about ghost sightings in Griffintown is this notion that somehow spirits have been disturbed because bodies have been dug up in the process of rebuilding the area. This is quite a commonly held notion in many cultures throughout the world, that the idea that if you disturb a body after it's been laid to rest, then it somehow creates a restlessness in the spirit, or indeed, if a body hasn't been properly laid to rest, the spirit will remain restless until that has been rectified.
Unearthing any human remains in general and disrupting the ritual and the laying to restness that has been done will definitely riff the spirit, because again, you're disrupting a holy ground, a holy place, whether ancient or modern. As soon as you unearth bones, you're disrupting that spirit who's laid to rest. You're gonna have some kind of backlash from that, whether it's karmic or cosmic.
Louis still can't quite believe what he experienced that night.
The only way I can justify it in my own mind is that, maybe in certain places where a lot of things happen, it can leave some sort of trace, let's say on electromagnetic level or something, I don't know. It really did feel like time was an illusion at that point, and the spirits of the people who suffered here and arrived here almost 200 years ago felt very much alive.
The paranormal energy generated beneath the banks of the Lachine Canal continues to show itself, even in the modern surroundings of 21st century Griffintown. Many of the ghosts of Griffintown are believed to be projections of its traumatic history, but one of the most iconic landmarks harbours spirits from a more recent past.
This is the land of beer. Montreal is the land of beer. You know, Griffintown, because of all the Irish, was a very popular drinking place. In 1861, there was a man by the name of William Dow. He was a very brilliant businessman. He kind of made this big conglomerate, 13 companies all together, and they opened this brewery, which is behind us over here. Eventually, this whole place just fell to ruin. The brewery was no longer used, the facilities were a little bit dated, so it got abandoned.
The brewery is believed to be one of Griffintown's paranormal hotspots.
There's a bunch of urban explorers that still go in there, take a look around, see what's in there. There's rumors abound that the Montreal Mafia uses this place as a sort of dumping ground for bodies. They say that there's a few bodies that are buried in concrete in the big silos that are back there on the other side. In the top floors, there's oftentimes paranormal explorers that go to see what's going on in this building. They say that there's a very intense, horrible ghostly activity up on the top floors. The ghost that's particular to this place kind of doesn't fall in line with the mafia stories or the brewing stories or anything like that. It's actually the ghost of a little girl.
Mediums who have investigated inside the Dow Brewery have dated the death of the girl to the late 1990s.
Oftentimes people report hearing the crying of this little girl coming from the ground, and when she hears people passing by, she stops crying and she starts calling for help. She starts asking people to pull her out of this hole in the ground.
I think obviously the atmosphere tends to absorb any sort of energy. Now, usually with tragedies, murders, anything like that, you would assume that the trauma and the traumatic experiences of those people have been absorbed by the atmosphere. So that would lend itself as to why the voices of people are heard and screams are heard, and obviously it just replays itself over and over again.
We have no idea where this girl comes from and how she ended up there. There are some theories. Maybe she was one of the daughters or something of a mafia boss or something like that. She got put into the ground. We're not sure. But she's definitely in there. She's crying for help. And if ever you go in there, you'll feel that energy up on the top floor.
With so many Irish immigrants entering Griffintown, St Anne's Catholic Church on the corner of Mountain and Basin Streets was once a bustling part of the town.
We're in the ruins of the St Anne's Church, which was built here in 1698 originally. This little chapel stood for about a century and then it burned down. The church was rebuilt in 1854. It was a lot bigger. All the Irish would come here. They could convene here for Mass. You could take a look just down the line. You see we're actually in the church right now. The benches that they have on the sides are where the pews used to be. The foundations, you see all the stone on the side there. And behind us in the forest, there used to be a priest's house. The priest used to live right back there.
During the 1960s, Griffintown was turned from a residential area into an industrial zone.
A lot of buildings got knocked down, demolished. Population of about 100,000 shrunk right down to about 2,000 people. Everybody got moved to the other side of the river over there. Everything became parking lots, industrial areas, big factories on either side of the canal. And there was nobody to come be the parish anymore, so they knocked it down as well. And these are the ruins that remain.
Although the building is gone, the energy has remained within the footprint of the church.
A lot of people are reporting that they're hearing certain things in the middle of the night. People usually hear footsteps following them in the middle of the street. Some people even hear bells, which are coming from this forest area, just like church bells that are going on in the middle of the night. There was a man who's actually, I believe he lived in one of these condos here. He was walking down the street going home, and he saw a priest having a funeral ceremony. And they all walked down this aisle to the entrance of the church. And as they reached the entrance, they all just disappeared. It's as though as they were exiting into the street, they were gone.
Now, there was no noise, there was no sound. But the person who witnessed this said that the mouths were open, they were singing, and there should have been noise. This is an example of a residual haunting, because the spirits seemingly moved through, oblivious to their surroundings, and then suddenly disappeared.
Somebody obviously passed away that was grave importance to the land or the people that are in the procession, and it made an imprint on the land, so it shows itself from time to time replaying as residual energy does.
Griffin Town remains a mecca for ghost hunters from around the globe, fascinated with searching for old spirits within the new world.
I definitely believe that towns can be haunted, especially with the type of history that Griffin Town has, with all of the Irish immigrants that fled the potato famine and came over on boats with horrible conditions, and they were sick, and then they died, and then they just threw them in mass graves in the canal. I mean, so the canal is just a mass grave that would definitely hold a lot and bring a lot of energy, negative energy, because it's not like they were given their own tombstone and laid to rest in the traditional form. They were just thrown together in a hole and buried. I wouldn't be rested if that was me.
I think a lot of ghosts remain for diverse reasons, some for more benevolent reasons, others, like the boy that got crushed in the bridge, for the agony that they might have encountered and endured. And there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of suffering, and I think it's within the atmosphere here.
Even as the million-dollar apartments rise above the old town, experts believe that the ghosts of the past will continue to be uncovered in the Griff.
It's a land of gentrification. You got all these really expensive apartment blocks which are going up on old factory sites, on old land that has seen a lot of tragedy. So the new residents, the young generation of young professionals that are living here nowadays, report a lot of ghosts and spirits and sightings of paranormal activity around these parts. They're digging up the past and now finding all that old history and all the old secrets of the Griffin town.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, an 18th century prison that housed some of Britain's most notorious criminals.
Bodmin Jail is synonymous with death because of all the unsavoury characters that were banged up in this penal institute.
The spirits of men, women and children still walk the deathly corridors.
For about 20 minutes, I'd been holding this child's hand, only to realise that obviously at 1 o'clock in the morning there wouldn't be a child in the jail, and not living anyway.
And should you come face to face with one, you'd better run.
And it specifically said, get out. And at that time, all the hairs stood up on the back of my neck, and that sense that you feel that something isn't right came over me.
Bodmin Jail in Cornwall is an intimidating structure which overlooks the small town that shares its name. Built in 1779, the prison has housed many notorious criminals, some of whom were put to death right here in the grounds. Some 240 years later, it's now a museum and soon to be a hotel complex, but it's believed that many of the spirits have never left the building. Bodmin Jail's resident clairvoyant and paranormal expert is Kirsten Honey.
So we have a few examples here of customers, if you like, during the day that have come in. They've had some very strange occurrences with the way they feel. So they've suddenly become very faint to the point where they pass out physically. We have other people that have come through and run up to members of staff saying there's a child that they're very concerned about, for instance, with no shoes on and kind of roaming around looking lost. So we've gone and investigated that, of course, and found there hasn't been a child present in the jail at that time. We have other things where people are touched or they hear random noises or they have their name spoken as well, which is quite unnerving for people when they come through the jail to hear their own name being spoken when they're standing in a room completely by themselves. That can be, for me, very interesting and not unexpected at all, but for other people who aren't used to it like I am, quite dramatic in a sense.
The paranormal manager at the jail, which was famed for its executions, is Mark Rablin.
In the old days, they would have been taken to the lower gatehouse. These were the public executions, so prisoners were literally pushed off the wall at the front of the building and drew big crowds of people. But later on, they discovered that that wasn't so much a punishment, it's more of public entertainment it came down to. So they moved away from public sight and what we like to call the execution pit in the front yard. Prisoners were taken from there onto the trapdoors, a hood and a loose, and then dropped. So all over very quickly. £1,000 force across the back of the neck.
Mark started working here 13 years ago.
When I first came here, I mean, it was literally, I just had my first heart attack. I couldn't drive my articulated lorry anymore. And I saw a night here at the jail and I thought, that'd be fun, I'll go and have a look. Didn't expect much. I experienced 3 different things in one night, and that kind of got me thinking, which literally changed the entire life. I mean, when you see a shadow of somebody run down the wall when there was nobody there, or you get pushed off a wall and then you have a pebble thrown at you across the floor, that kind of focused me a little bit. And I thought, well, I went off and studied up and took over. So I've experienced full manifestations walking past me. I've witnessed things move, touch sensations being pushed, loads of stuff over time. The thing that keeps you here, because there's lots more still, I think this building's got a lot more to give yet.
Just inside the prison gates, a spirit has been captured on camera.
In this area, we were doing our own after dark event here, and a couple had come out and taken some selfies in this area. What they captured from there was actually a picture of a lady stood behind them. These were once living humans, living people, not something like a non-human entity or just a random energy that would be defined in some areas of the jail.
The photograph is a stunning example of the paranormal energy that exists at the jail.
Full manifestations, partial manifestations, particularly caught on camera or on photographs, are actually quite a rare phenomena. We're very lucky if we see them with our own eyes, but to actually capture something that amazing is an incredible thing indeed.
A full-bodied manifestation of any figure or any entity is rare. You'll often see the person transparently or as clearly as you and I. They can be solid figures, they can also communicate and look at you and interact with you. And they're also deemed as intelligent spirits or intelligent hauntings.
Bodmin Jail was first commissioned in 1778. It would house 3 separate prisons on the same site. One for minor offenders, a debtor's prison, and one for serious criminals.
This building was originally constructed in 1779 and was a very modern building in its time. It was built under the John Howard Prison Reform Act, so we went from the old-fashioned dungeon cells into the more modern type of building that you see today, with 1 person per cell and a lighting and a heating system.
For the time, the prisons were a very modern development and actually one of the first prisons built that were considerate of the prisoners in a way. So they were quite airy. There would be 1 prisoner to a cell. There were programs that enabled prisoners to work and even make money. So comparatively, they were quite well kept.
It stayed operational right through until 1932, when it was decommissioned and sold at auction.
During its 153-year history, many different prisoners spent time within the jail's imposing walls.
We have cattle rustlers, we have potato stealers, right through to murderers. Back in those days, anything connected to the food chain would have been a harsher sentence. So livestock and anything like that could have got you executed back in the day.
This extraordinary jail in the southwest of England has a dark history. Although originally built to house just 1 prisoner per cell, a crime wave spread across the country after the Napoleonic Wars, and by 1820, each cell was filled with multiple brutish criminals.
So Bodmin Jail is considered one of the most haunted places in the UK because it was a site of death, of execution, and also harboured some very unsavoury characters.
Very much how you are in this world is what I believe you are on the other side. So if you're a nasty person and you did bad things, it's going to be the same for you on the other side. I definitely believe that those are the types of spirits you would come in contact with would be malevolent, for sure.
Local ghost hunter Jason Higgs has spent 14 years investigating the intimidating structure.
Bodmin Jail, being so close, has always had a place in my heart. Having investigated here probably more times than anywhere else in the UK, the more and more you investigate, the more and more interesting Bodmin gets. And there's also something special about Bodmin. Bodmin itself is a living, breathing building.
Even after closing its doors as a prison, the jail has continued to have a fascinating existence.
In the wartime, obviously, the Germans, the Luftwaffe, came over and tried to bomb this place, bearing in mind the infantry were based around here. And they tried a number of times and they failed. And after the war, it was taken over by a private ownership group who then wanted to reclaim the land and reuse the granite for a different structure. So they set charges, if you like, around the building to try and blow up all the granite, take the building down. And after a number of different goes, they took out a number of floors, but the actual structure of the building just didn't move, it didn't fall. Every single time I come to Bodmin Jail to do an investigation, we always find something or capture something or experience something that just can't be explained rationally.
One such experience happened to Jason while he was hosting a paranormal investigation in the jail.
I think probably the only time that I felt really uneasy, we were running a public night, and I was on this particular level and near the hangman's cell, and we were running a device called the Headless, which is a device that has about 10,000 words in it. And depending on the sort of interactions using the sensors on the device will depend on what words it says. And normally it will kick out one word at a time.
Floating.
And on this level, we were in this area, and I specifically asked, "Are you here? Would you like to communicate with us?" And it specifically said, "Get," and then "out," pretty quickly. Get out.
What the fuck was that?
And at that time, all the hairs stood up on the back of my neck, and that sense that you feel that something isn't right came over me. And I just felt, no, we need to move. We need to get out of here now.
But many people can't resist the allure and continually return to Bodmin Jail, hypnotised by its fascinating history and supernatural energy. Between 1779 and 1932, Bodmin Jail housed thousands of criminals in its dark and oppressive cells. But not all the prisoners were adults. Many children served time here for petty crimes. And although they've long since passed, their impish spirits have remained.
I've been here nearly 3 years, and I have had many, many experiences. Some of the more profound ones for me are one being a child. I stood in what we used to call the long room at the time, and I was listening to Mark doing his energy workshop. And it wasn't until the torches came on and light resumed, as it were, that I actually realised I'd been holding onto a little girl's hand. So for about 20 minutes, I'd been holding this child's hand, only to realise that obviously at 1 o'clock in the morning there wouldn't be a child in the jail present, not living anyway.
Paranormal investigator Sally Mason has hosted many ghost hunts at the jail.
So many emotions. We have had guests cry, and they don't even know why they're crying, and they get very upset, and they'll say, "I don't understand why I'm crying, I don't feel that I'm upset," and the tears are rolling down their face.
And Sally too has felt the presence of the juvenile detainees.
There seems to be children here in what we used to call the long room, and they make themselves known in orbs, shadow figures. They will approach people. They play with the equipment that we used to bring, and we used to bring toys and old Victorian dolls, and all of our equipment used to react off it as well. We've done table tipping here and sang nursery rhymes at the same time. When you ask them to do something like turn a torch on or off, they tend to do it on command. And you know it's the children because you can hear sometimes laughing.
But these playful young spirits may not be as innocent as they seem.
Not all children are children. If you are a religious type person, they do say that the non-human entities or demons are here to trick mankind. And it's very much what this energy does. It tricks mankind.
So non-human entities can form in many different ways. They can initially latch onto a sensory perception of somebody's energy and build on that. They usually stick to one kind of energy themselves, so they don't change. They can be false. They can make you believe something other than what you're actually experiencing, and they can turn very quickly.
Despite closing in the early 1930s, many dark spirits still remain locked away in the prison.
Bodmin Jail has, a reputation as being a sort of a place of death in many ways, since it was used for quite a few executions. Some of the prisoners that were kept there had themselves committed murder and were frequently from desperate, difficult backgrounds. There wasn't a pleasant atmosphere to the place when it was in use. And I think, a lot of people think that something of that atmosphere has remained.
In this jail here, this type of energy is a manifestation of all the trauma, the pain, the suffering, Basically, it draws energy. So we can't disperse it. You'll find that on this level here, this will be as high as that energy rises. In the classic mythology, that energy needs a ceiling. It likes to be confined, contained, but it likes to free roam around the building.
It's no surprise that some of the spirits trapped inside Bodmin jail are known to be malevolent. During its 153-year history, the bricks of the 18th century prison bore witness to 60 executions.
Record attendance here at Bodmin was between 20 and 25,000 people turned up on a single day to watch the double execution of the Lightfoot brothers, William and James. They'd murdered a local merchant called Mr. Norway, who was very popular in the town, and he drew a big crowd, that one. It was a double execution as well, so more spectacular than just one person.
The last hanging in Britain took place in 1964, and capital punishment remained an option for anyone committing treason, right up until 1998, when it was finally abolished. But back in the 1700s, you didn't have to commit a particularly heinous crime to end up at the gallows.
I believe there's something like 120 different crimes that would have got you initially executed. Everything from stealing a headscarf, vagrancy, any kind of theft of shop properties, and depending on the judge as well. Some of our judges were definitely the execution types. If you stood before them and he didn't like the look of you, that was it. You were history.
One of Bodmin Jail's most famous inmates was William Bartlett, who was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death on November the 13th, 1882.
William Bartlett was executed here for the murder of a child. He was a quarry manager and basically had a child out of wedlock. He said he'd look after the child, but in reality, he strangled the child and dropped her down a mine shaft and was later caught. And he came here and he was executed off the side balcony scaffold.
135 years to the day after Bartlett's execution, November the 13th, 2017, paranormal investigator Tony Ferguson was down in the basement of the jail when suddenly the lights went out.
Straight away we're thinking, is it an electric fault? Waiting there for about 2 or 3 minutes just for the lights to come back on. We're looking upstairs just thinking, how comes all the rest of the lights are on? And you get this eerie feeling of someone watching you. So we went upstairs to go and speak to staff. Basically, they said to them that the lights have gone out, and they just sort of looked at us in shock, said, no, the lights are fine. I was like, well, no, the bottom cells, the lights just went out for about 2 or 3 minutes. Is there like an electric fault or something? They sort of looked in shock and got Kirsten to come out and speak to us. She was quite shocked. She said that if those lights would have gone out, the other lights would have gone out. So we've gone back down there, so we know that there's something down there trying to communicate. So I put the camera down just to see if anything was following us. And obviously it just thought, oh, they're not filming now, you know, and just walk past quickly.
Tony's incredible video of the moving figure is a rare and fascinating capture.
It's almost like they don't want to be seen, but you've got to manipulate them kind of thing and play tricks on them rather than do it to you.
The video clearly displays an apparition moving across the screen there in the basement of Bodmin Jail. It is a dark silhouette type figure, but it has some form of light anomaly around the head part of the apparition.
Could the ghostly manifestation be William Bartlett walking to the gallows exactly 135 years before?
Tony's footage was very interesting on the day because it was open to the public. They were down here and he placed his camera statically just off to my right. And then down here, literally on the video footage, you see what looks like a gentleman walk from right to left across the shot. We checked our video footage and we checked the people that were in the building, and we can confirm that there was no extra members of the public down here. So on the day, that was a brilliant capture, if you like, when they weren't really trying. You can try as hard as you like to record paranormal stuff, and they'll do stuff when you least expect them. You know, and it was on the anniversary of the execution of William Bartlett. The timings were perfect. We're not saying it was William Bartlett, but potentially it could have been him, it could have been a priest, it could have been a member of staff, but they were certainly down here heading in the right direction, and a full manifestation.
Some experts believe that apparitions like the one Tony captured are echoes of the past.
Residual hauntings are consumed by the fabric of the building, so they're actually a replay. So what you're actually seeing is a video of years gone by, which has just been generated by the building and the stones and everything surrounding that.
It doesn't really frighten me, to be fair, because I've obviously seen so much stuff in the past, and you go into investigations, I go level-headed. But I think for the average person it would be frightening, because if they were there and suddenly the light's gone out and you're seeing things, it makes you question yourself, really.
The ghostly apparition was the high point of an exciting day at Bodmin for Tony.
So whatever was there that day, or whatever I did, must have stirred something up, because it wasn't one ghost there, there was quite a lot of playing tricks there. Put it this way, I slept the whole night that night. I didn't wake up the next day till late, because it took so much energy out of me. It was amazing. Just the footage itself was amazing.
Over 80 years since it was closed, the spirits of Bodmin Jail still remain locked away inside the prison's imposing walls. Built in 1779, Bodmin Jail in the county of Cornwall used to house thousands of dangerous criminals during its 153-year history. Even though the last of its inmates are long gone, many of their spirits still linger inside the dark cells of the prison.
I think the reason that so many ghosts are still haunting Bodmin Jail is because they've never moved on. Their souls are trapped there. It is a place of power and energy, and all the misery and the executions that took place were kind of compounded to make it a honeypot of paranormal phenomena.
Even skeptics have been converted by the activity in the 18th century jail.
What you would say sometimes, you know, when you've got your belief system and there's nothing there, and suddenly you experience something out of that comfort zone, it will change people's lives. And that's what we do. We do our best to explain how it all works and what they're experiencing, and sometimes why. You know, people get emotional sometimes, they build it all up. You can stress yourself up to the point where some people won't even come in the building.
I've been to Bodmin Jail several times. Over the last decade, I've visited there probably more than 3 or 4 times. The location itself is atmospheric. It's very dark, it's very sinister, and it's the only place that I go to where I feel physically sick. It affects me on a physical basis. The minute I get out of my vehicle and I step onto that land, it's almost like the energy itself kind of affects me. It makes me feel nauseous, I get dizzy.
Like any building that's housed prisoners, there's an enormous amount of energy within there. People don't like being locked up. People don't like being told what they can and can't do. So that would give me the reason as to why there is so much energy still remaining in Bodmin Jail.
Paranormal manager Mark and clairvoyant Kirsten concentrate on different branches of the supernatural, but share many of the same experiences.
Kirsten is very sensitive to the building itself, and what we generally find is that we bounce off quite nicely with my sciencey side and her spiritual side. We have had some big experiences in the past whereby we finish for the night, clients have gone, there's only us on site, we're locking down. One night she thought it was me walking towards her up the yard. As she's spoken to me, I walked right by her. I was in the other side of the building completely.
It was around this area that we're stood in now that I actually stopped to talk to him and ask him questions, and then realised as this chap had come past me that it wasn't actually Mark. Bear in mind, this was 5 o'clock in the morning. It was very, very dark, and I immediately presumed it was Mark. We were the only people on site at the time.
It's been very exciting for the last 3 years working with her, because it's never dull.
Local ghost hunter Jason Higgs was filming in the jail's naval wing when he captured an unexplainable paranormal experience that shook him to the core.
When we were filming down there, a big storm came in, got very windy, it even started hailing, moved all the cameras into an adjoining cell, waited for it to pass, set all the cameras back up again, and the gate hadn't moved an inch, the gate was open. And earlier on that evening I said, you know, if there's something here, please can you shut the gate? It'd be great if you could walk into this area and maybe shut that door. And while I was setting up for the filming for the second time, I asked a question. I'm talking to camera, just saying about what I was going to do that evening, and realising next door the camera was capturing the gate shutting on its own. And we've got footage of the gate, and it shuts slightly, stops, shuts slightly again, stops, opens a bit more, and then shuts again. And I don't know to this day what has caused that gate to do that. Because the wind had stopped at this point, the hail had moved on, it was a clear evening. But something had shut that gate.
Some spirits are able to harness a great amount of energy, so they can touch you, they can throw things, they can move things. I would call a higher energy a spirit more than a poltergeist. That's how I would describe it. So you're dealing with high energy, walking into a room and you feel a sensation or an emotion comes over you.
Temperature has dropped massively.
That's being around a spirit that has high energy.
The physics-defying gate left Jason and many others wary of the unexplainable activity inside Bodmin jail.
There's a feeling of uneasiness, and I get it every single time I come here, so it's not as if it's a one-off. And when you speak to a lot of other people and they feel the same emotions, if you like, in the same places as you have, that just helps to collaborate, you know, scientifically especially, but as well as on a personal level, what may be going on in the jail.
Paranormal expert and medium Joe Lockwood has also experienced the power that resides within the walls of the jail.
I actually went there with my family, and walking around, I was quickly made aware that there was a presence of a man. Now, the only way that I can describe this is that he was watching and following everywhere we went, and my little girl actually turned around and said, "Mummy, I can see a man." And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "There's a man just at the side of us." I already knew he was there, but I didn't want to scare the children. And she said to me, "He keeps on following us." And sure enough, he was following us. The only way I can describe him is his presence is quite authoritarian, if I can say that. He is quite oppressive, you know, the feelings of being watched quite sternly, you know, as if it's a watchful eye on you. I think that's the only way to describe him.
During its 153-year history, 60 people were executed in and around Bodmin jail, 8 of whom were women. One of the most notorious hangings took place in 1878, the execution of 28-year-old mother of 2, Selina Wadge.
So Selina was a young girl. She was in love with a chap who promised her the world. He promised that she would give her support, everything that she needed. And so for her, she fell in love. She believed and trusted this man. And he said, "Yes, absolutely fine. I'll give you anything you want, Selina. However, you can bring one child and support one." At that point, she made an awful decision to actually dispose of one of her children. He was disabled, and she actually put him down a well and left him to die. She would have got away with this crime because at the end of the day it was a crime, even though really it was kind of a crime of passion, a crime of the era and the times that she was living in, only for her other child who actually was coerced into giving information about his brother. This ended up and resulted in him telling the truth by literally bursting out with, "You put the baby down the well." She was consequently arrested and handed over to Bodmin jail for execution.
Ghost hunter Sally Mason is more than aware of Selina.
I know that she's an energy here that many, many people do, I suppose, see and feel and pick up on. She makes herself known to pregnant women, people with children throughout the day.
I think the reason that Selena's spirit likes to approach pregnant women whilst at Bodmin jail is because she feels sorrowful, remorseful for the act of murdering her own child.
And we've picked up her energy a couple of times throughout the jail. The equipment has reacted to her name. We've had other people say that they've felt a female figure around them and they've seen an image of a woman.
Many people visiting the jail have made contact with Selena.
From the reports of eyewitnesses, the Selena spirit is more likely to be an intelligent spirit, an intelligent haunting, a spirit that's able to manifest and interact with the living. She's clearly there, distressed and feeling remorseful about losing her own child, and therefore she interacts with the living to try and get some kind of salvation from all this.
My experience personally with her is very different, kind of calmer than most people's would be. She's appeared to me very briefly through her son, not herself. She's been very intimidated by me. She's felt very, very timid and unnerved by myself. Her son actually expressed to me that his mum was very, very nervous and didn't want to speak to me directly. She just wanted me to know that she was there.
Kirsten believes that Selena was a victim of her time and environment.
I just think that the story carries a lot of weight emotionally. For her, it's not like that. You know, she fell in love, she put all her trust into somebody, and that all backfired for her. Nowadays, you know, if you look at it, she just had that child. He wasn't very old. Postnatal depression, maybe. Anxiety and all the other things that stresses that society pushes on you. And I think it was just an accumulation of all those factors and stress and promises and actually being in a position where you have no idea what to do in life.
140 years since her execution, Selena Wadge is still searching for redemption. But many of the spirits at Bodmin jail are unforgiving and will use their full force to express themselves. The small civil parish of Bodmin has been overlooked by its famous jail for centuries. The imposing building that casts a dark shadow over the Cornish town used to imprison the most despicable of criminals, but now a bevy of spirits inhabit the prison, where death was part of life.
I do actually think the executions would have an impact onto the paranormal activity that's there, because we all know if anything happens untoward, it's unfinished business. So it would lead me to believe that there are still people hanging around in Bodmin jail.
During one of my many investigations at Bodmin jail, we experienced so many different phenomena, from auditory phenomena in terms of EVPs, electronic voice phenomena. We captured what sounded like ghost voices whispering and talking deep within the penal institute. On a separate occasion, myself and my team were investigating in the areas where the cells were, and we captured what appears to be electricity, lightning shooting up one of the wooden railings. And this is a common phenomenon that's been experienced by many different people that have visited this location, and that electrical energy seems to be quite prevalent at this location.
Paranormal investigator Sally Mason has experienced this energy firsthand.
I think it was towards the end of last year, there was an electrical storm here. And just after the storm, there was a new energy that was quite strong and quite frightening for a few of our guests. They had some really profound experiences there.
After the storm had passed, Sally and her fellow enthusiasts captured a spectacular light display.
We were taking some pictures around the whole of the jail, and we got some amazing images of orbs. So not just one or two here and there, which is your regular. There were so many of them. So there was all sorts of energy moving around the jail, different colours. Some were lighter than others, some were brighter than others. So that was exciting for us. So we spoke about Selena Wadge. It was Alex, that was my husband, that was talking about it. As he was talking about her outside the cell that she was in before she got executed, there is an image of an orb that comes and moves, very, very small, but quite bright, as he's talking about her.
It's quite distinctive. This orb seems to move in and out and has its own kind of energy signature and flow of movement. But the electrical storm may well have kind of incited this phenomenon to take place. It might have charged the environment and given those spirits some of the energy required to move around in the video.
The cool thing that I found about the video was a lot of things that people say when they see orbs is it's dust. It's dust, you're in an old place. Obviously, you're gonna pick up these little things that look like orbs, but they like glowed. You could tell the difference from what you were seeing from dust to an orb, which I thought was really a very, very cool capture.
Orbs are believed to be the early manifestations of a spirit. Sally's husband, Alex, was there on the night that they appeared so vividly.
I believe it's a way of them trying to show themselves. It's the most basic form to make in nature. You have whole planets around, bubbles around. It's just the most basic form of consciousness, I believe.
Alex remembers his first visit to the 18th century prison.
Bodmin jail is the place that all ghost hunters really want to get into. We heard about the reputation years ago, and Sally knew a friend who came here, and so we decided to jump on and get in here. So we were desperate to get into this old building. It's a dream to be here, really.
During one of the team's regular investigations, Alex experienced the full force of Bodmin jail's energy for himself.
That was about 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was downstairs in the long room, and I just had this exciting feeling to grab a few bits of equipment and head to the top floor on my own. I'd never gone off on my own in this place before, so I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to do it. So I grabbed a few bits of equipment, headed upstairs, and I could hear footsteps coming up the stairwell. I was calling out down the hallway, saying, "Is anybody there? Hello?" And then, without warning, there was a big bang over my shoulder. So in the footage, you'll see me jump before the camera actually falls. I haven't got a clue what hit it, but it absolutely terrified me as I turned around, put my light on, and the camera and the reel, all the wiring was on the floor.
This video footage is interesting. It clearly shows somebody responding to auditory phenomena, footsteps seemingly coming up the stairs. Whether or not the spirit was trying to kind of play a trick or show itself, we don't know. But the other phenomena that takes place is, again, light phenomena, spirit orbs that seem to fly past on the video. This could well be dust, and it could just be coincidental that it happened at the time of this unexplained footsteps. But the camera falling off at the exact same time could be significant. Maybe the spirit was in the room and in the area and tried well to get the attention of the investigator by throwing that camera to the floor.
I mean, I would definitely jump. I mean, as a paranormal investigator, you try not to get too shaken up because you're going in there to investigate spirits and debunk. But yeah, when you're asking for communication, I mean, spirits aren't a circus act, so they don't just perform when you're like, show me you're here, knock on the door. They're like, okay, no, how about not? So when they do, it scares you and then it's exciting. So I bet you he had a whole bunch of adrenaline surging through his body at that moment.
I wouldn't lie, I was actually terrified. On my own, 4 floors above everyone else, I was absolutely terrified. The first thing I did was to straighten up the camera and headed straight back downstairs again.
Bodmin Jail is a hive of paranormal activity. Resident clairvoyant Kirsten has become a conduit between the real and the spirit world.
To be able to connect with somebody when they're not here any longer to tell their own version of events, their own stories, to me is very important that the correct story for them is told. And the people that they actually were, because everyone knows the people, the prisoners here, for the crimes they committed. They didn't actually know the people they were and how they became to be in this jail and how their crime came to be in the first place. And I think that's missed a lot. People take things at face value. They killed a child or they robbed somebody, but what brought them to that in the first place is really important to me, to know their history as well.
If you think of human beings, pretty much the spiritual world is the same. So really you're dealing with the energetic imprint of a person from a moment in time. So you get the warder types, which can be quite aggressive. We're in a prison, so not everybody was light and fluffy in here. So we end up with a whole mixture of personalities, should we say.
With so much activity in the air, it's no wonder that Mark has seen a number of unexplainable events in the corridors of the infamous jail.
So we have many reported things in the building itself. One of the most interesting would be probably the footsteps on the stairs. Electronic voice phenomena will pick up these, and you often hear people, footsteps running about. We get lots of movement, lots of people being shoved, pushed, moved around as they stand still even in the building itself. But this level down here, technically we're under the middle of the building itself, and probably the most exciting bit for me is this is where I saw my first ever full manifestation in the building.
It was a night that Mark would never forget.
I just stood here in the corridor talking to somebody about the weather, and then suddenly we watched as a gentleman, or the shape of a gentleman, walked from this corridor here, straight past us and straight down the other corridor. And it's interesting because this is one of our original doors here from Bodmin Jail. We put it here temporarily whilst we work on the hotel next door. So this guy walks through, the temperature dropped, all the hairs went up as you'd expect, what we call the adrenaline system kicked in, or the flight response. There was a crackling in the atmosphere. It was quite interesting, you could hear it. It went darker, and then it came back up to normal darkness. I was buzzing, really excited, because ultimately that's what people come for, to see a full manifestation. And it was one of many, but that was my first one. And they say you never forget your first full manifestation, and that's true. This guy was excellent. He was grey, perfectly shaped, walking straight past us.
Bodmin Jail is a fascinating insight into a dark part of British history. The deranged criminals that once inhabited these ominous cells have now been replaced with their otherworldly counterparts. If the towering walls of this mighty prison could talk, they would tell tales of unfathomable horror.
You can see it from most of Bodmin, and when you look down you realise then that this building was a prison. And the fact that it was built in the 1700s, a sinister structure, its thick granite walls, and people were hung here, so it was a dark place. It's such an imposing building.
A lot of people and children were kept in this building for things like stealing potatoes and burning haystacks, and they were put here, and they did go through a lot of bad things. But coming back here, for me, I do feel that it is quite a positive place to be now. And I feel that I would definitely return here to do investigations. If I have an opportunity later on, that I would definitely come back. It's worth it.
Even as the old gives way to the new, the planned luxury hotel is unlikely to dampen the spirits at Bodmin Jail.
There's been nobody up there since the landings collapsed, so literally we're talking over 100 years with nobody in their rooms at all. So when they become hotel rooms, it's going to be interesting. I look forward to reading the visitor's book, should we say, because I'll know the hot spots then, and then we can go from there and try and find out what's going on.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, 18th century vaults hidden within the foundations of one of the most haunted cities in the world.
The reputation of Edinburgh vaults was one of murder, was one of mayhem, of mystery, of torture.
These subterranean slums housed Edinburgh's poorest and most deprived citizens, most of whom have never left.
If I could describe the vaults in one word, I would say intense. Probably the most haunted experience I've ever had as an investigator.
Down here, nobody is safe.
I'm one of the ones that does get picked up on. I just saw a shadow. Can I stop? I literally just saw a shadow.
Edinburgh, Scotland's historic and beautiful capital. The 7th most populous city in Britain is a vibrant and exciting place to be. But underneath the flagstones, you'll find the unworldly remains of a forgotten slum. Formed in the foundations of the South Bridge in the 1700s, these vaults originally housed tradesmen. But due to regular flooding, the units were soon abandoned and taken over by Edinburgh's underclass. Eventually, the vaults were sealed up and forgotten about until they were accidentally unearthed in the late 20th century. Ewan Armstrong spends most of his days and nights down here, guiding tourists through the unholy catacombs.
Well, when I started in the vaults many years ago, I wasn't a massive believer in ghosts. And I know many people do say the same thing, they're not massive believers. But when you spend time down in these rooms, just like anywhere else, you get to know the space, you get to know every noise and rumble and bang. So when you hear things that are different, you do question them. But I have seen many figures, apparitions in these rooms. And again, when you're working here, you tend to always rationalize and think it's maybe a customer that's wandered in or somebody, a colleague, and then you realize that there's nobody else with you.
The underground world crackles with paranormal activity. Witches, children, and a mean-spirited voyeur haunt the 18th century vaults. The spirits that call these rooms home are now all that is left inside the dark, empty chambers.
I believe that the Edinburgh Vault is such an active, paranormally active location because of the murder that took place there, the crime, the punishment, and the overcrowded conditions that there were in the vaults.
The history alone makes it haunted. Whether it's spirits or energies, there's so many things that are going on that you're experiencing when you're down there. I would definitely say it's haunted.
With the vaults being used for over 100 years as an underground city, it's thought that over 10,000 people may have passed through these rooms. So I think it's no surprise to find that maybe one or two of them may still be here. Many people have reported a shadowy figure standing on the steps here or following behind them as they make their way down these passageways.
Visitors to Edinburgh's South Bridge vaults often report seeing ghosts. One of these spirits is still seeking revenge for her death over 200 years ago.
So with so many of these rooms being used for brothels and taverns, it does lead many mediums and clairvoyants to pick up on spirits around the area. And one of the most common ones within our section of vaults is a young female who has been picked up on many times, and actually it's one of the ones that I've witnessed myself in these rooms, and that's outside in our corridor here. Many people have seen a woman standing in this location, and they always report the same thing. They report the long, dark hair, but also what looks like blood on her face.
Apparently, the story goes that she went down there to meet two men, and she was actually set upon by a group of 30 men and was actually murdered. Now, because the group of men was so large, nobody was actually prosecuted for her murder, which could be a reason as to why she's still haunting the building.
I've had many people come down into this particular section and witness her. My scariest one here was during one of my daytime historical tours in which a small boy from New York, a 7-year-old, on a holiday, he sat physically on the steps and started in front of a group of 14 people, started physically talking to a woman here, and he said that the men had been bad to the lady. She was stopped on these stairs, where it's reported that she got her head so severely beaten off the steps. The woman's body that was found here in 1797, and Elizabeth Ann Morrison, she was found with her skull in over 6 pieces. Her body itself being taken to the local school, the anatomy, and sold on for nothing more than beer money for the local police.
She obviously has some unfinished business. Nobody was actually tried for her murder, which means they got away with it, and she probably won't rest until he's been found, but obviously she's never going to rest now.
Paranormal encounters with ghosts, just like the murdered woman, are the reason that tourists come from all around the globe to visit this dark, underground world. And many leave with unexplainable souvenirs.
So people who have been down to the vaults and spent time there have reported being pinched and scratched, prodded. They've reported hearing noises. Some have claimed to have seen apparitions and also have had rocks and stones thrown at them.
Physical contact with the spirit world has led experts to believe that a poltergeist may be active in the vaults.
The word poltergeist is the German word for noisy ghost or noisy spirit. They are able to throw objects, move objects, interact with the living, and will cause mayhem and distress anywhere that they're found.
If you are lucky enough to have any sort of physical contact, such as a push or a touch or anything like that, well, it makes people feel wary, wondering who stood behind them, and especially if you're in the dark, it kind of enhances the fear factor.
Edinburgh is spread across 7 different hills. After the success of the North Bridge in 1772, town planners decided to commission another, the South Bridge. This new 1,000-foot-long expanse would be able to house tradesmen within the 19 arches below.
The bridge itself was built in the valley of the Cowgate, which itself had been quite problematic over the years, involving things like plague and witchcraft. And it was one reason the kind of slightly more scientific Georgians, who weren't the biggest believers in a curse or myth, they thought by putting these rooms here, they could, well, get rid of the past and start again.
After 3 years of construction, the bridge and its high-end shops were ready to open.
One of the oldest stories associated with the bridge as to why it might possibly be haunted is that when it was completed in 1788, it was agreed that the wife of a judge was going to be the first person to walk across it, but she unfortunately passed away a few days before. But having already made the promise, the local authorities agreed to uphold it, and indeed she was the first person to cross the bridge, but in a coffin. And since then, the local people have considered the bridge to be cursed.
And it appeared that the locals may have been right. Despite the tradesmen thriving to begin with, after just 3 years they were forced out due to flooding.
And of course this meant as these merchants moved out, some of Edinburgh's most poor and destitute moved in. And that is of course when the underground city is born. And that also covers people from the Irish famines, the Highland clearances, all moving here en masse, raising the population and also rising the crime rate.
As you can imagine, if there were 10 to 16 people living in one room and all stacked up on top of each other, the conditions were pretty horrendous. There was, running water, there was no sort of method of sanitation, there was no ventilation, it was incredibly dark, to the point where, it's real pitch black. You can't see the hand in front of your face.
Sometime around the mid-1800s, the vaults became so uninhabitable that even the poorest citizens had to leave. A history of death, disease and crime were sealed away. The ghosts of Edinburgh's vaults remained buried for over 100 years.
So, back in the 1970s, this particular room became the point of interest for a group of students who were using these rooms. Of course, they were renting a flat connected on here, and naturally, being three young gentlemen, they knocked through one of the plasterboard walls and found all this behind it and used it for many months for parties. But in one evening here in 1979, it said that at a wild drinking party, two young girls who'd been attending, they both at the same time got held against this wall by nothing. They were terrified. If something was holding you against a wall and you wanted to report it to the police, you have to have somebody seen doing the crime, but they never saw anyone.
In 1985, the underground chambers were excavated and the world below was once again discovered. Since then, the Edinburgh vaults have come alive with the echoes of the dead. Below the cobbled streets of Edinburgh are a series of vaults, once home to traders before becoming a slum for the underclasses. The labyrinth of mysterious rooms play host to a number of ghosts. But it's not just underground where you'll find the spirits of Scotland's capital. Edinburgh is home to many of the world's scariest hauntings.
I think the thing with Edinburgh is it's a very old settlement. Obviously, you're built between two volcanoes again, and many people, especially things like pagans and Wicca, they believe that that makes it an energy hotspot. But I think because Edinburgh, for many hundreds of years, was such a small place, because of the barrier walls being built around us and the continuing problem with the English-Scottish wars, it does mean that life is lived very quickly within a very small space. And I think maybe that intensity of life and loss of life has led Edinburgh to be a very haunted place.
But it's beneath the noisy capital city where most of the ghosts reside. And there's one in particular who has been known to terrify both the locals and the tourists.
Many people have reported seeing apparitions in the vaults, and people have also reported being grabbed by unseen hands. There are dark forces there, children's spirits. There's also a spirit called the Watcher, aka Mr. Boots. This spirit has been seen by many visitors and tour guides in Edinburgh vaults. He is said to linger and lurk in the dark tunnels and chambers, watching people, and he also interacts with them, following them around as they're on tour.
Mr. Boots is one of the vault's most feared residents, a mean-spirited man who has become synonymous with the footwear he treads the vaults in.
These steps are where people do report seeing him the most. The sound of heavy boots, the sound of groaning, growling is also heard here. And many of our customers and staff, as they've been in the area, they will get that hackles raised and they will naturally turn just because they think something might be behind them. No one really knows who he is. There's rumours he's a cobbler. There's rumours that he could possibly be a slum landlord, a murderer. But the one thing that is most common with him is these not good intent. There was one psychic medium here not too long ago, and she actually ran out of the vaults when she tried to communicate with him because she said he was completely evil.
When you have that feeling of someone watching you, you are conscious of that all the time. And especially if you're down in the vaults and you venture anywhere on your own, which 9 times out of 10 I usually do, it's not a nice feeling. You do get kind of the feelings of dread and anxiousness, and Obviously, the adrenaline starts to rush, and when you do actually think you've captured something, that's when the adrenaline turns to excitement.
This photograph, taken by a tourist, shows Mr. Boots standing ominously behind an unsuspecting woman.
He's stood lurking in the background, he's blocking out some of the light, and there's a clearly distinctive feature. He's wearing a pair of boots.
Local paranormal investigator Gordon Peat has been visiting the vaults for years. He has felt the presence of Mr. Boots on numerous occasions.
He believes that the vaults are his, with some of our guests being physically touched. They felt cold, scratched. But there was no pushing or shoving. But there was quite a lot of activity on the human pendulum. You invite a spirit to push that person forward or backwards to answer the questions, yes or no, and that was really active.
Nikki Curry was on a ghost hunt in the vaults in January 2018, when she too had a mysterious encounter with Mr. Boots.
We did some Ouija boards and stuff and table tipping and stuff like that, and then we went off on our own, and that's when there was just two of us that came up here on our own, and we felt somebody was watching us, and there was nobody here because everybody else was down the other end. I couldn't move, I actually froze and said there's somebody staring at us, but it was pitch black, so didn't see anything. So I says, let's take a couple of pictures and then we'll go. So we took our photos on our iPhones and then just left.
It wasn't until the following morning that Nikki looked back at the pictures. She couldn't believe what she'd captured.
It just looked like a figure. It just looked like somebody was walking down the stairs in front of us. Somebody did a bit of research and said it might be the Watcher, and that's why we obviously felt like we were being watched. It did look like a figure, and it looked like he had long hair, and it looked like he had boots on. So, yeah, it is an amazing photo. I'm just chuffed.
The eyewitness that took a photograph of apparently Mr. Boots, he clearly displays an image there of what looks like a long coat, some kind of outfit that's touching the floor. There's no facial features, but the apparition that's manifesting itself is very tall, it's very slender, and it does definitely have a long robe or some form of coat that it's wearing.
Experts believe that sightings of Mr. Boots are like action replays of the past.
One theory that was proposed in the 19th century to explain possible appearance of apparitions was something known as stone tape theory, which was the idea that material such as stone, or similar to the way a cassette tape might work, can retain sort of impressions of the past.
It's almost like time rewinding over and over and over again and constantly replaying the same thing because it was imprinted in the space.
So the reason why people might think, for example, that Mr. Boots remains within the vaults is because perhaps he is a projection that has been stored in the sort of stone, and therefore he, in fact, is not looking at anybody. We are just experiencing him from a different time.
Nikki has returned to the vaults for the first time to face her fears.
It's weird being back here. Like, when I look there, I think, yeah, that's weird, because we did feel really scared standing here. It's actually quite scary standing here just now, and it's daylight, it's not even during the night.
But what if Nikki had come face to face with Mr. Boots?
I think we would have screamed. I think we probably would have been in a huddle. I don't know if we'd been able to move, because there's nothing up that way, so I don't think we would have got it out. I don't know, I might have passed out.
The entrance to the South Bridge Vaults is on Nidri Street. The road itself has a scary past.
So when these vaults were first built, it's partly to encourage new business, but also to discourage the past. And with this particular section of vaults here, this being Nidri's Wine, the original street, it's a street very famous in the 1580s, right into the early 17th century, with witchcraft trials. And of course, the most famous one on this particular street is a woman called Agnes Finney. And she's reportedly still lingering in these rooms. She's known to have cursed the entire street. She was herself, of course, burnt to death after being accused of 20 counts of witchcraft, including, apparently one day in the marketplace, bumping into a small boy in which she cursed him. He's known to have become paralysed and died 2 days later.
The history of witchcraft continues to this day in the vaults.
This is our room that we have rented out to the Source Coven of the Blue Dragon. They're Scotland's leading pagans or witches. And with this particular room here, they believe they've blessed it.
Everybody is quick to assume that witches are bad or dark or evil or they're trying to conjure, and they're very capable of that, but majority of them is for the good.
Many of our customers who come down here on these tours, they have, of course, taken photographs in this location, and they will sometimes pick up on what looks like a figure standing in the particular room here, which again for us is strange because it's meant to be a protected room. That's why you've got things like the gargoyles outside. They were placed here by the witches to stop anything evil entering. So whether the figure is malevolent or a more positive person, again, we'll leave that up to the people that visit these rooms to decide for themselves.
This photograph, taken inside the witch's room, has been analysed by paranormal experts across the world.
The picture makes sense because if there was a coven down there, that's a lot of energy. They bring energy together to make things happen. Buildings hold energy, so that totally makes sense that you would see such profound energy coming up from inside the pentagram.
I saw some photographs of the witch standing in the corner, very, very clear photographs of the witch in the corner. Unfortunately, none of our cameras picked up anything the times that we've been here. I'd love to have seen that for myself and for our cameras to pick that up.
The activity within the vaults is very exciting for a keen ghost hunter like Gordon.
It's an intense feeling. It's almost you're waiting for something to happen. It's overwhelming, the feeling. You feel the hairs in the back of my neck standing up just now being here, that you just don't know what's going to happen. An uneasy feeling being here.
An uneasy feeling caused by the supernatural inhabitants who remain in the Edinburgh vaults some 200 years after their deaths. Only a few feet below one of Europe's most historic cities, ghosts haunt a maze of vaults that once housed the underclass of Edinburgh. One of the chambers in particular has been rife with paranormal activity of an evil kind.
Back in 1995, a group of local Wiccans, they moved into this particular room. The stone circle you can see here, it was placed here by them to be a protective area, an area of safety. On one occasion, a priest who came on a tour here, he believed he picked up on a demonic entity telling us we should simply brick up the door. But people do come in, and those people that pass through the stones are apparently in the greatest of danger because the witches who use our vaults, they believe they shut the circle down in 1995, and they believe they shut it down and offered the space inside to whatever malevolent entity was here. And since that date, customers come in here, again, many people gesturing to each other to walk in, to taunt it, and they will leave with scratches, cuts, bruises, and many people reporting for many weeks afterwards, suffering things like sleep paralysis, seeing shadows and shapes moving around their own homes.
Paranormal investigator Tom Buckmaster had a terrifying experience when he tried to cross into the demon circle.
From the moment we sort of walked into that place, we were being followed by shadow figures. We had footsteps following us up the corridors towards the vaults. I mean, it was just a strange, eerie place that you just feel constantly that there's something else there with you.
Tom's footage from November 2016 reveals the fear felt by himself and his fellow paranormal investigation team members.
I think one of my team members, Kev, he stood in the stone circle. Obviously, there's supposed to be a lot of negativity around that. Apparently, there was a ritual kind of done to keep a demon within the stone circle. If anyone steps in there, people have been attacked, scratched, pushed. I think they've even had ambulances called to people. When he stepped in there, he felt something touching his back. The whole room went ice cold. It's quite cold down there already, but there was just a significant decrease in temperature. And at the same time as he was in there, we turned on the digital recorder and we caught growling sighs that just weren't there in the moment. What is that? Rewind it quick. There's a growl on that. It was just like a intense fear. Obviously I'd heard about things that had happened in there, but it was just like I was all up for it before the investigation. Even when we first got there and we were setting things up, I kept saying, I'm going in it, I'm gonna go in it, I don't care, I'm gonna go in. The point when I was about to sort of put my foot over, something was just, I don't know, it's like a feeling, just something stopping me, as if someone's telling me, like, don't go in there. And it was just an instant fear, goosebumps, my whole body was just sort of reacting, and I just couldn't do it. It was just something stopping me.
You feel you don't want to do it, don't do it.
In my head, it was just like that feeling of, you just know something's gonna go wrong if you do it, if that makes sense. Just that pure fear, that's the only way I can describe it. It's really strange.
Still scarred by that night, Tom has yet to return to the vaults.
They can be terrifying. Yeah, truly terrifying at some points. I do definitely want to go back. I think there's more to the place, there's more we need to sort of find out. And I think if we do go back, we'll probably get more than what we did before.
When the South Bridge vaults opened for business in 1788, many children disappeared while working down there. Paid by local tradesmen to climb up chimneys and clean them, some of the children never came back down.
The vaults themselves, back in the days of business, these were very well-run rooms, some of them, of course, accommodating things like a fireplace. And there is with one of our rooms back in 1992, during making the site safe for the public to come in here, one of the fireplaces was bricked up. And when they, of course, tried to renovate it and get it used for the public, they did actually find small fragments of bone inside it. And when these bones were taken away, it was discussed by the laboratory they were children's bones, apparently a young boy between the age of 7 to 12. It was common practice in these rooms that if you hired a chimney sweep, of course, you would send them up. But because the bridge itself structurally differed, there are differences within a chimney breast here. Maybe if that boy has gone up, slipped, broken his neck, he's stuck. And the easiest way to get him back out is by lighting the fire.
After the businesses shut down and the underclasses moved in, many children were born in the vaults, and they would die down there too.
There are lots of reports of children haunting Edinburgh vaults. Cries, whimpers, and also the laughter and singing of children have been heard by numerous people over the years. One reason for their spirits being trapped in this location is because they were all living in close living quarters and conditions back in the day. For many, many years, children there perished and died of malnutrition, of disease, and of crime and murder.
The children from the 1700s would have been peasants, so they would have been on the streets begging during the day and then just looking for somewhere to sleep at night. But they are very, very mischievous. They will throw things, they will torment equipment that we've got, drain batteries. We've also had people having their backs of their ankles kicked and things. So when you do have children, they do like to play and mess about.
Some spirits don't know they're dead, that's the thing. And they latch on to visitors to the vaults, especially women. And, you know, a lot of our female guests that came along had that sense, that the coldness from, you know, from their waist down their legs, that their hands were cold, almost like someone was touching them. And they got that feeling it was a kid, especially the guests that were mothers and had that motherly instinct. They felt as if there was a child latching onto them and hanging onto them.
One of the most often cited ghosts is a young boy called Jack.
He is one of the ones apparently responsible for, again, tugging at clothing and leaving many women down here running in fear. And again, many people think he doesn't mean harm, but because he is this mischievous spirit who does like to trip people up and throw things like stones and coins, they do think he's responsible for some of the more impish behaviour in these rooms.
And right on cue...
And one of the ones that does get picked up on... I just saw a shadow. Can I stop? I literally just saw a shadow. I'm not even winding you up. Seriously, not winding you up. I promise, honest to God. Right here. It went past this light. Just as we were talking there, I saw something break that light. That was weird. Like, I shit you not, I'm not even joking.
One of the most tragic events in the history of the city was the Great Fire of Edinburgh, which started in an engraver's shop on November the 15th, 1824. Hundreds of families living in the vaults perished.
One of the largest structures in the Royal Mile is known to have caught fire. With the wind picking up, that fire spreads, and of course they can't control it. This is, of course, just in the early days of the fire service. But the vaults, they're not deemed to be an important enough area to take care of, and many of the police are known to have locked the original entrance into the vaults, leaving many people in these rooms to fend for themselves. And there are many reports down here that 2-3 weeks after the fire had been extinguished and the doors were unlocked, people came down to find quite a tragic scene in these rooms. There is, in this particular section here, the story that the walls themselves, well, they conduct. And that heat raging above your head meant that many people would have died of asphyxiation or smoke inhalation, and that may have led them to take their own lives. So again, many people do walk into what is a room you can see your own breath in, and they feel the opposite. They feel very hot, very warm, they can't breathe. We've actually had to, in this particular room, end our tour for some customers that do begin to feel their skin burning in these rooms.
It was said that there was a bad fire there at one point, and that parents had to slit their children's throats to spare them from being burned. And that act alone, I believe, causes an imprint on the space. You know, something so tragic and horrific. So I definitely would think that you would see some child spirits there. Maybe they don't know they can cross over, or they're lost, or they're waiting for someone. But I definitely would understand why you would see child ghosts there.
But not all the spirits living in the Edinburgh vaults are quite so innocent. Much of the paranormal activity that has been experienced in the unhallowed chambers can be directly linked to murder. Edinburgh's South Bridge vaults are home to a number of paranormal beings. Once housing the dregs of society, the labyrinth of chambers are now a tourist destination and a popular mecca for ghost hunters. But this underground world also holds a criminal past. It's believed by some experts that the vaults were used by serial killing duo Burke and Hare. The pair murdered 16 people between 1827 and 1828 so that they could sell the bodies to a local doctor who would pay them good money.
This is an underground. This was really like, you know, Edinburgh's underbelly, if you like, back in those days. Rumours have it, various different reports of the history of Edinburgh reported that this is where, you know, the infamous grave robbers Burke and Hare plied their trade, because people were dying every day. The mortality rate was so high, so it was ideal for them.
William Burke and William Hare were two Irish labourers who lived together in Edinburgh. In November 1827, their lodger, a man named Donald, died of dropsy. Short on money, the pair hatched a morbid plan.
It was Burke's idea to try and sell the body of the dead lodger to the local Royal College of Surgeons. And they contacted a Dr. Robert Knox. He offered to take the body off their hands and paid them something in the region of £7 for their efforts. And at the time, I think the average annual wage was about £40. So you can imagine that was quite a lot of money, particularly for two men who had up till then been working quite low-paid work. So I think having sold the first body, they thought that it might be a profitable business to start. I think the story is they started off robbing graves, which there was a fashion for at the time, again, because you could make a lot of money selling the cadaver, but that soon turned into murder.
And it's kind of one of the worst kept secrets, and it is to do with this hastily bricked up doorway. Behind the corridor here lies one of Edinburgh's biggest mysteries, and it's that of William Burke and William Hare, the infamous body snatchers. There is a network of rooms behind us which does run all the way from the Southbridge vaults into the medical school, the basement of Surgeons' Hall, the School of the Anatomy. And in the 1820s, that is, of course, the scene of, well, many crimes, including William Burke and Hare's 16 murders, victims, of course, being killed, maybe even sourced in these rooms around us.
During a visit to the vaults, a group of paranormal enthusiasts were trying to contact the spirits of Burke and Hare by way of a call-out session.
Call-out sessions are used to generate really energy to be able to communicate with the spirits.
In most situations, you're asking the spirits to interact with you by giving you a sound.
What is that?
Or perhaps manifesting themselves, or in some cases even touching you physically.
It's more or less an instruction to the spirit. You know, can you copy me? Can you whistle for me? Can you do this? It's more of an instruction to them.
Zoe White was playing the part of a sacrificial victim on the night of the call-out session.
Well, I was lying down. I was on like black bags pretending like I was a dead body. And everybody was in a circle, and the man was calling out, like, trying to bring a ghost forward. They were trying to call out the serial killer, saying, "I've got a body for you, come forward, make yourself known."
And as Zoe laid still, the atmosphere in the room changed.
Well, I just felt like wind at my hair, or like coldness. And people standing in the circle said that they felt the drafts and didn't notice anything until I got out of the room.
Once finished, Zoe sat down. It was then that her mother noticed something.
I was sitting down and I was going to like brush my legs off, and then my mum shouted, "Don't touch your legs." And then I looked down and I realised I had a handprint on my calf.
The photograph clearly shows some finger marks. These finger marks are quite spaced apart, very, very wide, and it is plausible that one of the spirits did manage to physically interact with this lady, leaving their handprint on her leg.
I was shocked because I never felt nothing happening. I didn't touch my legs, nothing, it just appeared. I must have been touched by a ghost.
As the night continued, Zoe again was chosen as the subject during a scrying session.
Scrying is an old Victorian method of spirit communication where you look into a mirror within a darkened room, usually used candlelight to actually illuminate the face. And what you actually do is sit and stare into the mirror, and as you stare into the mirror, your face apparently changes to the spirit is supposed to be there.
You sit in front of this tinted mirror and there's candles round to you, and nobody noticed till after that there was a figure there.
Usually, the spirit will try and manifest itself and show its face on your face, but in some cases, the spirits can show themselves in the mirror beside you, looking at you, or looking directly into the mirror also. The photograph depicts what appears to be a face manifesting itself in the mirror, looking at the lady as she's staring directly at herself and her own reflection. It's an amazing capture, and it's one that I've never seen before. Very, very unique and hard to try and get on photograph.
The photograph shocked Zoe.
My mum told me when I was sitting there that I had different features, like manly features. Like I had like a butch face and I had stubble on my face. I was excited at the time, but like after seeing like the male figure in the mirror and the photos and the handprint, it got a bit scary.
Some people are more in tune than others. They're connected to the spirit world. And if spirits can kind of find that tune and they pick up on it, they might well want to show themselves or interact with that specific person. In this situation, the woman clearly was a focal point and was the attention of the spirits that were there. They may well have been trying to show themselves to her, to communicate with her, to give her a message, or she may well have had links to that place or to the spirit itself.
Zoe returned to the vaults months later, but had an entirely different experience.
The second time I came, I was all excited, thinking something else will happen. But as soon as I entered, I felt sick. I needed to sit down. I felt like I was going to be sick. I needed to leave the building a few times. This was horrible.
The vaults continue to attract attention. Tourists in Edinburgh often find themselves drawn to the mysterious underground world, and new ghosts are being discovered all the time.
The idea that so many people had likely passed away while living in there, and the fact that they're incredibly dark and atmospheric, all lends itself to the perfect location for a haunting.
I don't think anybody coming here to do any kind of paranormal investigation would be disappointed. I think that there's a lot of activity down here. There's a lot of untold stories down here. And I think each time that someone comes back, if you come back 3 or 4 times a year, if you came here every weekend, something different would happen. You get some sort of different story, a different feeling from the vaults.
Paranormal experts who have visited the vaults all agree that they are extraordinarily active with all kinds of spirits.
In my personal experience, I would say that there are intelligent beings in those vaults. I do actually think there is some residual energy in there as well that kind of makes it feel as oppressive as it does. But my personal experience says yes, it is haunted.
If I could describe the vaults in one word, I would say intense. If you wanted me to give you in a paragraph, probably the most haunted experience I've ever had as an investigator. If you're into all things paranormal, you have to come to the vaults. It is an intense experience.
The future of the vaults looks to be just as fascinating and mysterious as the past.
I think the thing with the vaults is we'll never truly know all their secrets. The amount of people that have lived in these rooms, and we are talking about most of them who didn't have a chance to write things down. Many people are illiterate, and their experiences maybe go untold. So we never know whether they're here. But I think for these rooms, as we uncover more, and there are more vaults around us which haven't even been emptied yet, maybe when they get opened up, we will discover a lot more activity in these particular rooms. And again, if there was murders happening down in these rooms, there may still be somebody lying, waiting to get discovered inside them.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them,
What was that?
We can hear them. And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen, because you never know who's watching when the lights go out. In this episode, a 19th century time capsule hidden in a modern world, haunted by 3 generations of the same New York family who call it home.
This has been my home my entire life. Why would I leave when this is my safe place? This is my happy place.
Paranormal recordings frighten even the hardiest of ghost hunters.
What was that? And I was out of this building so quickly, I must have set a new world's record. I was terrified.
It's no wonder that paranormal investigators from around the world want to spend the night at the merchant's house.
I don't want to call it the Holy Grail, because that would be crazy, but this is the Holy Grail of haunted houses.
The Merchant's House Museum has stood in Manhattan for over 185 years. Home to one family and one family only, the house has remained uninhabited since 1933. Now a museum, visitors regularly come to find out more about life in 19th century New York. But it's the ghosts of the Treadwell family that interest paranormal investigators from around the world. For almost 100 years, 3 generations of the Treadwells called 29 East 4th Street their home, and many believe that they've never truly left. Anthony Beloff has been a volunteer at the museum for over 30 years.
During some of the ghost tours, we have had people feel, someone breathing on their neck and they turn around, no one's there, tapped on the shoulder. People have been seen walking by in rooms that are empty. We don't know how well the Treadwells like having their house open to the public. They seem to be accommodating us, and we like to think it's because they realize that with the public coming here, we can raise the funds to keep the house standing.
Communications manager Emily Hill Wright believes that stepping foot inside the museum is like going back in time.
I certainly think that people's experiences are real here in the house, that people feel touched by history. They walk into these rooms and they really feel what it would have been like to be here in the 19th century, and that can't help but bring up questions of whether the family is still here. If you lived here, you wouldn't want to leave either.
The house has changed so little since that time, if Einstein's correct. And time is not linear, but just keeps happening. I like to think that sometimes we just bump into each other. They're still here living their lives, using the objects that are still here in the house, and we're here at a different date, a different time, and sometimes we just overlap and we just bump into each other. Which leads me to wonder, do they see us and think we're ghosts?
They might not even see the people that are around, and they just might be still in their same time and place when they left at. So it's very normal to them. But in the cases that I've seen of families staying on the land or in the home, it's more of a, let me protect the house. This is my land. This is where I grew up. It's sentimental to them.
One of the apparitions who has been seen is Horace Treadwell, the eldest son of Patriarch Seabury and his wife Eliza. Roberta Belulovich remembers the day of his ghostly appearance.
A couple of summers ago,
two men came into the museum and they were doing the self-guided tour. And they went downstairs where the tours start, and in fact, the first room people visit is this one. And 5 or 10 minutes after they came in, one of them came up the stairs and he said, "I saw Horace in the family room." And I said, "How did you know it was Horace?" And he showed me the book, and at that time we had family pictures in the book. And he said it was him, and I said, "What was he doing? Did he say anything? Was he doing anything?" And he said he was dressed all in black. He was carrying a top hat, and he was leaning on the mantelpiece. And the young man felt he must have been in mourning. He looked very unhappy, he said.
Horace's sad disposition is in keeping with the history of the house.
He experienced almost all his family members dying, so yeah, certainly at the very least his parents. How he would have felt about that is hard to know. Very frequently in the 19th century, wakes and even sometimes funerals were held in the house itself, in the front parlor, generally speaking. So that might have been the day of a funeral for all we know, or afterwards, after they had gone to the cemetery and come back.
While modern Manhattan has shot up around it, the Merchants House Museum has remained in New York's trendy NoHo district for over 185 years.
New York City in 1832 was just a smaller version of what it is today. The reason the Merchants House was built on East 4th Street was basically the whole area was being developed as a suburban enclave for the very wealthy.
The house was built in 1832, and the family who lived here, the Treadwells, moved in 1835. Seabury Treadwell, the patriarch of the family, and his wife Eliza had 8 children. The youngest, Gertrude, was born here in this house in 1840. She lived here her entire life. She never married, and she died in the house in 1933, so almost 100 years after her father purchased the home. Today, the museum is complete with the Treadwell family's original belongings, their furniture, their personal possessions, and even their clothing.
The gentleman who lived here, Seabury Treadwell, he was a successful hardware merchant. And hardware in those days meant basically anything made out of metal. He was 55 years old, and he had made his fortune. And so he moved his family, his wife, to the suburbs, which was this house, and he retired here.
The townhouse has 5 floors and would have been a hive of activity in 19th century cosmopolitan Manhattan.
In 1855, the New York State Census indicates that there were 21 people living here. Now that includes the 8 children, some of whom had married and moved out, but then moved back in with their husbands and their children. And there were also 4 servants who lived in the house with the family for, as far as we know, the entire 19th century.
In 2018, this really is a time capsule of that mid-19th century period. The Treadwells made very few structural changes to the house, and so today the museum really gives visitors an unparalleled look at what life was really like in the mid-19th century.
The last remaining Treadwell, Gertrude, passed away in 1933. Rescued from demolition by a cousin of the family, the house opened as a museum in 1936. Reports of paranormal activity have been rife ever since.
I've been a volunteer since the early 80s, and I had the pleasure at the time of working with Joe Roberto, who was the architect who saved the building from collapse in the 1970s. Joe and I had a very special relationship. He sensed a kindred spirit in me, at least with regard to the paranormal. And he began alluding to certain things which had been reported as having taken place in the museum over the years. And he would tell me, "Anthony, there's stories about the house." And he shared some of them with me.
The staff themselves have had some unexplainable encounters over the years.
There have been a few things that have happened while I have been here that I don't have an answer for. We do a raffle every Christmas, and one of the raffle prizes a few years ago was a crystal dish. We had it in the very center of our conference table up in the offices, waiting for the prize winner to come and collect her prize. On Friday, when we left for the weekend, it was right in the very center of the table. And when we came in on Monday, the dish was shattered in pieces on the floor. During the weekends, the offices are locked and closed, so members of the public cannot get into the offices. The staff isn't up on that office floor. So we really have no explanation for that.
Hesitant at first, the museum has now allowed a paranormal investigator to look into the supernatural happenings. Ghost hunter Dan Sturges has exclusive access to the merchant's house, and during the past 12 years, he's carried out over 75 investigations.
As a paranormal investigator, the merchant's house is on everybody's radar. So I heard about it when I moved to the city 30 years ago. As an investigator, it's a place that you want to come. It's sort of on everybody's bucket list.
Dan's favorite ghost hunting tool is a voice recorder, and over the years he's captured many ghostly EVPs.
EVP is short for electronic voice phenomenon, and it's essentially when you've captured communication with a ghost or a spirit, supposedly through an electronic device that would record that.
But it's a brilliant way of evidencing that spirits are there, because you can have direct communication with them. You can ask out, call out, say something, ask questions, and you might get a clear response left on the recorder.
Dan's most recent EVP was captured in the kitchen on the basement level of the house.
We were all hungry, so we sort of left the recorders running in an empty house. A few weeks later, I'm listening to nothing. For an hour, this is 56 minutes into the recording, and we captured something that I can't explain. And it's the only time I've ever gotten scared from anything that I've captured here at the house, so it's pretty creepy. This was something that made noise in the kitchen. Don't know what it is, but I don't plan on investigating the kitchen anytime soon, so it was a good creepy noise.
It's recordings like this that keep Dan coming back for more.
I don't want to call it the Holy Grail, because that would be crazy, but this is the Holy Grail of haunted houses.
It's no surprise that New Yorkers and tourists alike continue to visit the 19th century townhouse, hoping to catch a glimpse of the ghostly Treadwell family. "29 East 4th Street in New York City, now known as the Merchant's House Museum, was built in 1832. Seabury and Eliza Treadwell already had 7 children when they moved into the grand townhouse in 1835. Their 8th and final child, Gertrude, was born here and died here.
Gertrude Treadwell was the youngest of 8 children. She grew up and lived in the house itself for almost 100 years. She never married and died aged 93 in 1933.
4 of the Treadwell daughters did not marry, which was not as unusual as we think nowadays. There was a growing movement in the 19th century for people to marry for love, not for a sense of duty. And it just seems that at least 3 of the girls chose to remain single, to remain spinsters. Gertrude, on the other hand, had a love affair which went sour, unfortunately because her father forbade her to marry her choice. He was a medical student named Lewis Walton. The real problem was that he was Catholic, and the Treadwells were Anglicans, they were Episcopalians. And this was just not done. So the family legend, which we have every reason to believe, says that Gertrude said, if I can't marry Dr. Walton, then I'll marry no one. And so she devoted her time to pressing flowers, charitable work, taking care of her elderly parents, and basically when they passed on, taking care of this house and keeping the house as Papa wanted it.
By the time Gertrude died, she had run out of money. Women of this class would not have worked, and Seabury Treadwell left all of his children a pretty substantial sum of money when he died. But Gertrude was 23 when her father died, and she lived just shy of her 93rd birthday. So that's 70 years. You live that long, eventually the money just runs out. By the time Gertrude died, there were several mortgages on this house, and she was really quite impoverished.
However, the spirit of Gertrude Treadwell lives on.
The very first story that we have in our museum archives is actually from shortly after Gertrude's death in 1933. Gertrude passed away in the late summer. And early fall, we get beautiful days in New York, and so the neighbors were all outside on their front stoops and enjoying the beautiful fall weather.
The children were playing very rowdily right in front of the house. Stickball, Ringalivio, whatever the game was that they were playing. And suddenly the front door of this building flew open. And a petite elderly woman wearing a brown dress and a very old-fashioned cut was seen to rush out on the stoop and wave her arms and chase the children away. Very stern, very upset. And then she went back in. The children were terrified, simply because everybody on the block knew that Gertrude had passed away about 2 weeks prior. And there were many, many people out on the street, and they all saw this woman, and they said, it was Gertrude.
But there are lots of stories throughout the years of visitors, staff members, just people walking by, hearing things, seeing things, having paranormal experiences here in the house. So it's a long history of stories.
Anthony himself remembers his first encounter with Gertrude.
This is the rear bedroom on the master floor. We call it Mrs. Treadwell's bedroom. This is the bed we have every reason to believe Gertrude was born in. And these are the things that the family owned. This is also the room in which I had my own first paranormal experience, which was a terrifying one. I was closing up and came into this room just to check on it, and everything was open just the way you see it now. Lights on, windows open. I walked up the hallway and closed the front of this floor first. And then I returned down the interior passageway. And that door, which should have been opened, was closed. Though I wasn't really paying attention, and it didn't strike me as odd until I opened it and stepped back into this room, which less than 2 minutes before had been wide open and illuminated, and the shutters were closed, they were bolted, the lights were turned off, and even the door to the entrance, which I had glanced into 45 seconds prior, was closed.
It's often said that the blinds and doors open and close on their own in Mrs. Treadwell's room. And I believe that this is an intelligent spirit. She's able to manipulate objects, move furniture, turn lights on, and interact with objects around the building.
Walking past a room and seeing blinds open and lights on, that is a ghost that has to interact with certain electricity, has to pull the blinds open. It takes an enormous amount of energy for them to be able to do that, so that is very intelligent.
I stopped in my tracks in that doorway, paralyzed, just absolutely paralyzed. It wouldn't make sense. It didn't compute what had happened here. And my heart started beating, I started shaking, and I bolted up the staircase to the offices, grabbed my things, and I was out of this building so quickly I must have set a new world's record. I did not come into work the next day. I was terrified.
With so many people coming and going over the 100-year history of the Treadwell family's residence in the home, it's no wonder the building is teeming with paranormal energy.
Orbs are the early manifestation of a spirit apparition. They are classed as energy balls. Basically, what happens when a spirit manifests itself, it needs energy to be able to manifest. And what happens is the orbs start to manifest as small lights of energy and then materialize into full-blown apparitions.
So there have been reports of orbs pictured throughout the house, and I believe that that's because of all of the energy. The family is very predominant in the home. They've owned the home, they have passed away in the home, so that right there in itself would have a lot of energy. I would say a lot of residual energy.
And a lot of the energy in the house is powerful enough to make you jump.
The last time that I was truly terrified when something happened in the house was during one of our paranormal investigations with Dan Sturgis. I had been taking things pretty much in stride and become quite used to the unexplainable things that seem to happen on an occasional basis here at the museum, but this one was disturbing. We were conducting an investigation and we were here in Mr. Treadwell's bedroom. It was night, it was dark, and there were about 5 of us in the room, the usual team and a guest psychic joining us that night. And she verbalized that she got the impression that someone wanted the lights turned off, that the lights were disturbing someone. She said, "Is that it? Do you want the lights turned off?" And suddenly this door right behind me slammed.
Does somebody want these lights turned off?
What was that? I screamed like a little schoolgirl, and it sounded like the door that was behind me slammed shut.
I have to preface this by saying the door was shut at the time. So it was like this, and yet, boom!
What was that?
It slammed with such force as if it had been wide open and somebody had just slammed it like that. Now, I was standing there by that window, and I saw the whole thing. And I even saw the door vibrate slightly. Dan Sturgis was standing right here next to the door, and he jumped. And we were all really disturbed by this.
We opened up the door, there's nothing inside the closet to make that noise.
What was that?
It was a noise that came out of nowhere, and everybody jumped. We were able to play it back. It came off on all the recorders, so it was an actual physical noise. A lot of time with EVP, you'll catch them only on one recorder rather than all the recorders that are running. But this came across on all the recorders.
What was that?
The sort of ghost that is thought to be sort of banging on doors would be considered a poltergeist or an intelligent spirit. A poltergeist is thought to be a spirit that is somehow trapped and unable to ascend to the next realm, whatever that might be. A ghost that would move objects around or interact with the sort of material world that we're familiar with.
And I pulled out my cell phone to call my sister and tell her what had just happened. And as I held the phone in my hand, I watched the battery level go, and suddenly the phone died right in my hand. That made it even scarier, because now this strange, scary thing had happened, and suddenly I couldn't even call for help.
The Merchant's house is a treasure trove of paranormal activity. The Treadwell family seem reluctant to leave their home and will make themselves known however and whenever they want to. The Merchant's House Museum in Manhattan, New York, is a time capsule that has remained relatively untouched since the Treadwell family lived there. It's been 85 years since the house has been inhabited, but many believe the family have refused to move out.
In this instance, I think people have linked the Treadwell family to the actual location because they were the first owners of the property, and right up until the death of the youngest child, they had remained in the building. So there's this sense that maybe they still remain there and that they do so because they still feel like they own it.
One of the apparitions that has been seen on many occasions is known as the Woman in White. Many believe her to be Seabury and Eliza Treadwell's eldest daughter, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Treadwell is known to still roam the halls of the Merchant House where she grew up and lived, and I believe that this is because she and her family have lived there their entire lives and she's protective over it.
Museum board member Anthony Belov recalls the day he saw the Woman in White while preparing for an event at the Merchant's House.
The guest speaker and I were seated here on the main landing discussing what we were going to do. You know, I'll say this, you'll say that, I'll introduce you, that sort of thing. I was seated right on this step, just like this, and she was seated here. And while we were talking, I noticed there was motion and a bit of a rustle up at the top of the staircase. And I was able to look past her, right up to where the staircase bends around again, and there was a woman standing there, leaning on the staircase on the handrail and looking down. In fact, I felt our eyes had actually connected. She was wearing a period dress. She looked absolutely solid. I could see her face very clearly. It was a beautiful face, almost heart-shaped. It must have been close to a minute. And then somebody from downstairs hollered up, "Anthony, we're ready to open the house." And I looked down, looked up, nobody was there.
The mysterious woman had completely vanished, but Anthony was eager to find out more.
A couple of days later, I was talking to Pi Gardner, the director of the museum, and I said, "Oh, I saw something the other night." And she looked at me and she said, "Who did you see?" And it was like one of these duh moments, because it never even occurred to me to look at the family photographs and identify who the person was. So we promptly marched over to the display, and there she was, as real could be, the woman I saw standing at the top of the staircase, and it was Elizabeth Seabury Treadwell Nichols.
The ghost of Elizabeth Treadwell is likely to be a projection of the past.
The stone tape theory is basically a loop where energy is actually absorbed by the fabric of buildings, of the atmosphere surrounding where trauma, murders, accidents, anything takes place, that energy is absorbed by the atmosphere. And the stone tape theory basically is a residual energy, and it actually loops and plays itself over and over. If she was having a wander about in her normal everyday life, then chances are you would probably see her still doing that after death.
Paranormal investigator Dan Sturges has been collecting recordings in the merchant's house for the past 12 years. During one of these sessions, he captured something remarkable in the bedroom of Treadwell matriarch Eliza.
You'll hear my friend Holly was somebody that had never been on an investigation before. We were in Eliza's room. And Anthony, you'll hear Anthony in the background ask Mrs. Treadwell if she thinks Holly is pretty. You'll hear Mrs. Treadwell give an answer.
Mrs. Treadwell, is it all right if I use your mirror? Do you think Holly's a pretty girl? Pleasant to know.
When she's actually asked, is she a nice girl, you actually hear pleasant enough. Now, that is intelligence straight away because she's answered a question. Great capture.
And it's an answer to a question. That's a direct answer to a question. Significant, you know. Sent that out to my friends who ran it through a battery test and said that voice wasn't anybody else in the room, didn't match anybody's voice print in the room, and it came from inside the room, it didn't come from outside, according to them.
I think of the EVP recordings that I've heard, this is certainly one of the clearest, if not the clearest, I've come across.
Pleasant to know.
I mean, it's quite interesting that the phrase pleasant enough was used. That feels like something that would be a kind of response of the age when they would have been alive.
Most electronic voice phenomena cannot be heard by the human ear and are only discovered when painstakingly re-listening to reels of tape.
We record absolutely everything on our investigations, and we trawl through hours and hours of recordings. Now, the reason why we do this is because spirits communicate on a level between around about 0.19 of a decibel up to around about 0.21 of a decibel. Our hearing is around about 22 decibels. So in order for us to hear that, we need to train our hearing. But the voice recorders tend to pick up on these frequencies, and you're able to hear them speak as clear as day.
It blows my mind. It's the scariest part of an investigation because it's usually about a week later I'm listening to the audio. And it can get extremely tedious because we might have 6 recorders running for 6 hours. That's 36 hours of audio I've got to listen to, and it's all the same conversation. That's the scariest part for me because I'm usually in my apartment by myself with the lights off and laying in my bed listening with my headphones. And when you do get a voice, you snap right out of the little meditation you're in while you're doing this and, rewind, and then you go into investigator mode and start putting it through the filters and sending it out to all your colleagues all over the world to get their impression of it.
Spirit's very subtle, but they use it to communicate. And if there's a lot of EVPs going on that are being caught in the house, it's because spirit would like to communicate. There's something that the spirits would like to say.
It seems as though every nook and cranny of this 19th century home harbours some sort of paranormal activity. And one of the grandest rooms at the Merchant's House Museum is no exception.
We're in the front parlor of the Treadwell house right now, and this would have been the best room. This room was reserved for company, for special occasions, for weddings, funerals. This is not a room that would have seen a lot of everyday use, with the exception of the family piano. And it's an interesting piece because over the years we've received many reports of people walking by outside or being in the museum itself and having heard the piano being played. Until recently, the piano was unplayable simply because of its age.
Occasionally, Anthony will host concerts in the Merchant's House Museum to raise funds for the upkeep of the building. During one of these classical recitals, the supernatural force in the Treadwell home was simmering.
And during rehearsal, we had a lot of strange things going on in the house. There were footsteps upstairs, a door opened and shut itself, and we were aware that there was a certain amount of energy in the house while we were practicing the music.
And by the time the concert began, the paranormal energy had intensified even more.
I was one of the singers. We were a quartet. And while the leader of the group was speaking, we were sitting in chairs in the front parlor. And I remember sitting there feeling as though I were going to faint and going, who turned on the heat? Because I felt this blast of heat next to me.
I was seated here in a chair, suddenly felt someone poke me in the ribs twice, very hard. And I thought I had missed a cue or something had gone wrong. I didn't react because I was seated in front of all these people, but it was a very sharp poke.
And then afterwards, visitors who had come to the museum heard us comparing notes. And they came up and told us that specifically while that was happening, they saw an elderly lady come in.
4 or 5 people claimed to have seen her. And they thought it was odd that none of the performers in front of the audience reacted to her. But she walked right past everyone and sat down in an upholstered armchair that's in the far corner of the room and listened intently to the rest of the concert.
I hope she enjoyed it.
The paranormal energy at the Merchant's House Museum appears to manifest as 2 different types of spirit.
The kind of sightings and sounds that have claimed to be seen and heard at the Merchant House would correlate with both a residual and an intelligent spirit. A residual spirit is one that would be considered to sort of be playing out continuously on a loop, that wouldn't be aware of its surroundings or necessarily aware that it's in our present time. So an intelligent spirit would be a spirit that's considered to be interacting with the living and one that is kind of responsive to the space in the way that we understand it.
One of the intelligent spirits captured by paranormal investigator Dan Sturges is the head of the ghostly family, Seabury Treadwell.
We haven't got a lot of communication from Mr. Treadwell. And we were in Seabury's room, Mr. Treadwell's room, asking if he knew how to play the piano, because I have a piano downstairs in the parlors. We get a male voice saying, I strike the keys in succession.
Did you know how to play the piano? Mr. Treadwell?
Pretty amazing stuff. I've been doing this a long time, and you rarely get sentences or as clear a response as we get here at the Merchant's House.
Did you know how to play the piano, Mr. Treadwell?
In recent years, the museum has come under threat from property developers in this desirable Manhattan area. So how do we ensure that the Merchant's House and the spirits within continue to live on in the years to come? The Merchant's House Museum in Manhattan is a perfect example of an upper-class New York townhouse. Once owned by the Treadwell family, it remains relatively untouched, despite being uninhabited for over 80 years.
This is the only house in New York City that is from the 19th century, intact inside and out. And unlike most other museums, this house is all original on the inside. To have the family's original belongings is really very unusual. The importance of this house really can't be overstated.
But it's the paranormal activity inside the four walls that fascinates ghost hunter Dan Sturges. He has been exclusively studying the Treadwell home for over a decade.
There is a photograph in Eliza's room that was taken by a doctor from Toronto that was sent to the house and then sent to me. The original digital file was sent down to us. And there is a face in the mirror. Now, through my outside work, I work with some government agencies, and there are some guys in these agencies that are into doing this, and I can send them digital pictures. So I sent this picture to my friends, and they put it through all their processes, and they said it's not a reflection. It's not light coming off the glass. They thought it was something behind the glass. I can't explain that one. And that's the one I keep on my phone when people think I'm silly for doing this. I pull that out and go, take a look at this, and it blows people's minds.
The photograph taken in Mrs. Treadwell's bedroom at the Merchant House shows a mirror reflecting an image back. Now, the paranormal investigator that took this photograph has captured something that looks like an anomaly. It looks like a person stood there reflecting back, but it's difficult to see any features. It's difficult to ascertain who that spirit could be. Is this a real person? Is it not? We have to kind of be a little bit skeptical when we look at photographs or look at video clips, but this particular photograph is clear enough to say that there is something there reflecting back.
Dan remembers his first ever investigation of the Merchant's House.
One of the stipulations about me coming in to do an investigation was we had to have a 19th century seance. Now, I was not, at the time, I was not into psychics and mediums. That was not my bag. And you know, living in New York City, there were more psychos than psychics out there. And I hadn't met anybody that I trusted. So they really put me under the gun to put together a 19th century seance. And what I didn't know is that a 19th century seance is pretty much the same as a 21st century seance. I went and I found a medium just by luck. I found a fellow named Richard Scholler, who has now become a world-renowned medium. And just all the stars aligned, and Richard was getting names, first and last names, dates of when people had worked here. There was a name that kept coming up and still comes up when we bring a medium into the house, is Annie McNulty, and she gave us the dates. It was a servant that worked here.
We know that the entire time the Treadwells lived here, they had 4 female servants, usually Irish immigrants, who lived and worked here at the house. The servants' quarters at the very top of this house are perhaps the oldest intact site of Irish habitation in New York City, because we know that there have been servants here from the 1830s.
The information acquired from Annie's spirit could only have been known by someone who had lived in the Treadwell house.
She talked about S-shaped settees that were in the house that nobody had known about except for the museum director. She worked in the house for a few years. She lived up in the servants' quarters on the top floor. And a lot of the mediums will bring up her singing. So I think she might have been one of the nannies possibly to the kids and would sing them to sleep.
As well as Annie, the voice of a child has been captured up on the top floor of the Merchant's House.
A colleague of mine, we were doing an investigation, and he was introducing the group to whoever might be in the room and said, there's no reason for anybody to be afraid. We're just here to communicate with you. And my friend Sarah, who had never been on an investigation, I asked Sarah,
Sarah, just ask a question, don't feel funny, ask a question. And underneath that, you can hear a little girl say, I am not afraid.
Ask a question, Sarah.
The EVP captured at the Merchant House is an excellent example of a grade A EVP. The investigator is clearly stating there's nothing to be afraid of when there is a clear response from a little girl saying, I'm not afraid.
Ask a question, Sarah.
Now, it's quite longed out, but it's very clear, and phonetically you can make out exactly what this is saying. But it's an example of a spirit that's intelligently interacting with the investigator. And it sounds like a child. It may well be a spirit of the Treadwell family.
Ask a question, Sarah.
The Merchant's House Museum continues to thrill visitors with its history and the mystique surrounding the Treadwell family.
It very much was turned into a museum because of the way that it was kept and the way that the look and the feel of it. So it's time capsuled, so they can be at rest and be in the home that they love and not have to worry about anybody moving their things or touching their things or changing things that they don't want them to change. So they can very much stay and just protect it and still feel that sentimental, you know, this has been my home my entire life. Why would I leave when this is my safe place? This is my happy place.
But the future of the museum and the legacy of the Treadwell family is in doubt.
Well, right now the museum is facing a really serious threat. A developer has applied to put up an 8-story hotel in the lot immediately next door to the museum. We've hired structural engineers and architects to come in and do studies, and there's really no way that the museum could sustain a development of that size in such close quarters. To say that the museum could suffer really catastrophic structural damage is not an overstatement. So we are, of course, very, very, very concerned about what the future might hold.
People use the word priceless a great deal. This is priceless. This is truly priceless because it cannot be replicated. It cannot be replaced. If one piece of furniture goes, sure, you can buy another piece of furniture. You can have someone make it. You can have a reproduction. You can even have something from the period, but it will not have belonged to the Treadwells.
The board of directors have set up a petition and hope to fend off the developers.
Glibly speaking, it would be a shame not just to lose the building, but then our resident spirits would be displaced. Where would they go if the Merchant's House of the Treadwell House, was destroyed? I've been a volunteer here at the museum for such a long time simply because I am smitten by this place, absolutely smitten by it. This house is so special. It's so truly unique. It's so important. It's so significant to the history of New York, not because of anything that happened here, but because of what it tells us about a New York that is so long gone and yet was so influential in making New York City what it is today.
For now, the spirits are safe inside the museum, and the stories of the Treadwell family and the ghosts they have become will continue to excite both visitors and staff of the Merchant's House.
So many things have happened to me in this house over the years that I'm sort of not reacting anymore. I more often than not say hello, good evening, that sort of thing. Oh, thank you for sharing your presence with me. And I rarely am caught off guard these days. I rarely jump. Still happens occasionally when I really don't expect something, but I get more, I guess I could say I get more excited or more happy that the family is interacting with me than anything else.
Ghosts appear in many forms, We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a 17th century house in the woods that gives many visitors the creeps.
Everyone's a bit nervous when they first come to Plas because it's such a dark, cold building. It does create fear in people's minds.
The spirits of one wealthy family terrorize anyone who dare enter.
I felt there was something in the corner of the room. As I pointed my camera, there was a loud bang and candles were thrown off the table.
Ghost hunters have been physically attacked.
This thing, entity, spirit, whatever you want to call it, grabbed me in the throat and actually pinned me to the wall.
Built in rural North Wales in 1610, this stunning Jacobean home has a commanding presence on the picturesque landscape. Plas literally translates into English as fair mansion, but many of the spirits that reside here are more foul than fair. The 17th century mansion was home to the Trevor family for over 325 years and even served temporarily as an asylum. It's believed that many of the inhabitants have refused to leave. Marcus Reed Edwards runs tours at Plas and knows about the ghosts better than most.
I've been here at Plas now for about 10 years. I first came about 15 years ago on a Twilight tour, and when I came on several of those tours, and on one of the paranormal evenings I got talking to one of the team members and sort of wrote myself in to help in here, and I've been here ever since.
For a paranormal enthusiast, the allure of Plas is obvious.
I think if you were trying to describe the archetypal haunted house, you couldn't do much better than this. It's, very sort of gloomy, dark, brooding property that's sort of shrouded in trees that seem to loom up from behind it. It has all the hallmarks of the perfect haunted location.
Nine times out of 10, it would be residual energy that has been obviously left there from the previous occupants of the house. It could be intelligent spirits that still reside there. All those spirits could have been members of past families who've lived there or people who've actually served the family who lived there. So it's not uncommon to have quite a lot of activity within a house of that age.
Much of that activity comes from the Trevor family, who owned the house between 1610 and 1945.
Families have so much history of the different things that go on within a family, and it's generations have inhabited the land, so I would assume that there would be multiple spirits there.
There are about 15 spirits that regularly haunt the house and that are active. There are about 8 of them that don't like to interact with people or members of the public or anything, and they usually just disappear off into a part of the house that they obviously feel comfortable in spiritually.
The numerous different ghosts that are known to haunt Plas include a mean-spirited judge, former owners John Trevor I and John Trevor V, child spirits Jack and Emily, and from the 17th century, a young girl named Dorothy.
The spirit of Dorothy Trevor has been seen on the roadside by Plas. Now this is quite common because the spirits that are often murdered or died in tragic circumstances are repeating the same thing over and over again. It's likely that Dorothy's spirit is residual in nature, and many drivers have reported seeing apparitions running across the road or even driving past, and even on occasion hitchhiking and asking for a lift.
The story of 16-year-old Dorothy, the daughter of family patriarch Sir John Trevor I, is a tragic one.
She had been sort of promised to be married to another wealthy family's son, but she'd actually fallen in love with one of the local farmers' sons by the name of Isleworth. Isleworth and Dorothy decided that they were going to elope on her 16th birthday. She had hidden all her jewels and belongings under a tree across the road near to the well, and Isleworth and her were going to meet just up the fields. And she went across to get her belongings. Obviously she couldn't see where the well was, fell down the well, and she died. Isleworth, in a panic, went looking for her. Obviously couldn't find her. The jewels were missing, so she could have been murdered. So he went back to the meeting place and he hung himself because he didn't want to be accused of her murder and the stealing by the Trevor family, because he obviously knew what power they had and what consequences he would face later on.
When anything happens, murders, things like that, when your life is tragically taken from you, you want to avenge your own death. That would be the explanation as to why she still haunts the well or the vicinity of the well, just in order for her murderer to be brought to justice.
The ghost of Dorothy Trevor still roams around Plas to this day.
That is a brilliant example of a good spirit that has been seen. There's been countless accidents outside the house of people swerving to miss this white lady, as they've described her. The police have turned up. There's nobody in the area. There's nobody been knocked over. It's believed that this is the spirit of Dorothy, who is still said to be searching for her jewellery and her belongings.
Plas is a Grade 1 Jacobean mansion. The breathtaking stately home has stood in North Wales since the 17th century.
Plas was built in 1610, but there was actually a dwelling on the site before the house that we see today. That belonged to the Ethel family. It was slightly smaller than the Plas we see today.
It was built for a man called Sir John Trevor, who was a very prominent politician of his day, who was a courtier of King James I.
He wanted a sort of a holiday escape, a holiday home, and it wasn't until sort of the end of the 1700s that it started to become a family home. When later descendants of the Trevor family actually took ownership of the house. Once one Trevor had passed on, obviously the son from the previous family would get the house. Then the sort of hereditary ladder sort of carried on.
The original owner of Plas, Sir John Trevor I, held office as Speaker of the House of Commons twice between 1685 and 1695.
He was an MP, he was quite a powerful person. He only actually had the house for about 19 years. 1629, 1630-ish, Sir John Trevor died. His wife died about 15 years later.
Despite his death over 350 years ago, Sir John is still known to make the occasional appearance at Plas.
We've had occasions where we're on the spirit board and we're talking to a spirit that's passing through or a family member of one of the members of the public, and Sir John Trevor comes in and he's that domineering and overpowering, they sort of get scared and they leave the spirit board alone, and they just go and he takes over.
With so much life lived in this house, it's no surprise that Plas still crackles with paranormal energy. In Flintshire, North Wales, a 17th century house named Plas dominates the landscape. The Jacobean mansion is believed to be haunted by the ghosts of the Trevor family. Paranormal investigator Paul Rowland has been studying the home for 15 years.
Everyone's a bit nervous when they first come to Plas because it's such a dark, cold building. It does create fear in people's minds. But once you've been here as many times as I have, I can walk around here at night on my own. I'm not that bothered, I quite like it actually.
While using a tape recorder on one of his many nights at Plas, Paul captured an electronic voice phenomenon, also known as an EVP.
We would have been in the parrot room behind us, and there was a group of public, and I'd put a specific piece of equipment on the table, and I was asking for a spirit to respond through the box because they're capable of live audio EVP, voices through the boxes. But instead of a voice, we got the dog barking. Now, I've never known a dog to be in this building whatsoever, so there wasn't a dog in the building on that night. But nevertheless, why the dog showed an interest in us, I do not know. Whether there was a dog lover in the room with us. But it was curious that it was actually heard in real time, and fortunately enough, I had an audio recorder going at the time and caught it on recording.
Introduce yourself by your name and ask for a response through the machine.
You know the action.
Yeah?
Let me get that. You do. Right, sounds like a dog.
It's rare, but it's not uncommon for animals to come through during a call-out session. So when you're calling out doing an EVP, you might well hear a response, and sometimes these could be domestic pets making noises. If their spirits are still there, you might well catch them at the time.
You do.
What I find strange is the fact that they've actually heard it with their own ears, which is a Class A EVP, which is something that you hear with your own ears at the same time as obviously picking it up on a voice recorder. So that is a fantastic EVP.
Introduce yourself by your name and ask for a response through the machine.
You know the action.
Yeah?
Let me get that. You do.
I think if we hold the idea of spirits and ghosts to be a genuine occurrence, then there's absolutely no reason why other animals, other than humans, are also capable of existing in that manner.
I mean, if a spirit can touch you or, or move things, who's to say you can't hear a dog bark or a cat meow or feel the presence of an animal?
Paul often works alongside fellow ghost hunters Mike Gibson and his mother, Jean.
Oh, I've always loved it. Always loved it. It's always intrigued me. So it was a great opportunity when they asked me to be a member here at Plas. So, yeah, I never looked back.
You're just sort of drawn to this place and you want to try and catch much evidence as you can so other people can see what you've caught, really, and try and prove there's a supernatural world.
Jean and Mike have also had paranormal experiences in the parrot room.
We were filming at the table, and as we were filming, there were questions were being asked by Jean Gibson.
You want us to spend the night here? You want him to stay here?
When you've been in that room for about an hour, and then we have got a bit of footage where I happen to ask out, do you play tricks on Cornelia, the lady at the house? Do you move things?
Well, you know the lady at the house? Do you ever play tricks on the lady at the house? Because she keeps blaming that someone takes the Radio Times and pinches stuff. Is it you messing about?
As this was going on, I felt there was something in the corner of the room. As I pointed my camera, there was a loud bang where there was candles, and candles were thrown off the table.
You messing about?
I think the door opened as well at that time, so that was quite yeah, we've had that quite a lot actually, where the doors have just gone and opened for no reason. Yeah, a lot's gone on, really.
Adrenaline kicks in and you get excited and also a bit scared because you don't know what's going to happen because you're in the dark as well. But generally it's just a good feeling, really.
The supernatural happenings in the Parrot Room don't end there.
In the window, occasionally a lady has been seen looking in from the outside of that window. Now, we're 3 floors up. There's no platform for anybody to stand on out there. There's no way anybody could fix that or anything. So we genuinely do think it's spiritual. We haven't got a clue. We're trying to work out what that is.
There are 9 bedrooms at Plas, which are kept in impeccable condition by current owner Cornelia Bailey. Many of the rooms experience unexplainable occurrences.
The Amber Room, a friend of Cornelia's actually came and stayed with her several years ago. Around about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, this spirit would come in, walk around the end of the bed and disappear up the long gallery. And it got him to the point where he was too scared to stay in the house, and he actually moved to one of the local hotels, and he stayed there while he was doing Cornelia's finances or whatever it was at the time, and he just refused to sleep in the house after that.
Next door, the Blue Room has a dark history. In 1901, Plas was temporarily used as an asylum, primarily for housing unwed pregnant women.
This is the Blue Room. This is where the ladies would have been brought to give birth to the children, and there would have been a couple of beds placed in the room, and then the child would have been forcibly taken from the mother, and then it would have been adopted to a married couple to become part of their family. Now, on the windows in this room, you can see that there are bars on the windows. This was to stop the mothers from passing the child to a waiting father below, probably in a makeshift basket made from sheets off the bed. And similarly, it was to stop her from committing suicide after the child was forcibly taken from her.
It's no wonder that there's supernatural energy in the Blue Room.
It usually affects the ladies in a group, and they get stomach pains and they feel sick, and they'll step back out of the room and come back in, and once they're out of the room they'll be perfectly fine, come back in, and the pains and the sickness will sort of start again.
You imagine the actual emotional anxiety that they're going to go through. It would obviously have a massive effect on the energy levels that are absorbed within the fabric of the building, so it wouldn't be uncommon for them to actually still stick around.
Despite its strong heritage and proud lineage, by the 1950s, Plas had fallen into the ownership of estate agents.
They put a demolition order in on the house, and that's when Patrick Trevor Roper, one of the later descendants of the Trevor Ropers, heard about the plight of Plas, and he decided that he was going to purchase the house, which he did. He never actually lived here. He rented it out to several different people, and then he decided that he could no longer afford to keep it going, and he decided to sell it, so he listed it in Country Life magazine, and that's where Cornelia spotted it in 1986.
The current owner of Plas, Cornelia Bailey, worked tirelessly to restore the mansion back to its previous glory.
When Cornelia bought the house, is because it was covered in a really thick black paint. One of the people that had rented the house had painted it with a black oil paint, and it was an absolute nightmare, a disaster. And Cornelia spent 2 years with a penknife picking away at the paint to restore it. It's actually wood that comes from part of the Spanish Armada, and it's a spectacular, magnificent staircase.
I'm
made all the curtains. I did all the upholstery and helped do everything else. I mean, I love it. I mean, it's a Grade 1 house. It means it's of great importance because it's so well designed as a house.
The whole house had been looted and things had been stolen and fallen ill to the weather. There was a tree growing through the middle of the room next door, and it was completely and utterly derelict, a shell basically, and there was wildlife and pigeons and all sorts flying around the house when Cornelia bought it. And she's done a magnificent job. She's brought in 99% of the stuff that you see, and she's done a fantastic job, really.
Just like many generations of the Trevor family, Cornelia has tried to protect herself from the paranormal energy at Plas.
There are pentagrams or witches' marks etched into the stonework, as there are on some of the cheeks to the windows on the outside. Now, it was said that they were put in place to keep evil spirits from entering a building, and they would have been placed on entrances and exits to stop these evil spirits from getting into the house.
But it doesn't always work.
One of the scariest things that's ever happened to me, during a paranormal night, we usually have a break about 11:30, and we came down, and I usually go outside for a bit of a breath of fresh air, have a coffee and whatever, and I put my cup of coffee onto the windowsill, and this thing, entity, spirit, whatever you want to call it, grabbed me in the throat and actually pinned me to the wall. And there were several people outside there that seen this and were quite sort of terrified, as was I, quite disturbed. It was at that point I thought, I'm completely crazy to even do this, so I'm going to pack it in. I'm not doing nothing with paranormal again. It did sort of freak me out for a short while. But then I thought, no, that's stupid of me because it's something I enjoy. The spirits obviously like interacting with us, and I wanted to come back for more.
And Marcus is not alone. Many ghost hunters cannot wait to return to Plas, all hoping to capture something truly incredible. Plas in Flintshire, North Wales, has stood since 1610. The Jacobean house is full of supernatural energy, and in the twin poster bedroom, there is something truly magical.
We had a medium that came to the house several years ago, and she said that there's a large spiritual vortex built up at the side of this wardrobe.
It's all theoretical, but a spiritual vortex is similar to an interdimensional portal. So often psychics, mediums are able to see these vortexes as kind of swirling mists or spiraling forms of energy. Sometimes they're also seen as shimmering parts of the building.
A spiritual vortex is thought to be a kind of place of force or power that's created through the convergence of ley lines, which people believe are sort of channels of power or energy that aren't necessarily discernible to the eye. And so in the spiritual vortex you would get an area of heightened power, supposedly, that might be a gateway or a portal into another dimension, or enable people to become more sensitive to seeing spirits, that kind of thing.
Are these vortexes the same as interdimensional jumps? Are spirits able to communicate with us by coming through these? Who knows?
The spiritual vortex may be the reason why two child ghosts who predate the building have appeared in the twin bedroom.
Jack and Emily weren't actually from Plas. They were part of the Ethel family who lived in the previous house to Plas, and they've obviously taken a like to the house, and their spiritual energies have stayed.
We often hear ghost stories involving children as ghosts or spirits of children. And this is, I think, mainly to do with the fact that the idea that a child would somehow be left alone, to sort of haunt an area, or that just the sheer fact that a child had died, prematurely, there's something very tragic about that. So it's often something that's very emotionally compelling as a story.
Marcus has been fortunate enough to make contact with the spirit of Emily.
I've encountered her on a couple of occasions. I've actually seen her. She was supposed to have been, or they were supposed to have been, murdered by their father, who smothered them in the bed. And obviously the spirits are still terrified of him. It was later discovered on several Ouija board sessions that we've done. It was the mother that had actually killed them, and the father took the blame.
If they hold the grudge against their father, if they blamed their father for their deaths, then they will still blame their father in death because that's what had happened when they obviously passed away. I think it was their mother who actually killed them, but they wouldn't have held any grudge against their mother because they would have always believed that it was their father who killed them.
Because it's him that's coming through quite regularly, and he seems to be, for want of a better word, protecting them, or trying to protect them. I think they don't quite know who to be scared of, whether it's the mother or the father, but they're basically scared of them both because he'd obviously covered up what the mother had done to protect her, and that's basically why I think that they are scared of him as well as her.
Marcus will never forget the day he made physical contact with Emily.
This is the twin bedroom, and this is where Jack and Emily mainly haunt, obviously because Cornelia's got it decorated in a child-friendly manner, so they've taken a particular shine to this room. And this is the room that I actually saw Emily in for the first time. She was stood by the bed here, and I was sat on the floor in front of the door just there, and there was a group sat roughly in front of the fireplace, and her father entered the room through the wall at the end of that bed, and she came running across to me, and she actually sat on my knee. The best way I can explain it is like having a helium balloon on your knee. You know it's there, but there's no weight or substance to it, and it was an absolutely amazing experience, absolutely wonderful.
Child spirits are just as they are in real life. They just want to have fun. They want to play. They don't want somebody that, asks them, what year did you die? Do you know, where you are? Are you missing your mom? The child spirits are friendly. They like engaging with the paranormal seekers. They have fun with that.
Paranormal investigator Paul Rowland has been trying to capture the child ghosts on camera using some high-tech equipment.
I've been working for several generations of equipment using blue, ultraviolet and pink light, and it's a different wavelength, a different colour. And the ultraviolet in particular is a much stronger form of light, although it's less visible to our eyes. And this particular unit, it pulses the light at a rotating frequency. It gives me greater detail. Whenever I capture something, there's more detail there to look at.
You can pick up sounds, and there's frequencies that you can pick up that are inaudible to the human ear. There's quite a bit of equipment that is set up on paranormal nights.
And I've had more results since I've started using this equipment than a lot of people get over the years.
Armed with his high-tech camera, Paul came to Plas determined to capture some evidence of paranormal activity.
Well, it was one of the public paranormal nights, and I would have spent some time with the groups in one of the rooms, almost certainly in the twin poster. And as they go down for a break, I decide to stay up here on my own, set up my camera and digital lighting system, and randomly take photographs. On that particular night, I got a laser pointer with me, and I just wanted to doodle and make laser art on the statues and the corridor behind me. So I took many photos with a red laser pointer scribbling on the statues, and I didn't notice straight away. It was only when I got back downstairs on several of the pictures there were anomalies, i.e. grey, misty figures. But you have to bear in mind, I was the only living person up here at the time. There was no one else with me, and nothing to account for how these misty objects or figures had appeared. So it was only later reviewing the pictures that I realised I'd caught something unusual.
Paul appears to be using a full spectrum camera. Now this takes photographs using infrared and ultraviolet light in order to see what we can't see with our naked eye. So it allows more light in and visible light so that we can see any spirits that may be lurking in that vicinity.
The incredible pictures were exactly what Paul had dreamt about capturing.
I called it the Plas Ghost Child, but probably about this high. And I believe it had come out from the room here and walked. There's a series of photographs where it had walked across the front of the camera. The most interesting one, I think the figure was standing about there, probably looking at me, wondering what I was doing. But the reason I think that the spirit appeared was it was curious about my laser pointer. And my frame of mind at the time was not of fear or anything to worry about. I was literally just playing and enjoying myself. And I think that is the connection that drew the child out of the room.
4 years later, Paul returned to Wales, determined to find out more about the Plas ghost child.
The second one was actually 4 years apart, and the figure looks a little bit different, but it's the same height. So I believe it's probably the same spirit of a child, or the other child. There's supposed to be 2 children associated with the twin poster room here.
I think it's amazing that Paul managed to capture the same anomaly twice over 2 different years outside the same bedroom. Now this could well be a child's spirit forming, and the reason for that is because children like to interact. They're playful, they want to try and get attention, and especially from adult figures.
If you're getting the same spirit in the same spot, there's obviously something a moment captured and printed in time there, because that moment keeps playing over and over and over and over and over again. So, every day at 6 o'clock, you're going to be able to stand there and maybe get the same picture that somebody else took.
I think it's just literally being inquisitive. The more you can make yourself curious to a ghost or a spirit, the more likely you are to have an encounter. If you sit in a room in the dark, all hunched up and quiet and frightened, not quite going to be the same level of interest to a ghost or a spirit. But if you're doing something more creative, or you're asking the right questions, you're more likely to get a response.
During the 17th century, Plas was not just a family home. It was used by travelling judges to try local criminals.
The day room, for the family, this would have been just basically chill out sort of room, our living room as you like today. But it was also used by Judge Jeffries, and he held court in this room on several occasions. He was a travelling judge, so we had several big houses like this with rooms set aside from which he'd carry out his court cases.
Guilty criminals would be hanged in the Indian bedroom. However, it's not their spirits that have returned to Plas, but in fact, Judge Jeffries himself.
The judge has been seen on a couple of occasions. There was one occasion in this room where he was said to have attacked a member of the public. She was quite terrified. She was on the floor and we had to get her out, calmed her down, and she wouldn't take part in the rest of the night, and she just went home, and she wouldn't have nothing to do with it. She was in a complete and utter state. She was absolutely terrified by him.
Marcus has never actually seen the judge himself, but on one October night, he captured something truly unexplainable in the cottage on the grounds of Plas.
I wasn't aware of any spiritual activity next door, and it was last Halloween night I came down just to keep a check on Cornelia, really, and make sure that she was safe. And I went outside, just walking around the grounds till sort of midnight, and I was just taking photos with my phone, and took one through the cottage window, or took several actually, and in one of the photos there is a man sitting in the chair, and it's absolutely awesome because the photo that I'd taken previously, there was nothing at all in the chair.
It's ghosts like the old man in the chair that makes Plas such an exciting destination for paranormal enthusiasts from around the globe. Built in 1610, Plas in North Wales was commissioned by Sir John Trevor I. It was his great-great-grandson, Sir John Trevor V, who became the last direct descendant to live in the Jacobean mansion. He and his wife Elizabeth both died childless in 1742.
There is quite a bit of bad energy about him, sort of thing. He had discovered his wife was having an affair. He then got quite nasty about that, and he became depressed. He started drinking heavily. He decided one day that he was going to kill himself, so he tacked the horse up and he rode it at some speed across the ground, straight into a tree, killed the horse outright and severely injured himself, and he was taken to the Regency bedroom, where he spent several weeks in severe agony, and he contracted several infections, and he died of his injuries about 3 or 4 weeks later. And that's why his residual energy is so strong. And we believe he's one of the more negative spirits in the house.
The reported sightings of angry spirits is again a sort of common element of ghost stories or stories of hauntings. And this comes from what had happened to the person shortly before they died, or something that would have been related to the manner in which they died.
If you die tragically and you have all this stuff on your mind and you are grief-stricken, that's not going to be you being calm and peaceful. You're not just going to cross over it. There's some stuff that you have to work out before I believe you could get to that step. So I believe that's why he's very predominant on the land.
But this story has a macabre twist. Before killing himself, Sir John Trevor V had murdered his wife Elizabeth in a fit of jealous rage.
She was found in a pool of blood in this room, and it said that he actually had her murdered and got rid of because he got this depression and he got so low. And occasionally she will throw that mirror back against the wall in distaste of the people that come into the room. Now, it could be said that floorboards are moving the mirror, but we're moving the floorboards now, the mirror's not moving, and occasionally that mirror has come back on itself, which is absolutely impossible.
Paranormal investigator Mike Gibson has experienced the mysterious moving mirror firsthand.
When we come into the Regency bathroom, we was with a member of the public, and we could hear a running tap over near the sink. So I get up to have a look if the sink was running, and it was. And I called out and said, if any spirits in here, if you don't want us in here, could you make yourself known? As I said that, this mirror here slammed forward and then slammed back proper aggressively. And as it did that, we got up and left the room.
Mike is certain that it was Elizabeth, the wife of Sir John Trevor V.
I think he was quite an aggressive spirit when he comes through, and he is quite strong in that room. And I think his wife haunts this bathroom, and I think that's where the connection of she doesn't like men being in here. And I think that's why we got an aggressive reaction, really.
Spirits do hold grudges. There are accounts and reports worldwide of vengeful spirits, those spirits that are trying to get revenge on the person that's living. And that might be because they were murdered, they were persecuted, they were bullied in their lifetime. And these spirits are there set on causing harm and suffering to those that are still living.
The spirit of Sir John has also been threatening to others.
He has taken a complete and utter dislike to me and Jean. He has said unspeakable things. I can't speak about them on camera, obviously, because some of them are swear words, but he said he'd like to hang us and see our demise. Some of the things he's come out with on the boards is quite scary.
Marcus has a theory behind the bad energy.
It's probably feels threatened by us, whether I'm taller than him and Jean's more domineering than he would have been. And that's basically why I think he's taken a particular dislike to us.
Sir John Trevor V remains one of the most terrifying spirits at Plas.
We've never seen him, never actually seen the spirit. We've contacted through the Ouija board and table tipping sessions, and there's a big table up in the parrot room, and when he gets that table moving, it's a really heavy table. It's quite a lump of wood, and it's lifted completely off the floor. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's so exciting, and to see this big lump of a table levitate sort of a foot off the floor when people have only got their hands on the top, there's no devices or anything that could lift it underneath. Oh, it's awesome, absolutely fantastic.
Ghost hunter Jean Gibson has been co-hosting Paranormal Evenings at Plas for 7 years. She has borne witness to many of the spirits that have appeared in the 17th century mansion.
To be honest, the time I feel scared is when I'm on my own. I'm okay when I'm with the public because I've got to try and be brave, but it doesn't always happen. But when I have to go back into the room to get the equipment, like the spirit boards or things like that, you just got that horrible eerie feeling that they're just watching you and you just want to get out that room. Or you can see like a dark shadow. So you think, was it or wasn't it? You know, is your imagination getting the better of you? It can be quite eerie.
On the Jacobean staircase at Plas, Jean saw something that took her breath away.
The one that most particularly sticks in my mind is when I saw a lady walking up on this stair. Now, we never saw this lady again. She wasn't with the group. She wasn't anyone visiting Cornelia, so who was she? You know, and a few people have said they've sighted a lady they'll describe as Spanish. She did have lovely black hair.
I would say that the woman on the staircase would still be there from whatever happened to her. That's keeping her there, whether she fell, whether she was murdered, whether her body was never found, whether it was a place she loved. But there's many different reasons why a spirit would stay at a place.
It was a case of just looking, and because to me, she was just like looking at you, you know, she was solid. So I sort of just looked, never thought anything of it.
The mysterious dark-haired lady seems to be a direct projection from the bricks and mortar at Plas.
Now, nobody knows who she is or why she's there, and she doesn't seem to interact with anybody. There are two different types of spirits, intelligent and residual. But these intelligent spirits are actual spirits that are able to interact and communicate with the living, whereas a residual energy is more like an echo of the past, a playback of past events. It's likely that she's a residual energy. She's a ghost that is there because she's attached to the building. It might well be a member of the Trevor family.
Jean will never forget seeing this fascinating apparition.
I wasn't scared because, to me, I just sort of looked, saw this nice young lady walking up the stairs. Part of me now just wish, if I could go back now, I'd love to have followed her because we never saw her again. Is it the same lady that other people have seen? It's a bit of a mystery.
Plas continues to be an important part of British history and an intriguing location for ghost hunters.
Every time I come, it's like the first time I'm coming. Just the unique atmosphere. It's not like a National Trust building or another house that's open to the public. It's not roped off. It's all access all areas basically. It's just so unique. I would say about 90% of the people that come here get the feeling. The Plas feeling, I call it, and it's that sort of butterflies in the stomach and that excitement, and it's really exciting.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen, because you never know who's watching. when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a medieval castle once home to a bloodthirsty clan.
If you've got people being thrown into dungeons, you imagine the actual emotional anxiety that they're going to go through. It would obviously have a massive effect on the energy levels that are absorbed within the fabric of the building.
Murder and torture were a daily occurrence in the aptly named Bloody Chapel.
The O'Carrolls invited McMahons back here to be paid, and they held a banquet up in the Bloody Chapel. But when they got them up there, they poisoned all 29 of them.
Many of those unholy characters still haunt this historic stronghold.
What happened to me here is something that I'll never forget. It's scared me that how much power they can have over you.
In the Irish county of Offaly stands an imperious fortress. Once home to a family of brutal warriors, the building is now inhabited by a bevy of terrifying ghosts. Tales of bloodshed and slaughter, Leap Castle wouldn't look out of place in a Hollywood fantasy world. But the stories of death and torture here are very much real. Sean Ryan has owned this medieval stronghold for over 25 years.
We were just lucky. It came up at a time when there was nobody interested in it. It was very cheap. I had loads of energy, and I just fancied having a go at it. And that's how it came about. But we're delighted we did. We loved the place.
During his time at Leap, Sean has learned to live with his ghostly lodgers.
There are lots of spirits in the house. They don't interfere with us or make life difficult. They let us know they're here. And we live alongside that.
Sean often hosts paranormal evenings for ghost hunters from around the world. Warren Coates from Northern Ireland makes regular visits from across the Irish border.
It took a bit of persuasion to get him to allow us into the castle, but obviously Sean, being the gentleman that he is, let us in. And right from the word go, there was just things happening. It was like getting a cloak of energy just put around you as soon as you come down into it. About a couple of weeks after that, there was myself and another 2 group members came down, and up in the chapel at the top, we had stones thrown at us. And again, to us, it was just trying to draw attention. You know, people sort of freak out and think, oh, there's something trying to possess us or trying to harm us. Things they got are normally the spirit, just trying to draw attention.
Warren works alongside fellow paranormal enthusiast Neil McMenamin.
First time I was overwhelmed because it's such a big hype for this building and you're so excited and you're expecting so much. But it took 2 or 3 goes in this building before I got what I wanted, what I got out of it.
Neil and Warren have captured many EVPs during their investigations at Leap Castle.
EVP stands for electronic voice phenomena. It's a way of capturing ghost voices or disembodied voices, normally using a digital audio recorder or a cassette recorder.
Please make a noise for us now. Oh, God.
I've been to tons of locations and things happen. You hear noises, you hear bangs, doors close, multiple different things happen. This place affects you emotionally, so I don't know how to explain that. I can explain all the other ones, but here just messes with your brain.
Please make a noise for us now. Oh, God.
And I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how to protect myself from being that way, because it did scare me.
The small stronghold in County Offaly, Ireland, has stood proudly for at least 600 years.
Leap Castle is located right in the sort of heart of Ireland, the Irish countryside, and was apparently built sometime between the 13th and the 14th century. And quite early on had come into the ownership of the O'Carroll clan, who were a notorious clan of the area who supposedly had kept a very sort of bloodthirsty reign of power over the castle.
They didn't emerge down here really as a clan. They did so up where the border now is with the north. But way back in the 9th century, they were so troublesome, they were driven out and they moved down through Ireland. Eventually came on this country, which was ruled by a clan known as the O'Bannons. But the O'Carrolls very quickly took over, and the O'Bannons became like a sub-tribe of theirs and lived back on the Slieve Mountains.
The fearsome O'Carroll clan remained at Leap until 1659.
Then at some point it came into the hands of the Derby family sometime in the 1600s. And there's one woman of the Derby family who apparently brought evidence of potential hauntings at the castle to the public attention.
The Derbys lived here then until 1922. It was bought and sold then many times during the 1900s until it came up again in 1991. And that's when then we, in probably a little fit of madness, decided we'd buy it. Early 94 then I started the restoration, albeit I've slowed down a little bit now because the madness is over. But we have enough space to live, so that's fine for us.
Under Sean's stewardship, Leap Castle has thrived.
The history alone, places like this need to be kept and restored, and it's good with the paranormal world because it keeps, see like the money produced like doing events now here, that brings in a ton of money that we can use to restore. Then we help Sean restore the building and keeps it up to date and stuff and all, and keeps more people visiting from all around the world because this building is known all around the world. It's just an amazing building in general, so it is.
It was the history alone that first persuaded paranormal investigator Ray Mullen to visit Leap.
The very first time I came here, we actually came on a day trip. You know, we just came to have a look at the castle, and we actually were staying in a near castle, Kinnity Castle, and we were really intrigued by it. There was like a feeling as you walk in that door. And we decided we'd like to stay the night here, you know. So we had the group set up at that stage. So we said, okay, we'll give it a go and see what it's like. And the very first time we stayed here, we were scared because we'd heard so much about the castle. There was a few things happened that we couldn't explain, noises and stuff that we were amazed by.
Certainly we have had smells up in the gallery room upstairs where a real strong sort of disgusting smell would have wafted across, and then a split second later the smell's gone, you know, and you also get that drop in temperature.
Many believe that activity like this is all down to an unworldly inhabitant of Leap Castle.
Elementals are what I would class as low-level entities, basically. They're not human, they've never been human, they've never walked the earth as a human, hence why the elemental name is given. The elemental that's supposedly in Leap Castle is classed as a figure, but it's also accompanied by the smell of rotting flesh, and people say that this is more of a demonic entity within Leap Castle rather than, obviously, a positive energy.
Now, it sounds horrific and all that, and it was written about by eminent people at the time who stayed here and experienced it, and I'd have no cause to doubt them.
Stories of the elemental date back centuries.
Elementals are very common in folklore, particularly in sort of Irish folkloric mythology. Talk of fairies and the creatures of the country and hidden realms. We sort of see them cross into ghost stories because they have properties that what we think of as traditional ghosts might share, and you know, some people have even suggested that what we take to be a ghost is actually an elemental. That's sort of a whole different thing in itself.
I believe that they reside on a different plane than us, within our plane, but not to where we could see them or be a part of their world. And from what I know of elementals, the one in Leap Castle was conjured, was brought through in a negative way to do negative things.
One group of ghost hunters decided to fight negativity with negativity at Leap Castle and captured a disembodied voice on camera.
Right, this is your place, you're supposed to be the boss here. Seems like you're getting your face licked here, man, just like...
In this particular audio recording, you can hear a clear no response. Now, the investigator is provoking and trying to get the spirit to interact, communicate and respond, but the response is quite clear and it's whispered, and there is a definite no there.
I've seen it be used as a tactic to try to provoke spirit to get them to communicate with you, but I really just think it pisses off the spirit. I mean, I'm sure you get what you're looking for in terms of provoking the spirit, but I think it's a very dangerous game to play, but I guess it works for some people.
Anger and negativity are two strong feelings that run deep at Leap Castle. Years of bloodshed and torture have left a legacy of tyrannical spirits. Leap Castle in the rural Irish county of Offaly has dominated the picturesque landscape for 600 years. The family most synonymous with this stronghold is the brutish O'Carroll clan, who defended the land around them by any means necessary throughout the 16th century. One particular story from 1592 reads like a plotline from a Hollywood fantasy drama. The O'Carrolls hired a neighbouring tribe, the McMahons, to act as mercenaries for them. After helping the O'Carrolls train for battle, a feast was planned to celebrate.
So they invited McMahons back here to be paid, and they held a banquet up in the bloody chapel for them. But when they got them up there, they poisoned all 29 of them. They poisoned their wine. The experts would say the only reason is they didn't want to pay them. There is an account written by a Father Gleason saying that on the night then they went crazy because they started cutting the heads off the McMahons and they kicked them out the windows at the top and made footballs out of them around the barn.
The bloody chapel has been known to leave a lasting impression on visiting ghost hunters.
I've been here 4 times, so I have, and it's an amazing location, so it is. It affects your emotions, something shocking. It is a total different feeling. It's hard to explain, but it wipes you, it exhausts you, it's tiring. It's enjoyable, it's an amazing location.
It's only when you're here on your own, at night time, when things generally happen. Some people say it's ridiculous, it only happens at night time. It's just, I think the reason for that is because you're on your own, there's not many distractions going on.
Warren Coates remembers spending the night in the chapel.
We walked into the chapel, and over at the far side, just when you turn, you walk into the actual chapel itself. There's a doorway at the left-hand side of it. And I was aware of a figure standing in the doorway, but I suppose in my naivety, I thought it was like a dummy or something that had Sean had set up just for added sort of fear factor. We walked into the room, sat the stuff down, I looked over and the figure was gone. And I never said anything to one of the other group members. I could have sworn there was somebody standing, there was a man standing over there. And we thought it was Sean's wife or his daughter, and then we found out there was nobody down here. We actually went into that room and there was nobody at all there. But I say, you'll be standing here and you hear the noises, you hear the doors rattling, you hear the chairs rattling on the stone flaggings, and you hear the footsteps up above as well.
Warren's fellow paranormal team member, Neil McMenamin, had a terrifying experience in the unholy chapel.
I don't know why I went off my own, but I just went off for a wee walk. So I just had a wee look around, and I worked my way up the bloody chapel, and everyone's downstairs having fun, eating, all chilling out. And I got upstairs and I came in here, and I remember, I think it was nearly an hour went by and no one came looking for me. I didn't even notice I was gone, and it was just getting dark, so it was. I was just standing and just looking about, and there was black shadows floating about here and there, kept outside my eyes, kept catching them. So I did, and I was calling out, something overcame me. I sort of worked my way towards the window. Something was telling me, I'll be okay if I jump. I'll be okay. I know it sounds a bit crazy, so it does, but I must have been standing there for a good 20 minutes, looking, thinking I could squeeze through that window and looking down at the forest below. Someone was telling me, you'll be fine. You're not going to get hurt. You're going to jump. It'll be 100% fine. Nothing's going to happen to you. And lucky enough, one of the other staff members came up the stairs and called me, and I just snapped out of it. So I did whatever I was in, and it sort of freaked me out. It's terrified me of this bloody chapel because I don't really want to down around here on my own. You know, if I'm ever up here again, I'll be up here with people.
So occasionally we might hear of a ghost sighting or an interaction with a ghost that involves the sensation of having been taken over by the spirit, or, you know, in a way possessed by the apparent spirit. And it's certainly not restricted to Leap Castle. It could be that something in all the history and the sort of the drama and emotion of these stories, and then being at the location, I think can sometimes sort of people can maybe embody something of that through the atmosphere of the building and the history.
I think if you're up here on your own, there's a good chance that you could have something that pushes you to do things you don't want to do.
Paranormal expert Jo Lockwood was also affected by something in the Bloody Chapel when she paid a visit to Leap Castle.
It's a gravel floor. You've got to really be careful where you're standing because one failed move, you would be out the window. And all of a sudden I felt a wave of emotion come over me, and it was like I was spinning on the inside of what I would perceive to be a vortex or a portal. And I felt like I was spinning round. And as I came to, I was stood right near the window, and one of the people who I was with actually said to me, "You need to come away from the window." So that leads me to then think maybe there was something there that was asking me to do something and I wasn't aware of it. It's a strange occurrence. It's not something that I want to repeat again, if I'm honest.
Lots of people are susceptible to spirits, and that means that they're able to be taken over by them, especially mediums or those with clairvoyant gifts. So sometimes mediums can channel spirits, but it's very rare for a person that doesn't practice that kind of spirituality to be taken over by a spirit. But when this happens, it's a sometimes scary and very, very dangerous thing.
Going into haunted locations, you come into contact with very powerful spirits that can make you feel the way that they're feeling. We're such sad spirits that make you feel the way that they're feeling. And there have been accounts of people being taken over by spirit. It's not a common thing, but I think it's more common to have a spirit project onto you what they're feeling. It makes more sense than being possessed. And being in such a place of such destruction and terror and torment and torture, definitely makes sense that you'd walk in there and you would feel everything that those people felt going through what they did at that building and that location.
Neil will never forget the power of the spirit in the Bloody Chapel.
Scary how spirits can actually control you and do stuff to you that you don't think. I thought I was no way in hell. I think I'm stronger than them. Do you know what I mean? I never thought they would have as much power on me.
Leap Castle is synonymous with bloodshed, but not all the ghosts at the medieval stronghold are linked to its brutal past.
Emily and Charlotte are two child spirits that are often seen and heard playing at Leap Castle. Both their spirits have been seen playing on the staircase, and it's reported that Emily's scream has been heard as she's fallen from the battlements.
Paranormal investigators believe that Emily fell to her death around the turn of the 17th century.
Lots of people would see a rope ladder because where she got up to fall, she had to go up on a rope ladder. And quite a lot of people who are touched with things see that rope ladder. Now what we experience is we hear a scream We think it could be the scream of her falling. We're not sure. I mean, we can't be 100% sure. But it's the only thing that raises the goosebumps, you know, when we hear that scream. And it's really short. It cuts off like a knife.
Although Emily can be heard falling, it's her companion Charlotte who appears to be suffering an injury.
They're always together. And she has a very badly deformed right leg. It's almost completely turned backwards. And she hobbles around after Emily.
So it makes sense that their spirits would still remain there, because if my brother, my sister, something bad happened to them and I couldn't find them on the other side and they were where they passed away, I would stay with them, just to be together.
Although not much is known about the history of the two children, it's not uncommon to have young spirits inhabiting a haunted building.
There are so many reports from paranormal investigators and eyewitnesses of children being seen and heard playing in various locations across the world. It's common for spirits to stick around in their place of death because of the torture and the torment and the traumatic circumstances that these spirits would have died in.
There's something uniquely tragic about the idea of a child having lost its life, even a child being murdered, and then this sort of sense of them being left alone to haunt a place and being trapped there. I think that plays on all of our emotions.
Child spirits tend to be more mischievous, so you may tend to find that child spirits are more stuck in people's minds because they like to pull things, they like to mess with people's hair, they like to tap you, and things like that, which is intelligence, especially for a child spirit.
Emily and Charlotte are often seen alongside another spirit known as the governess.
We might often hear as well stories of how they're supposedly being looked after by a governess figure or a nanny or some sort of caretaker. And I think that sort of emerges from this idea of the tragic notion that a child is somehow being left behind by their parents. And it's comforting to think that they're actually being looked after by somebody.
She's always around when the two girls are around. But she touches off people. It's like somebody passing you and kind of brushing off you. A lot of our visitors now experience that.
So even in death, if they're intelligent spirits, she would still be looking after them because that was her job in life. So she would still continue to do that in death.
But not all the ghosts at Leap Castle are quite so shy and retiring. Some of them are ready and willing to make themselves heard.
Eat.
County Offaly in Ireland is home to one of the most haunted historic structures in the world, Leap Castle. Ghost hunters regularly make the journey to this rural location in the hope of experiencing the unexplainable.
It's an amazing place. There's definitely something here. Because of the bad past that Leap would have had, maybe it's because so many people have died in Leap Castle that maybe that's the reason. But it's hard to really put your finger on it.
A lot of stuff's happened here, a lot of history. Nearly every person that's came here has been affected in some sort of way.
Ghost hunter Warren Coates has been passionate about the paranormal from a young age.
So I've always had the interest, but I went, this is rubbish, you know, there's no such thing. Went out to try and disprove it wrong, and went to a couple of sort of local, supposedly haunted locations, and changed completely. Witnessed stuff that just could not put away as natural occurrences. Looked at all the possibilities and was left with one thing, it was the paranormal. So since that, I've been a believer.
Eventually, Warren's curiosity led him to Leap.
The first time I came here was around 20 years ago. Long before Leap Castle now is known as one of the most haunted castles in Europe.
During one of his many visits, Warren captured something out of the ordinary.
One of the photographs we have is actually a couple of group members were up in the room with the balconies in where the elementals are supposed to be seen. And one of the group members was actually looking in the mirror, and I was standing at the far side of the table and I took a photograph. A lot of people say that it looks like a face looking back at them.
Could this be the face of one of the many men who lost their lives at Leap Castle?
If you've got people being thrown into dungeons who are going to be left there, you imagine the actual emotional anxiety that they're going to go through, it would obviously have a massive effect on the energy levels that are absorbed within the fabric of the building.
I would say that it's common for a spirit to stick around where they passed on due to it being so abrupt or so horrific that they don't know they're dead. They feel like they can't move on. It really goes back to the story of the spirit and what happened to them.
The bloody history of Leap Castle attracts ghost hunters from far and wide. Ray Mullen and his paranormal team are based in Dublin, but they often travel the 90-mile journey just to carry out investigations here.
We've come to Leap so many times. We've had voices on clips which we just can't explain. It just doesn't make sense.
Ray works alongside his paranormal teammate, Derek Johnston.
I think it's just the history of the bloody chapel that gives this place its reputation and tends all the groups need to come and visit. I just keep it drawn back to the place.
Ray and Derek have perfected a way of capturing the spirits at Leap.
What we do is we set up some cameras, we set up EVPs, and we just talk to see is there anything there and if we get any answers. Most of the time, you'd be talking away, having a general chat, and you just hear a voice and maybe in the background when you're listening back. And it's when you least expect it.
There was two of the lads out in the balcony where John grows the grapes, and we were setting up the cameras on the inside. And I was shouting out to Stephen, who's there with us as well, how to hire and lower the cameras. And then we got this EVP that something said, it, and then a laugh, or it could be eat, and a laugh.
Eat.
Derek would listen to a lot of footage. He spends so many hours. It takes a lot of dedication. He sits down, he goes through all the tapes, and you'd get a phone call from Derek to say, I've just heard something I really need you to listen to. This particular clip, there was no female there that night. We're just setting up equipment, and it's like you can hear a female voice. It's like as if she's been watching or something, you know, in the background while we're setting up the equipment.
Eat.
It's saying eat, and laughing in like this malevolent, nasty laugh. Sounds like a clear EVP. I would definitely rank that high on the EVP scale.
EVPs like this still excite a seasoned investigator like Derek.
The hair stand up on your neck, to be honest. Because I'm a skeptic as well, so I don't usually believe in all this stuff, but I can't explain it.
Not all spirits know we're here. Some of them are intelligent, some of them are just residual. So those intelligent spirits are able to see us and perhaps interact and communicate with us. But these residual energies, these ghosts, are just moving around their kind of everyday world. They aren't able to see us, they aren't able to hear us or interact with us, but we might well see them or get a glimpse of them in their own world.
On the very same night, Derek kept his recorder rolling.
Shortly after that then, there was another EVP. Within the 3 minutes of that clip, there's another one near the end of it. It's a very faint voice, you probably need earphones to hear it, but it sounds like I had to go past Jesus Christ, or something like that.
In this audio recording, you can hear what sounds like a male voice, and it says something like, I had to go past Jesus Christ. It's definitely a sentence, it's definitely a male voice that's speaking, just as the door is squeaking open.
Sometimes you get something that you're like, what was that? We're gonna have to break that down and, amplify that so I can hear it. And then you have EVPs that are clear as day as this one, that you can hear exactly what they're saying, and I say that's a damn good EVP.
It was a fantastic capture for Derek and Ray.
It used to scare us, this is really, really strange, But now, you sort of get used to it. We wouldn't have had a huge amount of times it's happened. But when it does happen, there is no explanation for it. Where did the voice come from? There must be something. So there's something in there that says there is something,
Capturing intelligent spirits on tape can be extremely difficult, and often the responses they give are seemingly random. Is it possible that they're not even aware that they're being contacted?
I don't think it's that they don't know. I think it's that they don't care to know. I believe the afterlife is very much what you perceive it to be, what you want it to be. But as I've come to know is they're aware of time, but they're in a timeless place. So how aware of time can they be? So they know that we're there and that we're, still living and on the other side, but I don't think they're like, oh, it's 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Gotta hurry up, it's getting dark outside. I don't think they're aware like that.
Leap Castle has stood in the Irish countryside for almost 600 years, so it's no surprise that there are numerous stories of paranormal occurrences within.
There are reports of an old man seen sat in the fireplace at Leap Castle, but only the top portion of his body is seen. Now, he could well be a residual of energy, a ghost, but the reason why he's only this part of his body is seen is because the floor might be a different level than it was back in the day. So what you're seeing isn't really there, but the building has changed and the structure of the room has changed so much that we're only seeing this portion of his body.
When Jo Lockwood visited Leap, she felt the presence of this mysterious man.
I was sat in the fireplace because it was really, really cold when we went there. Leap Castle is situated quite far back and it's quite high up. And once I was in there, it was very, very cold because it's all stone. And I was actually drawn to a seat, and I actually asked the gentleman who actually owns the castle, I said, is there a gentleman who sits here? And he said, yeah, you're right.
It's hard to pin him down to a time, because we don't know how he's clad or anything. But he doesn't seem to be aware of us. He often sits just here in this corner. He seems to be staring out that window there and doesn't seem to be aware of us at all.
There are many theories about why the apparition of the elderly man is not complete.
I don't know why only half of his body shows up. I don't know if that's the imprint in time or if he had no legs or if that's how spirit comes across. But I would count it as residual energy because he's seen at the same place every time in front of the fireplace. He really doesn't try to communicate with anybody. He really doesn't say anything. He's just seen. So I would say he's residual energy. That was a prominent place, an important place to this gentleman. That was his time in front of his fireplace.
When we hear of ghosts that are disembodied and only partially visible, people tend to think of this as representing one of two things, which is either that when they originally existed, the place that they sat on or where they used to walk was sort of below where it is now. You can't sort of see below the floor, so that might be one explanation. Another being that if it's a residual ghost, whatever's keeping it here is starting to wear out over time and it's sort of vanishing.
With such a vast treasure trove of spirits, it's no surprise that Leap Castle continues to excite paranormal experts from far and wide. Leap Castle is one of the most haunted locations in Ireland. A history of bloodshed and torture has left a whole host of paranormal energy within the building.
I suppose we kind of want to associate spirits with places like Leap Castle because of their sort of quite dark and mysterious and sort of traumatic history. It sort of really captures the imagination of what we associate the haunted place to be.
In the castle's most notorious room, the Bloody Chapel, the apparition of Father Thaddeus O'Carroll has been seen on many occasions.
It's quite common for the spirit of monks or priests to be seen haunting locations. In this particular case at Leb Castle, the priest was murdered by his own brother in the bloody chapel.
Thaddeus was one of the members of the barbaric O'Carroll clan who once ruled over Lep Castle. Unlike in so many tribes, the leadership did not pass down to the son of the chieftain. Instead, the elders would select a short list of candidates and decide between them. When Mulrooney O'Carroll died in 1592, Thaddeus and his brother Tig were in line to take over.
Two of them were up for chieftaincy at the time, and one of them, Thaddeus, was a priest. Tig was the other one. Thaddeus started a mass one Sunday before Tig arrived, and Tig reckoned it was the worst insult ever paid him, and he killed him. But of course he was getting rid of the opposition, and he did, and he became chieftain.
Paranormal experts believe that Thaddeus still roams the chapel in search of revenge.
As in Japanese folklore, the sort of spirit is known as a reikon, and you can actually get a very specific ghost called a yurei. So a yurei is a ghost made specifically because the spirit was created through a violent act. And so in that moment of violence or heightened emotion, the spirit transforms into a ghost called a yurei, which then will come back to haunt whoever they consider responsible for their death or creating that moment.
But with Thaddeus being a holy man, it's possible that he's not out for vengeance and perhaps just wanders through the chapel he once called home.
So his ghost still remains there, which makes sense because he might be protecting it. He may be trying to warn people to not go there if it's a bad place, if it's a dark place, because there's just a lot of heavy darkness surrounded around that energy. So maybe the priest is sticking around to bring light and love and to maybe keep the darkness at bay, like a protector, like there to protect and oversee and make sure that there is peace brought to the land. I don't think he's stuck. I think he's there at his own will to do good.
While searching for Thaddeus, paranormal investigator Warren Coates saw the apparition of another religious figure in the chapel.
There was one, there's an oldish man. We've seen a couple of caves up there, and it looks like a stereotypical monk that walks about, but he would sort of hide. If you're over at the far side where Liblade is, he sort of hides over in the background, and he would sort of stay there. And then when you walk away, it's as if he's following you throughout the castle, keeping an eye on just what you're doing.
We tend to hear a lot of stories about religious ghosts, or particularly in the United Kingdom and Ireland, ghosts of the Christian faith. We frequently hear of monks being sighted near religious locations or places that have been sanctified. And I guess the reason for this is that the association with the ascension to heaven, but only being possible once you've had a proper burial. So for any religious figure to have not been buried properly or to have been murdered, to have been killed unlawfully, would somehow disturb their spirit, and therefore that's why we might see them still hanging around these buildings.
Religious ghosts are actually quite common, and it might well be because they've died perhaps in such traumatic circumstances that there is this kind of comparison to their good, fulfilling life and the way they actually perished. So their spirits are trapped in this ether, in this plane.
You don't even have to be inside the bloody chapel to experience the ghosts within.
Across the valley, and they've rung us to say there's a light in the chapel again, but by the time we get the call and get up, it's gone, So we actually haven't seen it ourselves, but they do see it, and they ring us.
I've actually seen those lights firsthand. I went to Lep Castle back in June of 2016 and went along with two other paranormal investigators, and it was a little bit strange, to say the least.
Light anomalies have been seen in the Bloody Chapel quite frequently. Now this is common because spirits use energy, including light energy, to try and manifest and show themselves. There was a massacre that took place in the Bloody Chapel, that these spirit energies are still residing there, and they are trying to form into something and give themselves some kind of body to show themselves, and that light anomaly is quite a common occurrence.
We often hear reports when people talk about strange sightings, particularly possible ghosts or apparitions. You commonly hear stories also of strange lights being seen at the same time, or something glowing. It might happen at night time and there's not a light source around. So, the fact that this is something that happens at Lepp Castle apparently would be quite a common occurrence.
Lepp Castle is a fascinating place that constantly simmers with paranormal energy. It's no wonder that the people who visit feel so enchanted by the place.
What happened to me here is something that I'll never forget, and it's something that I don't really talk about because it's a bit of a touchy subject sort of thing, and it's scared me how much spirits can do, how much power they can have over you.
The castle itself is in good hands, and there's no reason why it couldn't stand for another 600 years.
What Sean's done here is amazing. When Sean took us over, it was just a shell, and he's done all the work, and that's why he is so accepted by the spirit energies that live here. But there's a history. If Lepp Castle had been knocked down years ago, there would have been a field here, it would have been somebody's big mansion house built here now, and the history would have been gone. The energies would have still been here, stories would have still been here, and all the folklore would have still been here. But once you lose place, I guess it's gone forever. You can certainly build a replica, but it's not good enough.
Even if it wasn't haunted, or even if it was nothing, whatever was going on here, it would still be an amazing building to come and visit, take photographs, bring your kids. It is an amazing building, so it is. It's really important to the haunted world.
It continues to be a passion project for Sean, who is maintaining the legacy and the legend of Lepp Castle.
I'd probably never finish it, unless I live till I'm 100 or something. That doesn't mean I won't stop. I've slowed down a good bit. The mad rush is over, but then we have enough space to live, and that's okay. But we're still working all the time at it.
Sean has done everything that he possibly could to keep the place going. He keeps the history of it alive. It's like when I come here, I try and imagine what it would have been like to live here maybe 600 years ago, and it would have been quite a different place. It's an amazing castle.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, nestled deep in the Essex countryside, is one of the UK government's best-kept secrets.
It's just a wooden building which looks very, very small, but as soon as you get past those doors, it is miles of underground tunnels and secret passageways.
A subterranean relic of the Cold War, the vast secret nuclear bunker at Kelvedon Hatch comes alive with the energy of the dead.
Kelvedon Bunker is, in my opinion, one of the world's most scariest places. It's teeming with different energies, everything from shadow people to full-bodied apparitions.
Buried 125 feet below the ground, only the brave managed to spend a night here.
It's a really creepy place, and it feels like you've been watched all the time, like you're not alone.
That chair's moving. That chair's moving.
Oh my God.
In the small village of Kelvedon Hatch in Essex, a quaint, unassuming cabin sits in the woods. But this is not an idyllic British cottage. Deep below the foundations lies one of the UK's best-kept secrets. For 40 years, Kelvedon Hatch was the location for the British government's secret nuclear bunker. With the threat of Cold War hanging over the country, there was a real worry that the USSR would launch a missile at any moment, aimed straight at the UK. Decommissioned by the Ministry of Defence in 1992, Kelvedon Hatch is now teeming with paranormal energy. The haunted bunker is owned and operated by Mike Parish, who has opened it up to the public as a tourist attraction.
Well, obviously, we've got a bunker in the middle of Essex because it's the London bunker. It was where some of central government would have come had there been an atomic war. It was built here because this is the furthest south that the Ice Age came. And so whereas the rest of the land around here is London clay, we've actually got free-draining soil. And so it happened to be nice free-draining soil on a hill, far enough away from London to be safe.
Originally built as an RAF defence base in 1952, as the Cold War heated up throughout the 60s, 70s and 80s, it became the unofficial safe house for the British government.
It took them a mere 7 months to build it, from start to finish, which was quite remarkable. It would take you that long now to get planning permission. But obviously there was a bit of a panic going on.
When you first come across the bunker, it presents itself like a small bungalow in a wooded area. But going inside, you soon find that there's a 100-yard tunnel leading you deeper and deeper into the hillside behind. The bunker underneath itself is actually 125 feet below the ground.
It was built to hold 600 people, but by the mid-80s, they'd whittled that down to 450.
The bunker remains frozen in time, still poised and ready to rescue officials and members of the public in its various rooms, including a dormitory and a sick bay.
There are so many different rooms in the nuclear bunker. All these rooms house different operational departments. There's also a BBC radio room that would be used in the event of a war to broadcast live from that particular location.
Once you're actually on the inside of Kelvedon Hatch, it's just a rabbit warren of tunnels. It is a huge place, and it's very easy for somebody to get lost on the inside of there, but the location is amazing for a paranormal investigation.
The bunker has fascinated paranormal experts for years, with reports of it being home to a whole host of spirits.
One of the explanations as to why the bunker might be haunted is that a burial ground was disturbed when they constructed it. And it's a very common sort of cultural trope that if anybody's body is not correctly buried or has been disturbed after it was buried, then it leads to a discomfort in later life.
They unearthed human remains. I would say that that is probably why they're experiencing the paranormal activity that they are. When you disrupt a gravesite, ancient or not, it's gonna riff the spirits that you're unearthing, and especially how you're dealing with their remains, which they weren't dealt with in a respectful manner. So I'm assuming spirit wouldn't be very happy with them.
Kelvedon Hatch also has reports of various other entities and demonic spirits that manifest themselves here due to the fact that people have conjured these spirits and have done Ouija boards and seances over many, many years.
I picked up on a number of people. There is a female there. She likes to sing and she likes to make herself known, and there's quite a lot of floral perfume as well that follows this lady about.
I've never myself experienced it. No ghost has looked me in the eye. So no, I haven't seen them, but lots of people who've come down here are quite genuine when they say they have seen something. And it's not for me to dispute that. It's just that I'm not on the same wavelength, obviously, or not prepared to admit them into my mind, but others perhaps are.
One ghost hunter who has spent more time at Kelvedon Hatch than most is Mickey Gokul. He stumbled upon the paranormal secrets of the Cold War relic completely by accident.
The secret nuclear bunker here at Kelvedon Hatch, for us, was a training ground, a place where we would take our paranormal investigators to get used to an environment, get used to the dark, no ambient sounds from outside. It meant that none of the equipment would be interfered with. For example, the what they call the ghost box. It uses radio frequencies, so we wouldn't experience the external radio frequencies, we would just experience whatever's happening inside. So for us, it's a training ground, but it proved to be more than that. I've been here 3 times with paranormal teams. On every single occasion, we've had some kind of activity.
Along with many of his own first-hand experiences, Mickey has heard all of the rumours, myths and legends that swirl around the bunker.
We hear so many stories, but certainly there's been reports of a lady that's been present as well. The rumours are that the lady was disturbed when this building was being constructed. Apparently the burial ground, which was in the area at the time, was disturbed, and she says to haunt and sometimes terrorise people that are here.
The restless spirit has been seen on many occasions by tourists and ghost hunters alike.
One of the ghosts that people have reported seeing at Kelvedon Hatch is known as the tall old lady, who presents as very elderly looking but also freakishly tall.
There have been reports by eyewitnesses of her moving around in the shadows of the former nuclear bunker.
I would have to say that she's there either trying to seek justice for herself or just make her presence known. Once you unearth human remains, and if you don't lay them properly to rest and have respect, because things do happen, some graves are unmarked, so on and so forth, spirit is affected by that. Just because you can't see things doesn't mean that they're not affected.
The unsettled woman is just one of a number of terrifying ghosts that keep many people away, but also send many people flocking to mysterious Kelvedon Hatch. In the village of Kelvedon Hatch in Essex, a clandestine bunker is hidden below the ground. The unused atomic fallout shelter now plays host to a bevy of spirits. But you'd never know it by looking at the unassuming entrance.
It's just a wooden building which looks very, very small, but as soon as you get past those doors, it is miles of underground tunnels and secret passageways. You will get lost inside there.
The entrance tunnel that leads down to the main bunker is haunted by one of the most often seen ghosts of Kelvedon.
There have been reports by many visitors to Kelvedon Bunker of seeing a woman in full military uniform, often as real as you and I. This female officer has also allegedly been telling people to get out, and she speaks to these people as clearly as we are now.
Many people who visit Kelvedon don't even get as far as the bunker, chased away by this fearsome woman. Keen ghost hunter Sadie Forth has first-hand experience of this.
We started off the night's investigation down here in the tunnel, and we walked up to the bottom of the tunnel behind me. It was me and my two lady friends, and we were the only people here in the bunker all night long. I got out my night vision camera to start filming to see if anything was here, and it looked like there was a figure at the other end of the tunnel. There, can you see that? Tall and dark.
Yeah.
With a face.
Yeah.
A dark silhouette, a shadow type figure, which was quite frightening to look at. And I zoomed in on the camera to see if it was still there, and it was. I'm not picking anything up on camera. I don't think I am anyway. And it was just really quite frightening, actually, to think that there was something watching us from the other end of the tunnel. We were here on our own.
So the sighting of the military woman is quite interesting in a sort of hauntological sense, which is this idea that there are futures that have been lost to us where things took a different path. The idea that maybe in another parallel universe, a Cold War did fully break out, or there was a nuclear war, and perhaps this woman exists in a different sort of space almost.
As Sadie and her friends ventured on through the tunnel, their night took another terrifying twist.
As we were sort of halfway through the tunnel, sort of near to this end, a lady's voice came through really scarily and told us to get out. But it wasn't a nice get out, it was a really frightening get out, which really terrified the living daylights out of all three of us, to the point where we did want to get out, but we were scared to get out because the only way out was past the voice that we'd heard come from this end of the tunnel. So we needed to find out where the voice had come from.
What's quite interesting about the reports of the military woman is that she talks directly to the people that have seen her, which would suggest that if she were dead, she doesn't know that she is, or that she's in fact alive but existing in a different sort of time and space to us. So she is very much not a ghost in the sense that she is the apparition of a dead person, but is a fully autonomous person in her own place.
It really set the tone for the rest of the night that we were here and completely frightened us. But as we were going back, it's like we were peeking around the walls to see if there was something there, because we were really terrified, but there's no explanation for it. We did eventually come back down to work out where this voice come from, what it could be, a possible explanation for it. And the only explanation I could come up with was that it come from this tunnel speaker. It was like it was something here not wanting us here. I don't think it was a warning because it would have been more friendly. I think it was quite menacing.
Deep down inside the vast nuclear bunker at Kelvedon Hatch, you'll find some of the most unnerving spirits.
So one of the types of apparition that have been reported at Kelvedon Hatch are shadow people, which are frequently occurring dark shadowy shapes that are seen at the periphery of people's vision.
Seeing shadow figures at Kelvedon Hatch is probably the most common phenomenon reported there. And I think the reason for that is because this place is so very dark and it's underground, and the fact that it might well have been built on a burial site gives rise to the many different spirit forms that may well dwell still at this property.
Some say they're time travelers, some say they're evil spirits. I've come into contact with shadow figures that haven't scared me. I believe it's very much when you're investigating or you're in a haunted space, you use your body as a tool. So it's how the shadow person makes you feel. Obviously, you're going to be unnerved because there's a shadow figure standing in front of you. And your initial thing is it's black, it's dark, it's going to be scary.
Ghost hunters come from all around the world to hunt down the ominous shadow people. Paranormal investigator Alan Robson recalls his first visit to the bunker.
We walked through the door, and the first thing I felt when I come down here, you weren't allowed to come in here. And it was that eeriness which you get, which you think someone's watching you and saying, look, you're not allowed in here, get out. When we started walking around here, it just got more weird feeling. It felt like you're being watched and no one wants you in here. It's private, you're not supposed to know about this place.
Alan and his fellow paranormal team members focused their search for the shadow people on the communications room.
Well, in this room, we came in far end down there. So we decided to set a couple of cameras up down there. We put some detector lights on these tables here. When we were down there with the cameras doing a bit of an investigation, we had these lights go off on these tables here. And we got to this spot, it was like we had all of us got a tingly feeling.
So often when people report seeing shadow people, the sightings come with a sense of malignancy. So there's a feeling that these entities or whatever they are out to cause harm.
They feel dizzy, they get headaches, they feel tingly. I would say that that's caused from the energy that they're experiencing from being around certain spirits. In this instance, because remains were unearthed, I would say that these spirits aren't happy. I'd say that they're not at rest, and that's why you're getting shadow people.
Both scared and excited, Alan and his team lay in wait.
All the lights were off, and we waited for anything to happen out here. We started getting noises, things moving out here. We just needed to be really quiet for this to happen. We couldn't come out of that room because we knew it would stop. And that's when we could see the shadow passing past the windows in that room. And this happened about 3 or 4 times. We know no one was in this room. We were all in that room together. So whatever the person was that was walking around here, it wasn't alive.
Paranormal expert Becca has experienced it too.
I've seen shadow pass through solid, like I didn't see face. It looked like a mask to me. Like, you know those old like Chinese masks where it's just like the face for the whole, and it was soft, I knew it was a woman, like full on wispy apparition.
For somebody who's never experienced something and actually sees a shadow person or sees a full manifestation of a person, that would be quite scary. But sometimes when you see a manifestation, it's only for a split second. And then when you look back, there's nobody there. I think that's what scares people even more.
Intrigued to see whether the cameras had picked up any of the shadowy figures, Alan and his team pressed play.
When we went back on the footage of the camera that was set out here, we had the dark shadow walk past that camera twice, which to me looks like a woman. Military, I don't know, but definitely a woman. Looks like she's got her hair tied up or hat, and it looks like she's carrying something. And she's going from this end, where we felt it cold, to the other side of this room, and then disappearing about there. Twice this happened. So this must have been the figure we were seeing, or the shadow, was casting the shadow over on that room, which done it twice, but we see it more times than this, but the camera caught it twice.
The video footage clearly shows a shadow moving past in one of the rooms of the Kelvedon bunker. And it is quite possible that this is a shadow figure and one of the many spirits that have been reportedly haunting this location.
I would definitely say that it is very possible that it was spirit trying to communicate. Again, investigators say, you know, show me that you're here, make your presence known. That doesn't always mean that spirit's gonna do that right in front of you. They may go to the next room, there's a camera, and walk by it, or not even think of it. That's just how they manifested themselves. So I definitely think that's spirit.
Many experts who have ventured deep down into the bunker at Kelvedon Hatch have seen the shadowy spirits.
One of my colleagues actually saw what he believes to be a shadow figure himself. It was lurking around just next door to the BBC broadcast room, and as it moved between the rooms, he saw a physical figure. He saw something that had an outline that was darker than the dark of the room itself.
Because it's absolutely pitch black inside Kelvedon, 9 times out of 10 a spirit would be black, and they usually would find that they walk past a laser grid or they'll walk past a piece of light and they'll pick something up that way.
Alan will never forget his encounter with the dark side of Kelvedon Hatch.
This figure, you can see it's actually, it's a person. It's not just a shadow. You know, it's got depth to it. In it's kind of, it's not walking, it's kind of hovering along. It's just not normal the way it looks. If it was a shadow, it'd be all bendy, all over the walls and everything. And from that to start from this area where you get the tingling, that makes sense, doesn't it? That's why I believe this is an actual shadow figure, as they call it. And they're not very easy to catch. But that night we caught one, yeah.
The terrifying shadow figures at Kelvedon darken its endless corridors. Not all spirits can be seen, though. Some make contact in other ways.
Stop the device, Charles.
Oh my God.
In the woods on the outskirts of a small village in Essex lies a secret nuclear bunker, an unused Cold War base concealed from the British public for 40 years.
Kelvedon Hatch is hidden 125 feet below ground. From the front and the outside, it looks like a cottage, but actually, in the depths of this building are caverns of rooms and spiralling staircases that move throughout the vicinity.
The seemingly endless corridors below are now home to numerous paranormal beings, one of which is known to defy physics.
On my first visit to the bunker, we were very dubious about poltergeist activity. But on the second visit, we witnessed one of the dummies that are on the bunk bed. We witnessed one of those actually coming off, and we were unable to account for it. So yeah, I would say there is some poltergeist activity here.
The word poltergeist is the German word for noisy ghost or noisy spirit. There are various different theories on poltergeist. Poltergeist is said to be active, intelligent, and generally mischievous spirit forms. They are able to throw objects, move objects, interact with the living, and will cause mayhem and distress anywhere that they're found.
People who claim to have been haunted by poltergeists have reported being hit or scratched or have had things thrown at them. And some reports of poltergeists have been particularly dramatic. You know, they'll have beds or cabinets, quite heavy objects thrown about the house.
Some poltergeists can even make a physical connection from the spiritual to the real world.
I've known people who are hardened skeptics, have their own personal experiences of being touched, and I've also had people who are very, very open, who've experienced absolutely nothing. So it depends whether that spirit kind of takes a liking to you or not. I've had somebody follow me around a place and touch my leg and give me kisses, and that's quite unnerving when you actually have that, because it's kind of a little bit strange.
I would say it would be energy from spirit. I'd say it'd be a spirit that's able to harness or manifest a lot of energy. To be able to move things or touch you, like I said, that takes a lot of energy. A low-level spirit isn't gonna come up to you and you wouldn't feel their poke or that they're even near you. High energy, you're gonna feel that dizziness, you're gonna feel that tingly, they're gonna affect you physically.
The poltergeist activity at Kelvedon Hatch is believed to be down to one man in particular.
So there is a story about the construction of the bunker which involves one of the workers. Apparently he'd been laying concrete at one of the lower floors.
And so it was pumped into the walls. And it was a day and night job so that they didn't get a day break in the concrete that would then make it weak. Rumour has it that one morning they turned up and the foreman was missing, and his gloves were on the side of the wall where the pump was pumping the cement in, and he was never seen again.
His hat was seen floating on top of the cement in the morning, and his spirit is said to haunt Kelvedon Hatch to this day.
The assumption being that he might be responsible for the poltergeist activity.
One paranormal team who investigated Kelvedon captured some of the amazing poltergeist activity on camera.
The video footage shows a team of investigators calling out, asking the spirits to show themselves or to move an object, and as you pans around, you slightly see this chair moving very, very suddenly.
Oh, that chair's moving. That chair is moving. Oh my God. Thank you to the spirit that is moving the chair for us. You're doing really well.
It's quite possible that a spirit was in there trying to intelligently communicate with the team, and by moving that chair, it was definitely getting their attention.
Spirit communicates in many different ways. Unless you're using a ghost box or doing an EVP session, you're not going to be able to hear them. So you're going to say, move something, show me that you're here, and I believe that Spirit chose to move the chair. Say, hey, I'm over here.
The moving chair at Kelvedon is strong evidence of spirit interaction, but experts remain torn on how to define poltergeist activity.
There are sort of two main ideas about what a poltergeist is, and one being that it's a spirit, a malicious spirit that has, for one reason or other, attached itself onto one person, or can often be linked to a specific place. So, for example, a family might move into a home and they find that they are being haunted by a poltergeist because the spirit of the previous owner still considers that place to belong to them. Another idea put forward as to what a poltergeist might be was devised in the mid-19th century, which was that it could be psychokinetic energy that has been projected from an individual.
Be it spiritual or psychokinetic energy, also known as telekinesis, the footage is still thrilling for any paranormal enthusiast.
That chair is moving. Oh my God.
It's very much exciting because usually you ask Spirit, show me that you're here, let me know that you're here, whether it's a knock, whether it's, moving this. And they don't command. Like, you can't command Spirit to do what you want. They're not, a parlor trick. So when they do it, it's scary, and then you get the surge of adrenaline through your body, like, oh my God, I just witnessed something supernatural.
One of the most active areas at Kelvedon Hatch is the radio room. Mickey Gokul has been investigating the nuclear bunker for 5 years and experienced one of his most unexplainable happenings here.
Well, this is the communications room here at the secret nuclear bunker. My team arrived into this room and we felt a presence. We felt as if there was energy here that we couldn't explain. Specifically, when we got to this point here, this was the point that changed a lot of things for a lot of people. This is the point where we established a communication with a spirit called Charles. It was quite remarkable because using a simple EMF device, which was handheld, and a lady that we'd never met before sat in a chair right here, and she was surrounded by my team holding night vision equipment, recording equipment, and EMF equipment. Charles, is that you, sir? Can you make that bleep once for yes, please? Thank you.
An EMF device, also known as a K2 meter, is one of the most commonly used tools by any ghost hunter.
They were using a K2 meter, which measures the electromagnetic force field or frequency around you. And spirits are able to use that and manipulate it to give you answers.
Are you going to show yourself to me? Indicate by bleeping this device. Thank you very much.
2 for yes, 1 for no. And the spirit was communicating with him.
The EMF, or electromagnetic field responses, were quite unbelievable.
Would you mind lighting the device if you were happy with the present that you received from Her Majesty the Queen? Thank you very much. I used this filing cabinet as an experiment to see whether this spirit could actually hear what we were doing, could hear sounds. I tapped 3 times, and there was a response on the EMF meter. I tapped 3 times, and very quickly followed by 2. And again, there was an immediate response. That's when I knew it could hear us. I'm going to knock. I want you to replicate the knock on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that is good.
There was the delay in your knock as well.
Yeah, there was.
3. Oh, yeah.
And this is where I felt the most energy. I felt, standing in this spot here, there was an energy, but I couldn't tell what type of energy it was. I didn't know if it was a male or female, but then it dawned on me we were making contact with someone or something using the EMF device. So I asked the question, "Are you here?" And the EMF device started bleeping. Is this where you are? I asked, "Would you make the EMF device bleep faster?" And it did. Bearing in mind the EMF device was 20 feet away, it was bleeping faster and faster and faster until I said stop, and it stopped on demand. Stop the device, Charles.
Oh my God.
I knew that this was the spot where Charles was.
I would say it's a mischievous spirit. How you are in life is very well how you are in death. And, you know, you might have a spirit that just likes to be a trickster or is reacting to the things that are being asked by the paranormal team. Are you here? Show me you're here. Like I said, they just don't do things on command.
If your name is Charles, please activate this device and make it go. Just come closer to me, sir. Is your name Charles? Thank you very much.
By speaking to Charles through the EMF device, Mickey was able to find out much more about this enigmatic spirit.
I could feel him. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was here. And through a series of questions, using the EMF device, we were able to ascertain that he worked here, that he wasn't an ancient spirit. He passed away at the age of 50 in 1992 or thereabouts. He also refused to give me his full name, but preferred me referring to him as Charles. This has really changed it for me. This location, this spot, and the spot we were just in with the chair has changed my life.
The one reason why I believe communicating with spirit is important is to hear their story. As an investigator, and I'm sure as why you do what you do, documenting haunted locations is to get down to the bottom of the story. Why is this haunted? Why are we here? Why are these spirits here? That's very important, and you can only do that so much without communication with spirit.
And there are so many more stories waiting to be heard. 125 feet under the ground at Kelvedon Hatch. Kelvedon Hatch in Essex is the home of an underground nuclear control base kept secret from the British public for 40 years. Soldiers who served down here during the Cold War would rarely see the light of day.
How long they could stay down here is sort of open to dispute in a way, but it was nominally 3 months. It was as long as their food lasted them. If it had just been a small amount of radiation, the Territorial Army, who were surrounding the outside to keep the public out, would have been sent off to get us more food. In those days, of course, the government had food stocks, so they would have brought them in from the food stock. So it was as long as our food and water lasted us. And we've obviously got water buried underground, we have our own sewage systems, and we're self-contained, and say nominally for 3 months.
But it seems as though some of the people down here have stayed a lot longer. Some have even made contact with paranormal investigators by way of a spirit box.
A spirit box uses radio frequency in order to generate spirit voices. So a spirit box will scan every single radio frequency in quick succession in order to produce what's called static and white noise, and spirits use this to come through as a spirit voice. You can hear anything on a spirit box. It could be somebody's name, it could be how they passed away, it could be certain numbers of squadrons. It can be absolutely anything that they obviously want to communicate with you. Usual things that we've heard previously is people's names and intelligent answers if we've held up a torch or anything like that and we've asked the question, can you tell us what we've got in our hands, or anything like that. But usually you will find anything that comes through on a spirit box is usually intelligent, so they will answer questions for you.
Ghost hunter Sadie Forth stayed overnight in Kelvedon with 2 of her fellow paranormal enthusiasts. Towards the end of their fright-filled visit, the team picked up the voice of a supernatural being when using their spirit box.
It wasn't anything explicable in our world. It was something just random. It wasn't a recorded voice that was projected to come out at a certain time. It just was there and then, as though it was telling us to get out. It basically terrified the living daylights out of us all. It was me and my 2 lady friends who came here, and we were here all alone all night, and it was really quite frightening.
It's quite common for anyone to be scared during an investigation. I personally do feel fear in some of the places that I visit, but often you have to put that aside and carry on with the job at hand. It's very normal for investigators to feel fear during a paranormal investigation, and on several occasions I have had such a sense of fear and foreboding that I've had to leave the property.
Although some spirits can show themselves as full manifestations, or famously at Kelvedon Hatch as shadow people, others only seem to be able to present as disembodied voices.
There's a lot of different theories on where their spirit can go. I just believe it's a different dimension. I believe they're able to just be at peace and be over on the other side and not be so physically attached to this plane. That's where I believe they go. I'm sure they can come back and forth. They can touch here, because that's where we get good spirits, your family, your friends, the people that come, and watch over you. But they're not stuck here.
Sadie has returned to Kelvedon since her night of frights, but still feels uncomfortable in the 125-foot deep bunker.
It's a really creepy place, and it feels like you've been watched all the time, like you're not alone.
Some experts believe that the ghosts who haunt Kelvedon Hatch may not even be from our own space and time.
It's interesting to think that there have been reports of sightings, ghost sightings at Kelvedon Hatch, considering that no one's actually lived and died in the building. But there's something incredibly powerful about the space, because the idea of a nuclear war for all of us is sort of one of the most terrifying concepts, and the way that the bunker is put together and how it still exists today, it's very easy to sense that something had taken place and that it had been in operation, and perhaps that in another time and place a nuclear war did occur. And so when you go into the bunker to see it laid out the way that it is, it almost feels like there's an alternative future somewhere where this place had actually been in operation. In a sense, when you're in the bunker, you can intuit the lives of the people that in another world might have lived down there.
This is one of the reasons that paranormal teams still flock to Kelvedon Hatch, all trying to capture something remarkable in a place where they once weren't welcome.
Well, obviously not when the government had it. because people hadn't been down here then. They weren't indeed allowed in here to investigate it. But since we've been open to the public, so they have come down, paranormal groups, and most of them find evidence of paranormal activity of some measure, be it orbs, or be it mediums getting hold of people, or occasionally the odd photograph.
During 2 nights of filming in the bunker, our crew experienced some strange anomalies. Whilst filming, the lights would mysteriously turn themselves on. And the overnight trap cam was triggered in the pitch black when the nuclear facility was completely empty.
People have claimed to have captured orbs in photographs. Perhaps they've gone to investigate an area that's got a reputation for being haunted, and when they receive the photographs back, they find these bright, small spheres in the back of the photograph.
There are many different theories about spirit orbs. Orbs are generally the first manifestations of a spirit entity, normally usually energy or balls of energy with their own kind of signature.
The spirit learns how to manifest in many different ways. There's not one specific way I've seen spirit manifest. So whether it's a little energy ball, whether it's a wispy figure in front of you, whether it's a shadow person, there could be many different reasons.
The secret nuclear bunker at Kelvedon Hatch may have been decommissioned in the early 90s, but it certainly seems that some of its residents are still at home, deep within the subterranean network.
Kelvedon Hatch is one of the more interesting haunted locations in the United Kingdom, since it has never officially been lived in. It sort of retains a very unique atmosphere, unlike many other locations.
Kelvedon Hatch has got activity there, and I would say that there is presences of numerous people there. I also think that there's a significance between the residual haunting and also the intelligent haunting.
Anyone brave enough to explore down here had better come prepared for a fright.
Kelvedon Bunker is, in my opinion, one of the world's most scariest places. It's teeming with different energies, everything from shadow people to full-bodied apparitions and possibly demonic entities.
I would say it rates quite highly because there was only the 3 of us here, so there was no contamination from any other sources here. It is definitely one of the creepiest places I've been to. I have been to lots of other creepy places, but I would say this rate's quite high on the scale of paranormal activity.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a 12th century hotel where many of the guests have never left.
All these important events that have happened here, all the emotions that have been expressed here, somehow left its mark on the atmosphere of this place.
Murderers, thieves and smugglers have all trodden the floorboards in the medieval corridors.
We were on the route for the Hauska gang, and it's actually written down that they would sit in our bar with the guns on the tables and no one dare say anything against them. Everyone was frightened of them.
Some guests at the Mermaid Inn refuse to ever check out.
He pulled my clothes and he tugged them quite hard, actually. I'm used to spirits. It's been around me all my life, but he was quite intimidating, even for me.
Rye in East Sussex is a quiet picture postcard town just 2 miles inland from the south coast of England. The cobbled streets of this historic tourist destination are lined with idyllic tea rooms and quaint B&Bs. But one medieval hotel stands out from the rest. The Mermaid Inn once played host to the notorious band of smugglers known as the Hawkhurst Gang, and some 500 years later, paranormal enthusiasts believe the bootleggers still haunt the 12th century building. Judith Blincoe has owned the Mermaid Inn for the past 30 years and has learned to live with the supernatural beings inside.
It's quite funny because I can go into some buildings and all the hairs will stand up on the back of my neck and I feel quite spooked out, whereas if there's anything here, they've accepted me. I've been the only person here in the entire building when we closed for renovation. I never had a bad feeling. Sometimes I felt like someone was watching, but never a bad feeling.
Although Judith feels comfortable at the hotel, the guests staying here often have frightening experiences.
I came on duty on reception one morning and a couple from room 10 had woken up during the night, seen a figure walk through one wall out of another, came downstairs, slept on their couch, and they refused to go back upstairs. So I had to go up, take all their clothes, bring them down. They got changed down here.
And it's not just room 10 that can leave couples terrified when they check out of the Mermaid Inn.
This is room number 1. When guests stay here, sometimes when they go to bed, they put their clothes on this chair, and in the morning, they discovered their clothes have moved to that chair. And they'll argue all the way to the car park with each other, you move the clothes, you move the clothes. It's so funny, it's always the same thing that happens in this room, same things people say, and these chairs are in fact the 3rd set of chairs we've put in this room. It doesn't matter what set of chairs, people have always seen the same thing happen.
Well, I would say that it's a mischievous spirit. If you're a trickster in real life, you can be a trickster in death. At the end of the day, it could be them just letting them know that they're there and not doing anything harmful, but just being playful.
Clearly there's some form of interaction taking place there between the physical world that we know and then something that is not of that physical world.
This could be attributed to a poltergeist or an intelligent spirit. See, poltergeists are noisy spirits that are able to manipulate their surroundings and interact physically with their environment. So the movement of objects, movement of clothes, physically being touched by a spirit could all be attributed to a poltergeist.
We've had various mediums and sorts come around and they will say it's a poltergeist, or poltergeists, plural, but in that 2 people arguing and maybe they, threw things and that's how these clothes move.
Despite its quiet demeanour, Rye has a torrid past. Local historian and town sergeant Paul Goring knows more than most about traumatic events that shaped the area.
Rye's got a long history of being raided by the French. 2 or 3 times in history it's been raided. In 1377 was the worst raid. The French burnt the entire town down, apart from the church and the castle. They stole the church bells, carried them over to Normandy. 16 people died. So the following year, in retribution, a party of Rye fishermen went over to Normandy, seized back the same church bells and set the bells up as a watch bell against the future French invasions.
The Mermaid Inn was built in the 12th century on Middle Street. The road itself has since been renamed after the infamous hotel that stands upon it.
It was originally built in the 1150s So you're looking at about 850 years. The original building was burnt down by French pirates in 1377. What's left was rebuilt in 1420. The building you're seeing now is roughly 1420 and a little bit of 16th century as well.
The place is actually made up of hundreds of little bits of buildings that were not totally charred, because the beams were from different eras, different ages, ship's timbers, all sorts of things all cobbled together.
One picture captured by a ghost hunter in the Mermaid Inn shows a ghostly reminder of its bloody past.
In the picture, there's a figure that seems to look like a Saxon soldier, possibly with the shape of a helmet covering the eyes. Historically, there was a period of time where there would have been Saxon soldiers in the town, or what is now currently the town. So it would be in keeping with the history of the town.
You can quite clearly see his features. That's quite an amazing find for somebody to have picture-wise, because it's not very often that you do picture people on photographs when you're not supposed to.
There was definitely something there. It's hard to tell exactly what. Perhaps she did capture one of the ghosts that haunts the Mermaid Inn.
At the end of the day, I do believe spirit can be captured, but there's no exact definition on what it is you're capturing or what makes it real, what proves it to be real, what disproves it. So it's very up to opinion. So I would say things like that definitely get me excited, because it shows you that there are unexplainable things out there.
The Mermaid Inn has been welcoming guests for nearly 100 years. It's no surprise that out of the tens of thousands of visitors, some remain in the historic rooms long after checking out.
All these emotions that have been expressed here over the years, all these important people that visit here, they've all sort of permeated the atmosphere here, and I think can be picked up by people who are in tune with such things.
Charlotte Underwood is a medium and paranormal investigator who has first-hand experience with the spirits who still reside in the hotel.
There's a lot of unearthly souls here. There's a lot of people that haven't realised they've passed. Some do realise and want to stay here because it's what they knew, and some can't go because they're trapped. And it's things that happened to them when they were living that stop them passing over. Some of them do want to interact with you, some of them don't. It's an interesting place to come along and investigate.
In Charlotte's many visits to the Mermaid, she has made contact with some playful entities.
We encountered numerous spirits while we were here. There's quite a lot of children here, actually, young children. There are some that are from the Victorian times here. You can tell by what they're wearing. And one of the little boys, he's about 10. He goes around with a little ball and like a cup to catch the ball. He likes playing with that. And he kept throwing it to me, thinking that I could throw it back to him. Bless him.
I believe the place that they're in when they're officially crossed over into another time is a timeless place. It's a place without time. So I believe they're aware of us, but I don't know if they're fully aware of time.
Hotel owner Judith has also experienced the power of mediums contacting the spirits of children.
In room 15, called Dr. Sin's bedchamber, 5 members of staff, we all went in, we were total non-believers. It was all a load of old rubbish. We made sure no one went in there first. They couldn't trick us. The medium himself, he said, I will now call upon the spirit of, and it was the person that he acts for, to come inside me, and you will see my face change. And we all looked at him, and we all saw his face change into the spirit, and that was a real sort of deep, deep breathe-in moment. And by the time we left at sort of 2 in the morning, we really believed that what we'd seen, there was the spirit of a little girl with a dog. We all felt the dog. We all stood up and we actually felt the dog, and we all saw our hand disappear into sort of smoke. All 5 of us, and we all went in there not wanting to believe or anything, and it was all a load of hocus pocus, and it wasn't. It was so, so bizarre.
The Mermaid Inn is home to many spirits, but not all of them are innocent young children. the ghosts of a notorious gang of smugglers have been known to terrify guests at the medieval hotel for centuries. The Mermaid Inn is one of the most haunted hotels in Britain. The 12th century building, famous for its eclectic mix of guests, from criminals to royalty, is nestled in the historic town of Rye in East Sussex.
It was a sort of industrial hub for the country, one of the 5 leading ports that were used frequently, and it was a very sort of popular area, lots of business and trade, and obviously a lot of ships coming and going. And it was also a very easy target for smugglers.
Back in the 1730s and 40s, which was the height of the smugglers' activities, Mermaid Inn was actually the main street in Rye, because back in those days, Rye was still a major port, and Mermaid Street was a street which led right down to the quayside. So the Mermaid Inn was in a very prominent position. It was a street that everybody passed when they came off the boats. It's played a very major part in Rye's history. Queen Elizabeth stayed here. William Shakespeare and his company actually produced a play here in 1590s. So it's always been a very prosperous, very central part of Rye.
For 14 years, between 1735 and 1749, the Mermaid was a major hub for one of the most infamous bands of criminals in Britain, the Hawkhurst Gang.
The Hawkhurst Gang were a notorious gang of local smugglers. They were originally based in Hawkhurst in Kent, but Rye was one of their main bases, and particularly the Mermaid Inn. The leader of the gang was a chap called Arthur Gray, whose portrait is actually in the foyer here at the Mermaid Inn. His second in command was Thomas Kingsmill. They linked up with a chap called Jeremiah Curtis. He was rumoured to be the illegitimate son of the mayor of Rye, James Lamb.
And it's actually written down that they would sit in our bar with the guns on the tables and no one dare say anything against them. So they would just, in front of everyone, just sit there. And everyone was frightened of them.
Ready to challenge anybody who looked like they were taking interest in them. They were completely blatant about their activities here. The entire Hawkhurst gang would have gathered here. Many of them stayed here. Thomas Kingsmill's wife is supposed to haunt one of the rooms here, as also does one of the other smugglers' sweethearts. So there was a very strong connection between this place and the Hawkhurst gang.
As I understand it, there were a series of tunnels that were built underneath the inn in order to help them escape and evade capture, and ferry their stolen goods up from the coast into the town.
One time, the people of Rye were very much in favour of the smugglers because everybody in the town benefited, but once they linked up with the Curtis gang, they got so vicious they actually revolted the local people, and people started to be willing to inform on them and so forth. Nowadays, we tend to view smuggling as something quite sort of romantic and 4 and 20 ponies trotting through the dark sort of thing. But the Hawkhurst gang were very, very vicious. They were utter thugs. People that cheated on them or spoke out about their activities were tortured, quite often murdered. There were tales of people in Rye being crucified against their own front doors by the Hawkhurst gang.
The gang's main trade was smuggling tea. They ran the south coast by intimidating locals through brute force and fear.
A chap called James Marshall, who took too much of an interest in their activities outside this inn, disappeared, was never seen again. They killed a chap called Richard Hawkins for allegedly stealing some of their tea, then found out afterwards they simply miscounted the amount of tea they had. But they were a very, very vicious gang of smugglers.
Medium Charlotte Underwood is certain that she contacted one of these mean-spirited smugglers when she attended a séance down in the cellar of the Mermaid Inn.
There was 4 of us down there, and we basically were just stood in a circle. There was another medium that was present on the evening, and I allowed her to open. And a gentleman named John stepped in. I could hear him initially speaking about tobacco and rum, and he said, "Where are the barrels? Where are the barrels?" And he kept looking, turning to see if the barrels were coming. So I don't know if there used to be an opening in the cellar where they could transport them, but that's what he said he used to smuggle in.
The cellars here still date back to the time of the original inn, 1156, and there are allegedly tunnels which run from these cellars right across Rye to various places in Rye. In particular, they go to the Old Bell in the High Street. there was actually a revolving cupboard in the old bell at the top of the tunnel, so smugglers could disappear from the Mermaid Inn and reappear in the Bell Inn just by twisting a cupboard round it. From what I understand, the entrances to some of these tunnels still exist, although the tunnels themselves are blocked up, can no longer be used.
John, the smuggler that Charlotte had contacted in the cellar, turned violent towards the group.
Not the nicest character in the world. He pulled my clothes and he tugged them quite hard, actually. He did also put his arms around one lady, but he was speaking to her and I could hear him as well, and he was, for want of a better word, swearing. And he didn't like the fact that there were ladies down there.
My beliefs are that spirits manifest in different realms, so you will have negative energies who tend to be on a lower level, but they will obviously harbour in certain rooms or certain areas. But you will also find that there are nice spirits within a property as well. It's like the good and evil dual sort of thing.
I'm used to spirit now. It's been around me all my life, but he was quite intimidating even for me. So yeah, we cut it short.
Room 17 of the Mermaid Inn is said to have been the preferred quarters of one of the Hawkhurst gang's leaders, Thomas Kingsmill.
We actually stayed in room 17, myself and two other ladies, and we experienced the door being slammed shut for no reason. There was no draft. There's a couple of nasty characters that walk the halls, really. They walk down the corridors, especially in room 17. They can be quite unpleasant. So anyone who is coming here, just watch out for them. You do tend to smell a cigar smell as you're walking around, and that's linked to one of them.
The Mermaid's head porter, Glenn Bailey, remembers his first paranormal encounter in room 17.
I was asked to take some champagne, etc., up to the room like we do, and as I took it up there, I put it on the table, which is like right in front of you. And as I was still just in there, make it all nice and tidy. And as I made it nice and tidy, someone just pulled me around sort of thing, as if to say, look, don't see what I was doing sort of thing.
Since then, Glenn has become fascinated with room 17 and often tries to capture the spirit of Thomas Kingsmill on camera.
This is my favourite room. This is most things that happen to me in this room, and not just to me, to guests and people who come and visited here for maybe just a lunch, and I brought them up here. I've given them paper to read. So this is the room 17, the Kingsmill. This is where I actually had the video footage of where I was sitting on the bed, which is just here. And this is where obviously the chair was, and this is where I saw the person, the figure, or whatever you want to call it, standing right here. I was like egging it on and calling it, and as I turned around and said to him, I can see you, you're standing by the picture.
Come on, you're by the chair, I can see you.
You saw two orbs come up, and then obviously it was coming closer, and I was egging it on, come on. As it got closer to me, you see an orb come up here, and my phone was knocked over down in my hand.
An orb is believed to be some sort of form of residual energy left over from the dead or a dead person, but it presents as a spot of light rather than the whole human form.
It's quite common that when spirits are present, they draw energy from the environment, but they can also draw energy from an individual. And some people are more susceptible than others. So when these spirits are present, they can often make you physically feel a sensation of sickness, dizziness, or that kind of feeling of the hair standing up at the back of your neck. So they can interact with us physically as well as emotionally, and sometimes on a psychological basis as well.
Glenn is certain that he was shoved to the ground by a brutish smuggler who was executed over 250 years ago.
I personally think it was Kingsmill. He was obviously one of the people who's in charge of the Hawkhurst gang. And this is the bed, which I was telling you about, where the people always sit on this side, where they've had their legs pulled or been pulled at the bed, and this is where people have said that where things have happened in here.
And it's not just Glenn who has experienced the strange occurrences in the room.
I walked in there once showing some people around and the ceiling fell down right in front of me. And I've never had that ever in the 34 years I've been here. That was a bit embarrassing.
There's one item of furniture in the Kingsmill room that particularly terrifies visitors.
One of the hauntings that's been reported at the Mermaid Inn is a rocking chair that guests reported seeing sort of moving back and forth. They'd wake up in the middle of the night and it would be rocking.
And so we're talking about a good 30 years ago, the chambermaids used to only go in twos because the room would suddenly go cold for no reason and the rocking chair would rock.
And it's got to a stage where the Mermaid Inn routinely take the rocking chair out of the room, but guests who stay there who want to see it can ask to have it put back in the room so they can experience this.
This is the rocking chair. The rocking chair only goes in here when people ask it to go in, because it does all different sort of things. People have rocks and people have sat inside there. There's so many orbs going around them. They've got hot, cold, all sorts of things.
But what sort of spirit could be responsible for the rocking chair's mysterious movements?
The rocking chair would have to be moved or pushed by spirit with a substantial amount of energy to be able to move it. So I guess it would be spirit trying to let you know that they're there. Maybe that's a room, that's their room, you know, and they are aware of us. I would call that an intelligent haunting then. Scary if you're just laying in bed and all of a sudden the rocking chair starts to move.
The physics-defying chair both excites and scares Glenn in equal measure.
For some unknown reason, I don't know why, but I've never ever sat in this chair, and I've told people, they've asked you why, so I don't know, I just don't really want to do it, sort of thing.
Many people fear the unknown, and with so much supernatural energy inside the Mermaid Inn, it's no wonder some people are too scared to spend the night here. The Mermaid Inn is one of the world's most haunted hotels. Ghosts reside in the rooms of Rye's historic medieval building, and the stories of these spirits have become folklore.
The idea of the haunted building is very popular in the kind of stories of hauntings in general, because there's this sort of feeling that if something terrible had happened inside, the building in a way incubates that event and it continues to exist somehow, locked inside the building. And we, of course, will always associate that space with the terrible things that have happened inside.
The Mermaid Inn will forever be linked with the illicit activity of smuggling. One person who was killed at the hands of the notorious Hawkhurst gang is still known to roam the corridors to this day.
Another reported sighting of a ghost at the Mermaid Inn is that of a maid that's been seen moving around the rooms. And it's thought that she was a girlfriend of one of the smugglers who frequented the Mermaid Inn back in the 18th century.
But unfortunately, she gossiped a little bit too much about their activity, so they ended up cutting out her tongue and then killing her. But she still haunts rooms 1 and 5, trying to find her smuggler lover.
The hotel's owner, Judith Blinko, knows all too well about the spectral lady in white.
So we're in one of the oldest sections of the hotel. I came along here thinking about something completely different. So we're standing outside room 1. There was a lady walking along here, long flowy hair, long flowy dress. And I turned around and she'd gone. And there was nowhere she could have gone. There were no rooms let in that section. There's a door at the far end that makes quite a creaky noise, and she'd have had to be the speediest of all runners to have got through there without me knowing where she'd gone. So many people have seen this lady that's just then vanished.
The maid is seen different places, different times. So I would say she's more of an intelligent haunting. I just think she's become familiar with the people that are, you know, running the Mermaid Inn, that she feels comfortable enough to show herself, because spirit will also do that. If they feel comfortable with you, it's easier to communicate. Or if it's somebody that, you know, looks similar to somebody that they loved, they're easier to come to you because of that familiarity.
The murdered chambermaid is one of the most documented ghosts at the Mermaid.
The whole time I've been working here, I mean, when we first bought the hotel 25 years ago, I went to the local library, got quite a few stories, and there was a story which was of the turn of the century, which was where a couple saw a spirit in one of the rooms, and that was of a lady as well. So all these stories keep creeping up.
I think somebody, when they've had their life cut short when it wasn't supposed to, I think they do actually stay where they are. They're earthbound, basically. But that's because they weren't ready to leave. They usually find it hard to move on. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that she still remains within the inn. Obviously, her life was cut short by means not of her own hand and obviously not of natural causes. So that would lead me to believe that's the reason why she stays.
Being murdered, being taken, again, that creates an imprint on the space that also could make her feel held there, or maybe somebody's keeping her there, or she was taken too soon. She might be confused. She might not know she's dead. There could be an array of different things, but I want to say because of the traumatic event that happened to her of being murdered, that's why she stays. She's got some stuff she's got to work out before she can cross over.
Although the focal point of paranormal activity in the area, the Mermaid Inn is not the only mysterious place in the southeast coast town of Rye.
There are supposed to be 72 active ghosts within the centre of Rye. It's a very haunted town, possibly because the town has hardly changed since the 18th century. The port declined rapidly from the middle of the 18th century, and from that point onwards there's no money to build new buildings in the town. And so much of what you see today is Rye in the 18th century, and as a result of that, many of its former residents are still living here, still visiting the place.
One such spirit is that of John Butcher Breeds, an infamous murderer from 1742 who is part of the local folklore.
He attempted to murder the mayor of Rye. Mistaken identity, he murdered the deputy mayor by mistake. He was caught, but the mayor was actually his judge. He ordered him to be hanged, and then his body was kept in a gibbet cage in the marsh for over 50 years, until all that's left of it was the top of his skull, which is still kept in the attic of the town hall to this day. And he is seen in the churchyard. People walking through the churchyard night have actually seen John Breeds lurking, ready to strike his fatal blow. Somebody who did the ghost walk about 2 years ago, as they passed the spot where John Breeds appeared, they felt a sudden awful blow in their ribs. And it frightened them so much, they actually came down to Heritage Centre the next morning and said, "John Breeds punched me."
Being attacked by a spirit or an unseen force is not common at all. However, the more you put yourself into a position where you are in the vicinity of spirits, the likelihood of you being physically assaulted or touched is quite high. And myself and my experiences, I have been physically assaulted. Recently, I was punched in the face by a spirit. And this was something I caught on a camera, using an SLS camera. I mapped a figure that was seemingly stood in front of me. I asked it to step forward, and then bang, it felt like a rush of cold air hitting me straight in the face. It knocked me over.
He's here, he's here, he's here.
I've got him stood in front of me. He's right in front of me, guys. I'm mapping him now. I'm recording.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, you okay?
I've been hit in the face.
It's something that clearly scares you. It shakes you to your core. But as an investigator, you get back up, you try to carry on and act professionally. It's very difficult.
Another of the haunted rooms at the Mermaid Inn is room 16, also known as the Elizabethan bedchamber.
People who stayed there have reported waking up in the night to find a duel being fought in the room. Two guys, Tudor clothing, with swords, fighting each other. After a few seconds, one of the guys kills the other guy and throws it down a secret passage, which does actually exist, behind Elizabeth's room before they disappear. The passage originally led into the bar and would have come out above the bar area, and people working behind the bar have actually seen all the bottles and glasses jump off the bar, exactly as if a body had been thrown onto them.
Regular guest Kiki Kendrick has been visiting the Mermaid Inn for the past 25 years.
I think we've stayed in virtually every room, but we always, when we go at Christmas for our anniversary, because I got married there, we always stay in the same room, the Elizabethan chamber, with the four-poster bed.
Kiki is one of the lucky people to have witnessed the ghostly duel when she and her partner were awoken in the dead of night.
Robin and I both sat bolt upright, and we heard a commotion in the corner, and everything was freezing cold. And I remember it was all this like clashing of knives, and it was a bit sort of misty and slightly out of focus, but we could tell something was in the corner. It sounded like a fight. We figured, well, afterwards, the next day when we were talking, that somebody must have had a fight and one killed the other, because then we heard this, ah! As if they'd fallen down, and then it was silent, but deathly silent, and still stony cold. It was like I was in another time. And I think it was because it was stony cold. We both said it was like we were in a time warp.
This kind of phenomena is simply amazing. Imagine waking up to see two people sword fighting in a bedroom and then disappearing out of view. The simple fact that these two spirits are fighting and are oblivious to their surroundings and to the people that are observing them indicates that they are residual in nature. They're not intelligent, they're almost being played back like an echo of the past.
Experts believe there is a scientific theory behind the ghostly projections.
Stone tape theory was an idea that became popular in the mid-20th century, and it's this notion that materials can withhold events, much like a tape would retain, audio. So as sort of time goes by, these events are played out again, much like you're playing back a tape.
Because they are projections of their environment, residual hauntings can regularly be seen.
We would probably say that if it happens, more than once a year or anything like that, it is a common occurrence. Usually on battlefields, anything like that holds residual energy, you'll probably see it on once a year when that battle actually took place. You'd hear the clanging of the swords, you would hear them shouting, you'd actually probably see them, but you wouldn't be able to interact with them. You probably wouldn't want to walk through them because most people are actually scared, or the brain actually doesn't recognise that what they're actually seeing is real. However, it's very real, and you probably could walk straight through them and they wouldn't even know that you were there.
The dueling swordsman had a profound effect on Kiki. It's something she'll never forget.
It's usually one person seeing something, but we both saw it, and we both saw it, felt it, heard it. It was quite scary. If I'd been on my own, I think I probably would have been even more scared.
With nearly 1,000 years of history, it's no surprise that spirits within the Mermaid Inn continue to terrify and intrigue guests to this day. The Mermaid Inn is a 31-room hotel in Rye on the south coast of England that's full of history. If you look up at the ceilings, you'll see how owners, new and old, have tried to protect the building from evil for hundreds of years.
A funny early Victorian custom, this part of England was quite heavily into white witchcraft. So every room downstairs at the Mermaid has got a witch's ball on the ceiling. And the idea is if a witch walked past the window and put an evil spell on the room, it reflects back on her, so it brings you good luck, it wards off evil spirits. And that's one of the reasons we put balls on a Christmas tree, to ward off evil spirits, bring us good luck.
Many people that believe they live in a haunted home often have certain idiosyncrasies or rituals that they do, and it's a way of either protecting themselves or protecting those that are in the property and appeasing the spirits to some extent. And some of these rituals are things like placing a certain object in an area of the house and not moving it or not allowing people to touch it, or putting salt around door frames or windows, using crucifixes, holy water, all of these kind of things to almost ritualize the fact that they're living in a haunted property and they don't want anything to attack them.
There are other balls of light that have been captured on camera in the hotel, but these ones aren't attached to the ceilings.
In the paranormal community, orbs are considered to be a kind of manifestation of some sort of movement of energy, of an entity, of something that we can't see with the naked eye, but can sometimes be captured in photography.
So these spirits are drawing energy from the ambient environment and they're trying to show themselves as light forms, and these often appear as balls of light, and they can be picked up on cameras or be seen with the naked eye.
This photo, taken by a tourist, shows an orb floating around the halls of the Mermaid.
It's claimed that in this picture there is an orb. You can see the sort of fine bit of light in the centre of the corridor, and then just behind to the back there's also what looks like the outline of a figure.
I say that it's an orb because it appears very, very bright. Usually dust and stuff like that will rise up and you'll see a lot of it, not just one. So that's what makes me believe that it's an orb. And then there's a white, sort of wispy figure in the back, far away. I believe that's how spirit manifests and forms, and whether it's a wisp, whether it's a shadow, whether it's an orb. So I definitely think that there was energy captured there.
The Mermaid has a huge history. It's come through stages of, years and years and years of harrowing events, such as murders, fights and things like that. So a bit like the stone tape theory again, where energy is housed within the building. However, there are some intelligent beings within the Mermaid that would potentially be the subject of a full-bodied apparition. Now, if that's the case, then the light anomalies could well be the first stage of a manifestation.
You go in as an investigator to disprove everything that is being said, to find a rational explanation, and that is where we've very much come up with the unexplainable things that we say are paranormal, because there's no way to explain that. Like, how did that light glitch get in there? Some would say a camera flare. But if you were there and you saw that there was nothing there and nothing's wrong with your camera, your best ghost hunting tool is your body and what you're seeing and what you're feeling when you're there. And you'll be able to figure it out from that point. But definitely, you gotta disprove it, and then it becomes supernatural, unexplainable.
High up in the eaves of the Mermaid Inn is room number 5. Medium Charlotte Underwood has had many supernatural experiences in this extraordinary room, including making contact with a French woman.
She came to me. She was actually speaking French, but I understand it as English. And she was crying, and she explained that she was lost. And I questioned her. I asked her why you lost, and she described a child. And it turned out that she'd actually lost a child. So she'd given birth to a child and lost it in that room. And she was held captive by one of the smuggling gang.
Fascinated, Charlotte held a séance in room number 5, using a special tool to try and make contact with any spirits trapped there.
The angel board is basically similar to a Ouija board, but it's protected a little bit more. There's a prayer on the underside of the board. As we were going along, this little person popped in at the side of me. Rather than a person, I should say entity, but to me, they're like people. And he, a little boy, can't have been more than 7 or 8. And he had blonde hair, and he just looked so beautiful. The colour around him was yellows, it was golds, it was so bright. And he just popped his head in, and he looked round like this, and then in that time he'd gone. So it was very, very quick, but it gave me a sense of peace, actually. It was lovely.
Angel boards, spirit boards, anything like that, you're opening a portal to the other side. What you actually get out of that, regardless of whether it's an angel board or a spirit board, is down to what you invite in. With a spirit board, you usually have a glass that's turned upside down. This could be also classed as glass divination. Now, what usually happens is that the energy flows through the finger of every single person that's there and actually generates enough energy that spirit can communicate with us through the board.
It's said that our energies are interacting with the spirit world, and this board itself is opening up a portal to the other side. So there's a way of communicating with these spirits intelligently to some extent. However, spirit boards are often perceived as being very, very dangerous, and they do need to be used with caution. It's not a game, and you do in fact open up a doorway to the other side.
Spirit boards, also known as Ouija boards, can be dangerous if used incorrectly.
One of the things that people worry about often when they're using spirit boards, either at home or with friends, is that they fear the idea that they might have brought something into the world, a darker force that might be threatening them.
People are automatically afraid of it because they don't know what to expect. So fear alone is an energy that is is quite forceful, and especially if you've got 4 or 5 people around a spirit board who are quite fearful, it warrants quite a lot of energy. They could potentially have enough collective energy that they can summon something that's quite powerful.
People don't properly protect themselves, so you're walking away from a Ouija board, but you just opened up a line of communication. You just opened a door to the other side, and you didn't close that. That's just like you leaving your house door open, and the mice can get in, a squirrel can come in. You don't know who's coming through the front door if you leave it open.
The Mermaid Inn fascinates and excites tourists and ghost hunters from around the world, all hoping to catch a glimpse of one of the many spirits who continue to reside in the 12th century hotel.
It's a very, very old building. It's got a very, very long history. There are 850 years of there being a building on this spot, and the existing building has been here sort of 600-700 years. And of course then you've got the smuggling connection, which was very dangerous, very edgy, but also a little bit romantic as well. And so you've got all these associations, all of which have left their mark on the structure of this building. All these important events that have happened here, all the emotions that have been expressed here, all of which have sort of left its mark on the atmosphere of this place.
I would say it's exciting for a paranormal investigator to go there because of all of the activity. A lot of places that have such vast history and have so much attached to it. I mean, just saying murder and mystery alone, you're going in there and you know you're going to come into contact with something supernatural. Spirit doesn't just go on command. So you're going to a haunted location with so many different kinds of spirits, so many different kinds of energies. You're walking in there as an investigator knowing that you're going to come up with some kind of evidence or experience something, and that is exciting.
It's definitely one of the most active places that I've been to, if not the most active. I would say it is one of the most haunted places in the world.
Judith still hopes that one day she'll find something special at the Mermaid Inn, a bounty left behind by the Hawkhurst gang.
My most important thing is I know somewhere here is buried a huge treasure chest, and it's full of pieces of 8 and gold doubloons, and they're mine, and I will, before I die, find them here. And hopefully maybe a spirit here that'll tell me where they are.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a medieval English house built on top of an ancient pagan burial site.
I think if you unearth human remains, ancient or not, you're gonna get angry spirits.
Devil-worshipping and human sacrifice have taken place within the 4 walls of this quaint-looking inn.
You don't realise until you actually step foot in there just how horrible that place actually is.
This is the unholiest of homes.
The Bishop of Gloucester visited the Ram Inn to exorcise the spirits and was later quoted, "The Ram Inn was the most evil place that he had ever had the misfortune to visit."
Gloucestershire, Britain. The small village of Watton-under-Edge lies within the Cotswolds, a scenic part of the country where people often come to enjoy the peace and serenity of the English countryside. But there is one building that looks a little out of the ordinary, an eyesore on the picturesque landscape. Experts believe devil worship was practiced here and that human sacrifices were made within these four walls. It's unsurprising the ancient ram is believed to be one of the most haunted buildings in Britain. The medieval inn has been in Caroline Humphrey's family for 50 years.
These buildings could tell a story nobody else can. The youngsters today, they don't really know what history is until you walk into a building. You can smell it, you can feel it. It's so totally different to any normal house. When young people come in, they walk around with their chins on the ground, you know, they cannot believe it.
Paranormal investigator Chris Howley has been studying the listed property for over a decade.
I mean, as soon as you see the ancient ram inn, you can see how old the building is. So the energies that are within the building, you should be in for a good night, regardless of any activity. Just the feelings of the history of the building alone that are seeping through every pore of the brickwork just fill you with excitement, really.
Fellow ghost hunter Phil Jones is also fascinated by the ram.
I've probably been here somewhere in the region of 15 to 20 times. We went through a phase of, it was just, we had so much happening, so much unexplained stuff. We just loved the place, we just kept coming back. At one stage, I think we came here 5 times in 1 year or something ridiculous. But it's just a fascinating place. Always left us with unanswered questions, which is what we want, really.
During a Ouija board session at the Ancient Ram, Phil and his fellow enthusiasts had a paranormal encounter, all captured on camera.
And we were talking away, asking questions as you do.
Can you point the glass to who you intend to affect?
And then all of a sudden the energy changed. The movement of the glass on the table became very violent. But all of a sudden we could hear this noise.
What the hell's that?
And it sounded like drums. And I was like, well, what's that coming from? The first thing we do on investigation, everybody turns their phone off because it affects the equipment. And I said to the girl sat next to me, Liz, and I said, that's your phone. She goes, it can't be, it's turned off. I said, that's coming from your coat.
Oh, it is? This is your phone. Yeah, but how did that go off?
So she pulled her phone out, and her phone was playing a video of her children, which had been to an African drumming class that day, just like a child's activity. She turned the video off, she put the phone on the table. And we carried on, and the glass was going violently again. And then all of a sudden, on the corner of the camera, the screen just went bright.
Oh, my God!
She picked the phone, she showed it to the camera, and it's just reoccurring number 6s, one after another, across the whole screen. And that was pretty eerie, pretty frightening. You know, our first sort of real experience of some of the bad vibes in this place, and it unnerved quite a few people, that did, for sure.
It's widely believed that the ancient ram is built on top of a pagan burial ground, which may explain the paranormal activity within.
Historically, there was a lot of importance put on the type of burial you receive, and if you had not been buried correctly, it could possibly lead to somebody's spirit having to come back into the real world and not being able to settle in the afterlife. So to then disrupt a burial site after somebody had been correctly buried would bring them back from the dead, essentially.
When you lay somebody to rest, whether it's their ashes or their bones, that is a special ritual in itself. You're making a holy, sacred, safe place. And when you unearth that, and you don't properly take the steps to do right what was done wrong, you're going to upset the other side, or whoever's bones you're doing this to.
And the fact that there was sacrifice, human sacrifice, child murders, highwaymen killing and murdering people there. You have all of this over many, many hundreds of years building up on the property and the land, and it's absorbed into the fabric of that building. There's no place for those spirits to go. and that seems to just trap them there, almost like a portal to the other side.
The ancient Ram Inn has stood in Watton-under-Edge for 1,000 years. It's one of the oldest houses in Britain.
I think it was built in the 900s, but our deeds go back to the 11th century. It's in the Domesday Book saying it goes back to Richard the Lionheart's reign. I believe it was a manor house, it was a tannery, it was also a brewery for the church. So the people that lived here were anything from peasants to royalty, really.
Historically, we don't know too much between 1145 and 1350. All that we know for this period of time is it was predominantly a church house, and it would have been used to house the stonemasons involved in the building of St Mary's Church, and possibly slaves, including children.
By the 20th century, the Ram was badly in need of renovation, and a local carpenter couldn't resist the challenge.
It was 1968 when John Humphreys bought the ancient Ram Inn for £2,500, and it wasn't until then that we got to hear of all the ghost stories.
Well, in 1968 I was 7. There were no such thing as ghost hunting events then, and nobody really wanted to come and look for ghosts. Mum and Dad didn't really elaborate on the paranormal activity that was going on here because obviously they didn't want to scare the children. I slept above the grave and in various other places in the Ram, and had I known that, probably at the time, I'd have run a mile.
John lived amongst the spirits at the Ram for nearly 50 years until he sadly passed away in December 2017.
John is a legendary character in the paranormal world. He's had so much dealings with the paranormal, both inside and outside of the ancient Ram. He was a very lovable rogue, very eccentric, very, very knowledgeable about the history of the Ram.
John himself feels like the spirits know him, and he has a connection with them. And I believe his spirit is probably still there, looking after the place.
During John's time at the ancient Ram, he discovered many of the reasons behind the paranormal activity.
We do know that the ancient Ram Inn is built on the intersection of 2 ley lines. Now, ley lines are said to be naturally occurring bands of energy that span the globe, and ancient monuments have been built along these lines. So it said the energy from Stonehenge could be powering the building for all the spirits and ghosts that inhabit this place. Also, we know that water was redirected from 2 streams during the building of St Mary's Church, and it's also said that a dark portal of negative energy, demonic in nature, was opened up. So you've got a building here built on ley lines with a portal of demonic energies, and I'm just wondering in 1968 if John actually knew that when he bought the property.
The ancient Ram has become infamous amongst the ghost hunting community.
The building's been featured on television, and it's very well known in the paranormal community, and it is on the bucket list of every paranormal investigator to come and investigate here.
So once you do walk in, it's quite dusty, it's quite old, it's quite dark and quite damp as well. You don't realise until you actually step foot in there just how horrible that place actually is.
I first started investigating at the ancient Ram Inn back in 2005. My first thought when I walked through the door was, this is going to be a good night. Very oppressive atmosphere, dark. You can almost feel the energy within the building when you first step over the threshold.
Which is exactly how the guests must have felt when John Humphreys opened the doors of the Ram to the public.
John bought the Ram Inn with his wife and moved in with his family to run the place as a B&B. And John has quite amusing stories when they had guests in. They'd be cooking breakfast and they'd have the bacon and eggs in the kitchen on the side. They'd turn round to grab some toast to put on the plate, and then as they returned to the plate of the bacon and eggs, it had vanished. It's also said that many of their guests who had spent the night in the bishop's room would leave the Ram Inn in the middle of the night and never to return because of what it was that they'd experienced within the building.
They were able to get out of the windows, I do believe, because the building's built in a bank, so a bishop's room, I would think, is quite easy to get out of. People used to leave in the middle of the night, never to be seen again.
The sheer volume of spirits beneath the thatched roof of the Ram may keep some people away, but for a paranormal investigator, the medieval home is incredibly alluring.
So the ancient Ram Inn, in my opinion, is teeming with spiritual energy. There are so many different levels of energy from different history and points of history. You have intelligent spirits there, and those are able to communicate intelligently with you. They're able to interact with you, move objects, leave messages on voice recorders. Residual energy, however, is more like your ghost. So you might get that impression of something forming in the room and then walking off and disappearing into a door or a wall. So residual energy is like a playback of past events, like echoes of the past.
The oppressive atmosphere may make the ancient Ram feel uninhabitable for human life, but the dark, historic building is the perfect home for a whole host of paranormal beings. The ancient Ram Inn sits uncomfortably within the beautiful village of Watton-under-Edge in the Cotswolds. The building, believed to be Britain's most haunted property, used to be 3 times larger and was used by various industries until 1820, when it became a pub. The main seating area was christened the men's kitchen.
In the men's kitchen, we have reports of baby crying, so you hear that sound coming out of the darkness. The reports of 2 apparitions, 2 men stood either side of the fireplace. But I think the most famous one is the lady in blue, who's the ghost of, the name that we've been given is Elizabeth, and she was apparently murdered by 2 highwaymen. And her ghost still haunts the old kitchen area.
Fabrics of a building will always hold on to recordings, so what we would say aren't intelligent beings, but the fabric of the building, the stone, actually absorbs the energy, so it's more like a video replay.
Energy can't be destroyed or created, so it's got nowhere to go. So if it's good energy, it makes a good imprint. If it's something bad or horrific, the imprint is bad and negative, and it stays there.
Ghost hunter Phil Jones was holding a spirit board session in the men's kitchen when one of the team members began to feel unwell.
You could see her gradually sinking into the point where we had to carry her out the building. She just couldn't walk. You know, she was just like a rag doll. One of our medium sensitives who was with us at the time picked up on this quite negative energy.
In a moment, there is a shadow that's kind of over top of you.
The room went colder. The feel completely changed. The atmosphere completely changed. People noticed it.
Could it be that Phil and his team had contacted one of Elizabeth's murderers?
The sensitive said there's a spirit here and he's called Michael, and he isn't a very nice guy. He said some horrible things about some of the things he had done or what he wanted to do, and the whole atmosphere changed. Some of our team become very sort of edgy and aggressive and not very like themselves, you know. I don't believe in demons, but I do believe in a saying, as above, so below. I mean, if you're not a very nice person in life, you're probably not going to be a very nice person in death.
Upstairs in the Ram is the most haunted room of all. One that former owner John Humphreys treated with trepidation and respect.
I think one of the most interesting rooms in the ancient Ram Inn has got to be the bishop's room. I know John used to have a ritual before entering the room. He would grab the crook.
I've got to give you permission to go in here.
And rap on the door 3 times, calling out, "Is anybody here?"
Is there anyone here?
And making the sign of the cross, he would enter the room.
Now, John says he used to do this because countless times when he was in his bed at night, fast asleep, he would be woken by the door of the bishop's room being rattled furiously and making quite a sound which echoed through the building. And so John said by performing this ceremony, it seemed to calm that activity down.
I think the bishop very much appreciates that. Just him giving the common courtesy, I'm gonna knock 3 times before I come into the door. It's just like living with someone else, having spirit in your home. And spirit should also respect you too, and your boundaries that you have, because it is your home and you're coexisting together.
The mood in the bishop's room is quite dark, especially at night when you've got the lights out. You've got 3 beds, which are commonly used by ghost hunters to sit on.
Years ago, before ghost hunting was invented, Dad had a paranormal team. They ended up stabbing the beds because you get a very heavy weight on your chest when you're sleeping in there. Or even awake sometimes, you can feel the pressure on your chest. It affects your chest for some reason.
After accommodating thousands of guests, it's no surprise that the bishop's room is bursting with paranormal activity.
This would have been the guest room where many guests fled the building in fear of the activity that was going on from the room. I mean, we've got stories of one of the former innkeepers being killed by having his head pushed into the flaming fire. It's quite a horrific way to die, so you can almost hear his screams coming from that fireplace. We've got the cavalier who was witnessed coming through the window on horseback through the room.
Phil Jones's paranormal team captured some amazing footage in the bishop's room.
3 of the girls from the team went up into the bishop's room and took the spirit board with them and placed it on the table. They'd had some experiences there earlier in the evening. They wanted to try and open some sort of communication, get some confirmation, so they decided to use the spirit board. And they were asking the questions, and they just literally placed their fingers on the glass, and the glass slid from under the fingers. It didn't tip, it didn't fly off and smash, it just shot off the board and their fingers were on the glass. Can't explain it. The table was level, the glass and the board were all level, nobody pushed it, they literally just rested in their fingertips.
There was definitely some supernaturalness going on with the glass moving itself. That's definitely unexplained evidence right there that I would say is supernatural, for sure.
Along the corridor from the bishop's room is another terrifying bedroom.
This is known as the Beaufort room, but also the witch's room. Now, it's nicknamed the witch's room because it is alleged that a witch hid out in this room with her familiar, the black cat, prior to being executed at the stake in the village. During the witch trials, anybody deemed to be doing anything against the church would have been deemed a witch. So they would have been hunted down and forcibly dragged off, and they were guilty regardless and executed quite unceremoniously.
The murdered woman clearly has unfinished business.
She has been cited as a shadow figure that walks across the room. I have witnessed it myself, where I was on the landing just looking in through the doorway, and a shadow passed the door frame coming from this side, across the frame, and appearing to walk towards this side of the room. I came in expecting to find one of the team in here, but the room was empty.
Paranormal expert Barry Guy also had a supernatural encounter in the witch's room.
As we were sat in the room, we placed an object called a REM pod outside of the door. Now this device basically emits its own electromagnetic field, and if anything disturbs this field, the lights will flash and it will give off an audible alarm that you can hear. All of a sudden we heard the REM pod start going off. So we knew there was something outside interacting with the device or moving towards it. It started getting louder. It got louder and louder and louder. And then it was buzzing, almost as if A spirit was holding onto this device outside of the door. We waited with bated breath, and I decided, as the team leader, should I get up and open this door? And just before I lifted myself off the seat, there was an almighty crash and a bang on the wooden door of the witch's room. It shook. I mean, the whole room vibrated at the same time. We were all petrified. It was like pandemonium. It was such an intense experience because it happened quite quickly, but it was loud, and we knew we were the only people in the building. We had locked up, so who else could it have been? Why was the REM pod going off violently? It was almost as if something was gripping hold of the device to make it shriek and that alarm to go off.
And where there's a witch, there's a cat.
It was coming to the end of one of our sessions one night. I put the camera down on the floor, actually, put the EVP recorder down on the floor as well, and we were all chatting away, and we all heard it as a disembodied voice, a cat meowing.
What was that?
That was meowing.
We all sort of questioned if did anybody sort of flick a camera switch or anything that could remotely sound like a cat.
What was that?
And nobody had any equipment in their hands. We just sat down listening and doing the EVP session, and it definitely sounded like a meow. I'm pretty convinced it was a cat.
Even the locals are scared of the witch's room.
One of the other reports in this room is residents of Wootton Under Edge passing the ram have reported seeing a little girl, apparently crippled, just smiling at them throughout this window. Now, residents are aware of the legend of the Ram Inn, of all the ghosts here. Many of them will cross the road to avoid the Ram Inn and coming face to face with this soulless little girl just staring at them.
On top of all the stories about the witch's room, some remarkable footage was also captured here.
One night, a group of ghost hunters were investigating this room, and they actually sent me the footage that they caught. They were sat in this area, just doing normal calling out, is anybody here? And the locked-off camera had in sight, on the floor just down here, a camera bag with the strap, which was up. When you watch back the footage, you can see that the strap actually moves quite forcibly downwards on its own. And it's quite an intriguing piece of footage, one of my favourites from this room.
In that particular clip, you seem to see a bag in the corner of the screen, and there's a handle that appears to get pulled, lifted, and drops back down. And that is a sign of an intelligent haunting, an intelligent spirit, something that's able to communicate physically with the living.
Generally, I don't get scared, but the Ram Inn is, after 15 years of investigation, is one building I don't think I could pluck up the courage to stay alone in. It's the atmosphere. I'm used to ghost hunting, I'm quite rational, but this place is unique. The atmosphere is unique. It is so oppressive, I don't think I could spend the night here on my own.
The energy running through the walls of the building makes the ancient ram an uncomfortable yet fascinating place to visit. It's little wonder that some spirits also find it's impossible to leave. The ancient Ram Inn is a small, unassuming house in the village of Wootton Under Edge in Gloucestershire that fascinates and excites paranormal investigators worldwide. Ghost hunter Lee Bullock remembers his first visit to the 12th century building.
It's just the history, more than anything. I mean, it's next to two ley lines that are intersecting. It's a very, very old building. There's supposed to be sacrifices here, devil worship, witches that were killed here. So with a history like that, you've got to come and try and get something from the paranormal world. Coming through the door and walking through, especially coming up to the stairs, old wooden beams, old brickwork, very eerie, very, very eerie, and you felt creepy. It's the fear of the unknown.
Lee has visited twice and both times felt the power of the ram.
The first experience when we were in the bishop's room, we heard chains. We were in another room and we could hear some sort of voice, a whiny voice come through on the cameras.
Is there anything you'd like to ask?
Are you trapped here? Are you trapped here?
Intrigued, Lee and his team returned as soon as they could.
So the second time we were here, we were investigating all downstairs. We did the bar area, the old barn, and then we got to the living room. Now, in the living room, we decided to do an EVP session using a digital recorder.
Okay, so we're here at the ancient Ramin, EVP session 1 in the living room.
When we listened to it back, we heard a whistling on there.
What was that?
None of us whistled. We know that. I've got the cameras to prove it. It couldn't have come from outside, because if it had, we would have heard it as well as the cameras picking it up. So we just can't explain that.
What was that?
Straight after that, we think we've caught a couple of voices. A female saying something like, "Take this away," followed by a man saying, "Cecil" or "Cecil." We just don't understand where those voices come from.
Spirits there like to communicate with you. They like to leave a response or a voice. Sometimes you don't even know that it's happened until you play back the recording afterwards. But on occasion, when you're in a room and you're calling out for spirits to interact with you, you might hear a response, or you hear a sound or word, but only one of you hears it, the rest of you don't. That's what I call a DVP, direct voice phenomena.
The mysterious voice scared Lee.
It's kind of weird to hear something that you think, well, it doesn't have a body, it doesn't have a voice, it doesn't have lungs, vocal cords, tongue, mouth. How is it doing this? How is it whistling? How is it talking? Was it dead 100 years, 50 years, 500 years? Why is it communicating now?
Caroline Humphreys was just 7 years old when her family moved into the Ram in 1968. She came back to live here in the early 2000s.
And I got the opportunity in my mid-30s to live in the attic for a year, which was lovely. It's a beautiful building to live in. One day, we could hear a lot of noise. It sounded like our dog had been stuck behind some furniture and rubbish in the attic. And we went through all the attic junk. We couldn't see the dog. So we were going down the attic stairs looking for the dog, and the bedside cabinet from my bedroom was stuck in the doorway. So we removed the cabinet in order to look for the dog and evacuate the attic. And all over the floor were my cartomancy books, and my tarot cards come out of the box, and still no sign of the dog. And he was downstairs up against Dad's door. He was shaking like a leaf, and Dad was sat down, totally oblivious of any activity that had happened.
Something had pushed the cupboard down the attic stairs. Could it be evidence of an active poltergeist in the ancient Ram?
Poltergeist is basically a noisy spirit, so that is a spirit that will move things, throw things, potentially touch you.
This is a ghost that people would consider to be malicious and threatening to the person that's being attacked by them. And they would be considered to be autonomous and intelligent, and they have their own personality.
Spirit manifests and holds energy in many different ways, whether it's taking it from the person or whether it's just able to harness the energy of the universe around it. So that's how I would explain the poltergeist activity. It's the energy that spirit's able to harness and how they're able to move or touch things. Because if they don't have a lot of energy, then they can't really make anything happen. If they have a lot of energy, then they can affect this or that or touch you or make themselves known.
It was quite a massive event, really, to have a cupboard go down the stairs. I was in a state of shock as well, but we were clearing up, and I found the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Swords. Those two cards were really significantly marked and damaged, whereas the rest of the cards were okay.
It was the final straw for Caroline.
I thought, well, that's all the evidence I need. I really hadn't experienced anything like that before, and Dad had only ever told me about the activity here, and I really didn't know if it was true until I actually experienced it myself, and then I became a firm believer, and when I left here then, I vowed never to come back again, and I've never slept here since.
Many ghost hunters head straight to the attic when they visit the Ram.
I've been to the ancient Ram Inn a few times investigating with my team, and both occasions recently we've yielded some amazing results. One instant, I set up an infrared camera in the attic of the building, and we also placed a motion-activated light in view of this camera, hoping that something would trigger the light off and we might get to see something, and we did. We caught what appears to be a shadow figure sort of emerging itself on the back wall in the attic, and it runs quickly past. But as it does this, the motion light turns itself on, which proves that it was triggered off. Something else was in that attic, and there was nobody around. We were all downstairs at the time.
Shadow figures are quite common in the paranormal world. Generally, they're seen as corner-of-the-eye experiences, so you don't actually catch too much detail. It's something that's just caught out of the peripheral of your vision, and when you turn your head to look, there's nothing there.
Of all the unexplainable happenings that ghost hunter Chris Howley has experienced over his time investigating the Ram, none have been scarier than the close call he had on the stairs.
One of the reports of the staircase is of a demonic force that will try and push you down these stairs. On an overnight investigation, we came into the building, we thought we would set a camera up, so we placed a camera in that crevice at the top there, looking down the stairs, and I had a small Newton's cradle, which I thought would be a good idea to place on the shelf. Now, I had one of my team members checking the monitor, so I put the cradle down, radioed through, is it in shot? Said, yeah, all's good. I then turned round to go back down the stairs. The walkie-talkie went off with a load of expletives as he witnessed this come off the shelf, and it flew past my head, down my right-hand side, and lay in a tangled mess at the bottom of the stairs. It was quite a frightening experience, but I was more disappointed that we hadn't managed to press record.
Experts believe that it's the powerful energy inside the ancient Ram that makes it such a supernatural hotspot.
Energy's everything, really. Especially if you're like a sensitive, you know, that's the first thing you'll pick up on. But I mean, even normal people will walk into a building, particularly here, and you'll feel, you know, the hairs on your neck will go up. You'll feel uncomfortable, and you'll feel, you know, all these sort of emotions you wouldn't expect to feel walking into a building. I mean, this building is on 2 ley lines as well. So the energy here is probably pretty pumping, because I think that sort of feeds the activity, you know, definitely.
All the energy generated by the building leads to a real mix of spirits.
So there have been lots of different reported hauntings taking place at the ancient Ram, with some being malicious and some being benign. It's quite a common thing that you see with a building so old as this. So many people have come through over the years that there'll be lots of different characteristics of the ghosts.
There are some spirits in here which are light-hearted, I think, because I remember one of our sessions, a couple of the people just started giggling like children. Just completely out of the blue, and this laughing went on for about 20 minutes.
It's a good sign, though. That means we've got some energies going on.
Obviously, because of the ambience of the place, it was a bar, you know, it's full of people having a good time. Those energies are going to be residual and imprinted in the fabric of the building, and people latch onto those. Pretty sure there are some sort of nice guys rather than all doom and gloom, but there are some proper ones you wouldn't want to mess with here for sure.
It's just like people in the real world. You're around a negative, nasty person, and they hear laughing, and they see smiling, and, you know, have somebody be nice to them, and they're just like, ugh, I don't know, get me away from that. That's exactly how spirit is. They want that negative. They feed off of that chaos, and they'll even try to create it, even if it's just like mood swings, little things, little subtle. Spirit's very subtle. That's why they don't just come out and say, hey, I'm here, bang, boom, because they're very, very subtle.
But not all the spirits at the ancient Ram are subtle. An evil spirit that inhabits the barn is known to terrify anyone who goes inside. The ancient Ram Inn is reputedly Britain's most haunted building. The medieval house is steeped in history and flooded with paranormal activity. Some of the spirits are good-natured, but in the barn, the Ram shows its evil side.
We did experience quite a lot of activity whilst we were there. Some of the live streams actually picked that up, but one of the main things that we experienced was inside the barn area. Now, inside the barn area, it is notorious for a dark, tall, brooding figure. Now, he made himself known in a form of a mist that one of my colleagues actually caught on an iPhone. And once we slowed the stills down, we actually found that there was a face on the inside of this mist, so that was quite an extraordinary find for our evidence.
Phil Jones has also experienced the malevolent spirit in the barn.
The first time I experienced the black mass coming towards you at speed, that was really unnerving because you've got no way of getting out and this thing's just coming towards you. You try to rationalise, is it my eyes playing tricks? Is it because my eyes are focused into the dark or whatever? But you could see this mass changing shape as it was moving.
When you actually see that, it is quite exciting. And I think the adrenaline starts to flow then and you kind of want more things to happen.
Two of the other more evil spirits reportedly residing at the Ram are the demonic incubus and his female counterpart, the succubus.
Traditionally, the incubus and the succubus will attack their victims at night, so they tend to prey on individuals while they're asleep, or they might find themselves waking up and feel like they are being attacked.
I don't know how to say it. It sort of is sexual with you in your dreams, and I guess you can hear the succubus sounds like they're high heels, but really it's her hooved feet coming for you.
A lot of the spirits that you encounter are quite peaceful in nature. They will just catch your attention and disappear. Incubus and succubus form part of the darker realm, and these are more evil in their intent.
Ghost hunter Lee Bullock tried to make contact with the succubus during one of his investigations at the ancient Ram.
We use an EMF device to pick up electromagnetic fluctuations. It's changes in the environment, electromagnetic forces. So if you have a kettle, for instance, if you put the kettle on and put it next to it, it will go up. It's picking up on the electricity around the area. During the investigation, we always like to try and split up when we can. On this occasion, we split up and I was up here. I lay down on the bed. I was asking for the succubus spirit to interact with me.
If there's anybody in this building with us, if you can come into this room, please.
I thought, well, I'll put my laser pen on, see if anything can break the beams. I put it on, and the EMF detector went off. So I turned my laser pen off, sat up, asked it to do it again, and it did.
That's you. Can you make that device?
I asked it to do it again, and it did.
Can you make it go off?
I can't explain it because it had been there throughout the investigation, not really gone off. So why it went off then, I don't know.
Thank God I've never experienced it, because I wouldn't be here sat talking to you now if I'd experienced incubus activity. I'm lucky in a sense that I just get poltergeist activity, and I think almost this building has a sense of respect that it doesn't freak me out too much. It's almost like it likes me.
But Caroline's father, John, didn't get away so lightly. He was known to be tormented by the succubus during his time at the ancient Ram.
I think it scared him a little bit because he was trained to be a Baptist minister when he came out of the RAF, and he wasn't interested in ghosts, but his belief in the Holy Ghost meant that he should have some sort of respect for the spirits that are here. But apparently the first night he stayed here, he got dragged out of bed by his wrists.
John's first night in the ancient Ram Inn was quite an eventful one. He was sleeping in the old man's kitchen, and in the middle of the night was forcibly dragged out of bed and thrown across the room. Quite a frightening experience for anybody.
The location of John's first experience with the succubus has now been partly dug up.
So here we have the spot where John spent his first night in the Ram Inn before being violently dragged out of his bed. As you can see, it's now an open grave. It was the Swindon ghost hunters in 1999 who encouraged John to have this excavated. Bones and the ceremonial daggers were found. These were taken away and analysed. John told me in the past that the police took the bones away. He didn't hear anything else back from that. The daggers were examined by a university in Bristol, and were verified as ancient ceremonial daggers. So were they used in some ritualistic occultist sacrifice, or were they just part of the pagan burial ground and whatever went on in those dark days? I don't think we'll ever know. With a grave like this within the walls of the Ram Inn, it's no surprise that the building is so haunted. If we could dig deeper, who knows what we could find here.
The ancient Ram Inn is as important to the paranormal community as it is to any historian. 1,000 years of life have been lived inside the medieval building, and although no humans currently reside in the extraordinary bedrooms, the Ram is still packed to the rafters with spirits.
It's good to keep a place that's got so much history. It'd be a shame for this place to go. It's important not only to the community around here, but to the paranormal world. You know, so many people have investigated it, so many future generations of investigators are going to want to investigate it.
The ancient Ram Inn is a national treasure. It's a piece of history that needs to be preserved. Not more so for the ghost hunters who keep coming here, but I think historically the building is a fantastic location. You can feel the energy as you walk in. It's a building that's had an awful lot of life, good and bad, over its many, many years of existence, and it's a building that does need looking after.
The ancient Ram remains a listed building, so it won't be disappearing anytime soon. And with a past so dark, the future looks bright.
John has left a legacy with the ancient Ram Inn, and I know Caroline, his daughter, is doing a fantastic job in keeping that legacy going. She's keeping the building open, and we still get ghost hunters coming down here looking for the spirits that inhabit these walls.
I love it like my dad did. I feel a bit like Indiana Jones. I'm kind of on a voyage of discovery. I want to find out so much more about it, like my dad did. I'm fascinated by the history and the stories and the things these walls could tell if only they could speak. It would be amazing.
Ghosts appear in many forms. We can see them.
What was that?
We can hear them.
I am not afraid.
And sometimes we can even feel them. We've gone around the globe in search of the most terrifying spirits and supernatural beings who continue to live on long after their deaths. On World's Scariest Hauntings, anything can happen. Because you never know who's watching when the lights go out.
What the hell was that?
In this episode, a 13th century castle with an evil power hidden beneath it.
Houska Castle was built seemingly in the middle of nowhere, standing alone to preserve the rest of the world from what is underneath it.
Legend has it that Houska was constructed to cover a gateway to hell that was once used for torture and experimentation.
It was offered a prisoner full pardon if he agreed to have himself lowered in the pit, and when they pulled him out, his hair was white and he was mad completely.
Today, Houska is a hotbed of paranormal activity, full of mysterious sights and terrifying supernatural forces.
There's somebody in here making me freezing and then making me warm. What do you want from me?
30 miles north of Prague, in the countryside of the Czech Republic, sits one of the most mysterious castles in the world. This medieval fortress wasn't built to keep people from getting in. It was built to keep something from getting out. Houska Castle was constructed on top of a chasm in the Earth's surface, a bottomless pit that the locals call a gateway to hell. Zuzana Pavlik-Simonkova and her father Jaromir are the current owners of the 13th century stronghold.
My great-grandfather bought Houska in 1924, and we have been the owners, with a short break, almost 50 years, nearly 100 years.
He bought it because he used to walk past the castle, watching it decaying, and he also owned woods around it, so he decided to buy it and reconstruct it.
When I first came here, that was in 1990, the atmosphere was very strange. You come to your own castle that unfortunately has no windows and doors, and you are freaked out a little bit. It's a very strange feeling.
The family have since renovated the castle, but that hasn't stopped the paranormal activity that Houska has become infamous for.
There is always a weird atmosphere in the chapel. For instance, we hold wedding ceremonies here, and I'm not sure if it's thanks to the paranormal forces, but I have seen several people faint here.
Zuzka got married here at the castle. While preparing the wedding, I was standing up there, in the door, and was talking to the workers upstairs, and here downstairs I had a light above me. The minute I started talking, the light began to flash, and then the light bulb blew.
Exploding light bulbs are a regular occurrence in the castle.
It takes a lot for them to be able to communicate and move things as it is, let alone be able to blow out a light bulb or do something on that nature.
We used to have a show here called A Night with Superstars. We've had 15 or 16 seasons. I was the one to launch the night, and when I started speaking, the chandelier above started to flash. We switched the light off, turned it back on, and 6 of the light bulbs blew. We've had it checked by professionals, but they haven't found any fault. There were no other flashing lights, only this particular chandelier.
If somebody walks into a room and a light bulb blows, we could argue that that's just energy at that time. That person may give off a certain electromagnetic field, or if it's paranormal, a spirit could use that light bulb and actually shatter that light bulb. I've only seen it probably on one occasion, and nobody was stood anywhere near it, and it was a lamp, and it actually shattered.
They can take the energy and draw it up from whatever they can use the energy from, whether it's from the portal or the hole or whatever the hole represents or where they're coming from. They could definitely use that energy to manifest it and blow out light bulbs.
Houska Castle has become a popular attraction for history buffs and ghost hunters alike. Hannah McGee runs tours of the mysterious building.
Well, if you look at the territory of the Czech Republic, each 20 kilometers you find a castle or a ruin. Also, many cities in the Czech Republic, they have an ancient character, especially Prague, and many other cities as well. All our history is full of disturbances, countless wars, executions, bloodsheds, repressions, religious or political. So all of that leaves traces of energies. We had Celtic tribes on this territory in the 6th century. Also Slavs migrated to this site. But the first record of a wooden structure goes back to the 9th century. It was probably where the name Houska comes from, because father built it for his son, whose name was Houska, and one of the theories that Houska comes from him. But the Gothic castle was built in the 13th century, supposedly by King Ottokar II, and it would be then 800 years old. People have always avoided the castle, fearing that the evil lurks somewhere within these walls, and it has countless legends.
The castle was actually built with no fortifications. It gives the illusion of actually looking like a castle, but on the inside, it tells a different story entirely.
The current warden of Houska is Miroslav Konopasek.
It does not seem to be at first glance, but what you are looking at now is the oldest castle in a far and wide area. Originally it used to be an unconquerable castle, and we are now standing on the first buried castle's moat. The most beautiful thing about Houska is the fact that no one can tell where the castle came from, how long it has been standing here, and what its purpose is. The castle was named as the most mysterious discovery in our country.
Location is very unusual because the castle was built on the side of very deep forest, and the site was not suitable for hunting, and there wasn't a trade route nearby, so it's very unusual. And historians do not understand why. When it was built, everyone wondered why the walls were not defending from the enemy that was coming from the outside, but was built towards the courtyard as if they wanted to keep some evil powers inside from getting out.
But what was it inside the castle walls that the locals didn't want to escape? Victoria Burton has been running paranormal tours in the area for almost 5 years.
This place is believed to be the gateway to hell. A long time ago, some 700 or so years, no one's really sure, a hole was discovered in the ground. Big, empty, deep, and they believed that this would probably be, because there was no bottom, on its way to hell.
This bottomless pit apparently contained the devil, demons, creatures that were half human and half animal that would creep out at night and roam around attacking people and just causing immense fear to local villagers.
These big creatures and winged beasts were coming out and terrifying people. We figured that this would be demons. So a chapel was built over the top, and then later we had to fortify it to stop these beasts from coming and getting us.
The idea of a hole to hell or a portal or a gateway to the underworld is very common in ancient mythology. We see it in ancient Greek stories, ancient Egyptian stories. There is a cave in modern-day Turkey where a shrine was built to the god Pluto, who was the sort of god of the underworld, and the cave emitted strange, noxious smells that people thought it was actually an entryway to the underworld. So they built this shrine to the god Pluto at the mouth of the cave, and it was part of a ritual of your entry to the underworld.
To this day, the chapel in Houska Castle remains on top of the mysterious chasm.
Here in the chapel, as you can see, there's no big hole in here. That's because it's underneath. It would be irresponsible if we are to believe everything to be true about this castle to have this open. It would be the end of days. This is covered over in the chapel's sacred place, put on top, of course, to try and keep all the evil down underneath here.
But not all the spirits have been trapped. Stories of dark figures and eerie voices at Houska Castle still terrify visitors from around the world. Just outside the town of Melnik in the Czech Republic stands one of the world's most haunted castles, Houska. The chapel in the foundations of the mysterious stronghold covers what many believe to be a gateway to hell. Before Houska was built in the 13th century, the seemingly bottomless pit was used for torturous experiments.
Houska would be considered one of many in a long line of places that are thought to be gateways to hell, but it's particularly interesting because it has a history that many of the others don't have, which is these stories of people being lowered into the pit and apparently coming back claiming to have seen monstrous, like Lovecraftian entities that were sort of half human, half beast.
A prisoner was offered a full pardon if he agreed to have himself lowered in the pit, and later on if he reported what was happening there. So he agreed and he was dropped down on a rope. It was a silence, and silence was followed by a scream, and when they pulled him out, his hair was white and he was mad completely. Supposedly they repeated this experiment a few more times later on, and they always got the same result. Hall to Hell later on was sealed by a plate of stone, heavy plate of stone. It was during the construction of the Gothic-style castle to seal it, and the chapel was built over it to keep the negative powers down there.
While our crew were filming at Houska, they left trap cams running overnight in an underground chamber, right next door to the chapel that conceals the Hall to Hell. These were triggered on numerous occasions. A strange mist was caught on one of the cameras. And another managed to capture a spectacular light show courtesy of some mysterious orbs.
Genuine spirit orbs are said to be the first manifestation of a spirit entity. So these spirits are drawing energy from the ambient environment and they're trying to show themselves. And these often appear as balls of light, and they can be picked up on cameras or be seen with the naked eye.
You can quite clearly see an orb. We usually collect orbs on images and things like that. Sometimes you're not aware of them, sometimes you're quite aware of them.
I think that the more and more people use cameras these days, they use infrared technology and specialist cameras for ghost hunting, the likelihood is higher that you are going to get something, but it's still a rare phenomenon to catch on video.
Ghost hunter and tour guide Victoria Burton has been investigating Houska for 5 years since moving here from London. She's still trying to decipher the mysteries of the castle.
Today we're just going to feel out, try and establish whether this is just a big myth, a big misunderstanding, or if there's something really hiding underneath all of this mysterious castle.
Victoria has come equipped with a range of ghost hunting tools, including an electromagnetic field or EMF detector.
Paranormal investigators use EMF detectors to try and communicate with spirits, but you can do that by visually seeing these lights changing colour and flashing, and also listening to the alarms that these devices give off. Spirits are said to manipulate the environment, the ambient temperature, the electrostatic energy, and the EMF, and those meters are able to pick up on these changes.
You can more or less ask closed questions to something, such as, are you there? Flash to red if you are here, and you can kind of have a good communication session using an EMF meter.
Nothing's happening at the moment, which isn't surprising. There's no reason for it to go off. Let's pretend the paranormal is a big lie. Nothing exists, nothing is real. Then this shouldn't do anything. But if something wants to join us, we may see it here, and we can ask the valuable yes or no questions.
Another way of detecting spirits is by listening out for their voices.
This is our SB7 spirit box. This is one of my favourite devices. It scans radio frequencies very quickly, and the idea is that it will provide a signal for the other side to be able to send us their voice back through. What we're listening for are voices that cut through all of that stand alone and come through more than once. If we have a voice that comes through twice and it's the same, then I would say the chances are quite high we were talking not to the radio.
When it comes to communication, there is no language barrier in the spirit world.
Lots of people use English when they speak to these devices, and a lot of time we get a lot of stick because why are we speaking English to old Czech ghosts from hundreds of years ago? When we come to these old places, when we go to new places, in any part of the world, it doesn't matter what language you're using. My favourite theory, and one I prescribe to from hearing things and experiencing things, is that language only works the way it does here on planet Earth. We are very foolish to think that the same rules apply anywhere else. We have our physical realm, we have our vocal cords to say chair, table, bear, watch out for those things. But when we leave this body and we leave this place, there are no bears, there are no chairs. We no longer have to find a way to communicate our feelings because we are kind of our feelings. So you can use intention. So if you're somewhere spooky, as long as you use your heart and your mind and you open yourself up, and you can speak any language, but you will hear them come back through the spirit box in their native language, because that's what they're used to in the physical world, which they are trying to contact.
I personally absolutely love them because they are a tool that everybody can hear. I did something in broad daylight with a couple of people who, one person was quite sceptical about it, another person was quite open, and this person who actually came through was a member of their family who'd passed away 10 years previous. Now, I didn't know this person, but he knew my name and he knew how many people were in the room at the time, and 4 people witnessed this. And even to this day, they said they would never have believed it if they hadn't have seen it or heard it.
According to Victoria, her best chance of detecting a spirit in Houska is by, quite literally, feeling their presence.
I also have one more. This is the thermometer. It's an infrared thermometer. And the idea is if anything crosses in the beam, not only we can see that disappear, but the temperature will change accordingly. The idea is that things draw the energy out of the air and make it colder so we can check. Also, you may feel suddenly very hot, I find. There are hot spots and cold spots. Nothing is coming up on my meters in here. The only interesting thing is that the temperature is 6.66. Yeah, let's keep heading down.
Victoria enters the chamber next to the chapel that was built on top of Houska's infamous Hold to Hell, the same room where our trap cameras picked up some incredible paranormal activity.
The temperature right here was 4 degrees a moment ago, and then it was 3, and now it is going down. It was 2.6, 2.5. Come on, more. Can we make this more? If you really don't like me being in here, you'd better make it so cold that I leave. 2.5. Can we get it any colder? 2.4, 2.3. Come on, let's get colder. It's really strange. It was 4 degrees right here, and now there are significantly more bodies in here, so it should be a little bit warmer, if anything. That is odd.
The drop in temperature inside the chamber may be due to one of Houska's most cited ghosts, a shadow person known as the Guardian.
The guardian shadow figure. It makes sense in terms of the hole or the portal or the vortex, or however you would like to classify the gaping hole underneath Houska. But it makes sense because people state that he was guarding something, he was protecting something. That could be the hole, that could be from something coming in or going out, that could be from people going in, that there could be an array of things, but he's obviously there for a reason. And he makes that known to people, that he doesn't even have to say anything, and his presence alone makes them feel like he's guarding or protecting something, because he probably is.
Can we bring this back up to warm? if there's anybody in here, changing the temperature. Do you need help? Chceš pomoc?
Suddenly, Victoria begins to feel hot.
It's like a feeling that I'm not choosing, if that makes sense. And this is all very exhilarating, but it's like an excitement feeling that's not mine. I don't know, maybe it's something in here and I'm not cold. I'm not cold at all. Right now, I'm not cold at all. It feels like it's in my body. 3.6, 3.5. Are you on me? Okay, I'm going to use the spirit box because I'm hot. I'm actually starting to sweat a little bit. Down in the underground and most places where I go where they're haunted, if I suddenly get warm, then there's a good chance there's someone around. It's a good sign. If there's somebody in here making me freezing and then making me warm, what do you want from me? You're standing right in front of me and I can't hear you. Try harder, speak here.
Was it the Guardian who was in the room with Victoria?
I've always got really cold hands. They feel warm. Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's just a really strange feeling, like the feeling you get when you are about to go on a roller coaster.
With such an abundance of paranormal activity, it's no surprise that Houska Castle is such a popular location for keen ghost hunters from around the world. Houska Castle in the Czech Republic has become a tourist hotspot for paranormal enthusiasts. But between 1939 and 1945, the then Czechoslovakia was occupied by the Nazis, who attempted to harness the mystical power deep inside the 13th century castle.
It's documented that Hitler stayed in the Melnik region a couple of times. Our people had to leave during the war.
During World War II, Nazi SS group occupied the castle, and no one really knows what they were doing in here because this castle had no strategic importance for them. When Germany was bombed, a lot of important books were brought from Germany to Houska, and when Nazis left, they found a lot of books on occult and Kabbalah. One of the theories is that Nazis wanted to change course of the war when they were losing at the end by doing some rituals. But also one of the theories is that they were breeding pure Aryan race in here at the castle. They had suitable women, and this is what they were doing here.
We had lots of various visits regarding this issue. For instance, a group of ufologists. Their boss was a Concorde pilot and had a group of people around him that were saying that Hitler teleported himself from here to the rest of the world.
It may seem far-fetched, but when it comes to the mysterious Houska Castle, nothing surprises Jaromír.
I had a phone call. A person wanted to meet me up at Café Slavia and tell me something about game rules on Houska. I went with my wife. The person waiting for us was very strange. He looked strange. He didn't like the fact that I hadn't arrived on my own. I think that was the reason that he didn't tell me much. He wasn't prepared for me to come with company. The chat showed that he wanted to warn me, to treat the supernatural powers with respect, not to go against them. Otherwise, they could turn against me. That was the end of our conversation. It ended untimely. He was a very strange person to look at. He was blonde with very strange blue eyes. He looked like he was from a different world.
not all the activity at Houska takes place down in the castle's underbelly. Owner Jaromir has heard many stories about a terrifying spirit in the hunting room.
We had two female musicians here, a grandma and her granddaughter. One played keys and the other one some sort of a flute. They used to sleep over here in the hunting room on Saturdays and Sundays. They once brought along a friend who was supposedly a more sensitive medium. Horrible things happened that night. Stamping and wheezing. Mira told me that they were out of there by 7 in the morning, and they never came back. They haven't played here since.
Paranormal enthusiast Andrea Trinity remembers the night that she spent at Houska.
We arrived at the castle at midnight, and we chose this hunting room as our base. We read about paranormal activities taking place here, or various entities being here, so we decided to make a protective circle around us. We drew the circle with sanctified chalk to prevent an attack from beings, ghosts. Before we even drew the circle, one of my colleagues, Ivan, started to unpack our stuff, and my other colleague, Jacek, went to have a look around the castle. We went up this staircase, and we found a large room above our base, the hunting room. The room had a very negative feeling. Our hearts were beating fast. We couldn't breathe. We then came back to our base. When we drew the protective circle, we lit a candle and waited for what was going to happen. When the candle was lit, nothing happened. Totally quiet.
Andrea decided to see what would happen with the lights out.
We blew the candle and waited. After a while, we heard steps coming down the stairs toward our circle. At first, we thought that the wooden floorboards were moving. But suddenly, we heard heavy steps approaching our circle. Then, a minute of silence, followed by a loud bang coming from the ceiling, as if somebody dropped a barrel or a very heavy object to the floor. We all freaked out and lit the candle again. When the candle was burning, everything went quiet. Nothing was happening at all. This was happening all night long. When we had the candle burning, everything went quiet. We blew it out, and paranormal activities started to take place. We cannot say why this was happening. Somebody wanted us to step outside the circle to hurt us, or just wanted us to leave. We don't know. We cannot explain this. At dawn, we heard steps in this place, where the niche is. When the sun came up, I saw a black figure walk past from behind this wardrobe.
Was the black figure one of Houska's notorious shadow people?
It's claimed that shadow people have been seen a lot around Houska Castle. So these are sort of shadowy entities that people catch on the periphery of their vision, and they're thought to be malignant and have been associated with the demonic. And I think when people have seen them, they've often reported feeling very terrorized and scared and nervous.
I admit that I was freaked out and scared, the most I've ever been in my whole life. I held hands with my colleague until the morning. I think anyone would have been scared. It was a very strong feeling, and we were looking forward to the sunrise so that we could leave the circle and get out of there.
After surviving the night, Andrea woke up terrified and is still mystified to this day.
A když se úplně rozednilo, tak jsme prošli tady celý hrad.
We searched the entire castle at sunrise. Mrs. Rampuchova kindly lent us the keys to the castle so we could walk around. We went through the whole castle to explore what it could have been that caused the bangs. Maybe a loose shutter, open door, draft. What could cause this? We couldn't find anything like it. I have unrepeatable memories of Houska Castle that I will remember for the rest of my life.
Na ten hrad na Housku mám neopakovatelné zážitky, kterou si budu pamatovat do konce života.
And it's not just visitors who are scared of the castle. Even the current owner has been frightened.
It
is true that I was once scared. I was here on my own. This is 25 or 30 years ago. Due to some funding, I had to photograph some things. I was unusually feeling very uneasy and couldn't wait to get out. It was a feeling like someone was here with me. I do believe that something between sky and earth exists. If it's connected to the hole into hell, I guess you know the legend. Smoke coming up from the ground, and nobody can block it.
It may be too scary for some people to visit, but many others cannot wait to come and sample the devilish delights of Houska Castle. "30 miles north of Prague in the Czech Republic is a fortress built to protect people from the evil within. Local journalist Jitka Lenakova knows all about the secrets of the enigmatic Houska Castle.
They say that the castle was built to guard a secret, which is located in the depths of the earth, a so-called hole to hell. It is said the chapel was built over this hole, which is meant to be the central point of the castle.
The walls of the chapel and the neighbouring green chamber were painted with religious imagery in the early 1400s to protect the castle from what lies beneath.
You can see here various interesting illustrations. You will probably recognize St. George killing the dragon. The interesting fact is that on St. George's Day, the first ray of sunlight after sunrise comes through the window to the spear and moves downwards towards the dragon's muzzle during the day until sunset.
It's quite common to use religious artifacts in the case of warding off evil spirits. So we see this in practice of exorcism, where priests usually use relics of saints or things that have been associated with a saint. And we see the same at Houska Castle in the depiction of saints on the fresco. So they would be used to neutralize the demonic forces that they considered to be associated with the area.
This is St. Michael, who weighs the souls, comparing their guilt or their sins.
You want to keep, obviously, any sort of energy that's down there, you want to kind of keep it housed rather than unleashing it to the atmosphere. And some people actually have put spells on things and put runes on top of them and crucifixes, anything to do with godlike murals and things like that.
We are looking at the most remarkable painting from the entire castle. It is a left-handed female archer who is evidently trying to destroy a form of evil, some evil being, which she is pointing at with her arrow. And in this way, she mystically protects this place.
We all can see it as all these drawings are preserving this place. because this is the most evil place on the castle.
When you're going into any haunted location or space, especially dating back to the early, 1400s, your religion and the things that you believe strongly in are what protect you. So whether it's a painting, whether it's an amulet, whether it's a symbol, whether it's a stone, whether it's an herb, your intent, if you feel protected by it, that will protect you. So that makes total sense on why they would build a holy place above a place that they believed was full of darkness.
When ghost hunter Andrea Trinity visited Houska, she noticed that it wasn't just the humans that were scared by the 13th century castle.
When we arrived, there were 2 German shepherd dogs in here. They greeted us and played with us. When they came closer, suddenly they bristled up, got scared, and ran away from us to hide, as if we were soaked up with something strange. They felt it and ran away. Animals are very sensitive to things like that. It was not normal. Something strange.
I believe animals can definitely sense and see spirit, 100%. So they won't enter into a place, or they'll react off of what they're seeing or feeling in a space.
We could put this down to the fact that certain animals have more heightened senses than we do. If there were to be something there that would be oppressive or disturbing, then they would likely be more receptive to it than we would be.
Animals like domestic pets, cats and dogs, for example, have a sixth sense that's very, very heightened. They're able to see and hear spirits, and their hearing is so much stronger than ours and better than ours, they can hear at different frequency ranges. It's not surprising that dogs, for example, are terrified to enter Houska Castle, or they act erratically, running off, barking and not listening to the commands of their owners. This is a common phenomenon, and dogs make brilliant investigators during paranormal investigations.
The paranormal energy at Houska is palpable. Castle owner Jaromir has learned to live alongside it.
We hold a ball here every year. I usually hang around in our private space at the back. We call it a club. Lots of my friends were sitting there, and they called me over to tell them something about the mysteries. I came over with my glass of wine. I put my glass on the table, started to talk, and all of a sudden, my glass moved towards the centre of the table. I caught it after about 20 or 30 centimetres. Didn't feel any force. When I released it, it moved a bit more, then stopped. We weren't able to technically explain this incident. We couldn't think of any reason, because the glass wasn't wet, the table wasn't wet near me. We couldn't explain it. You can find evidence for technical stuff, but this movement of a glass is not possible to explain.
There are reports at Houska Castle of glasses levitating or moving. Now, the spirits responsible for this type of phenomena are either poltergeists or intelligent spirits that are able to physically interact with those objects.
People would consider a poltergeist to be a spirit that can interact with our real material world. So there'd be a sense that they're autonomous and are aware of themselves and aware that we are there too. Commonly, poltergeists are considered to be malicious spirits or malignant entities.
It's an amazing phenomena, and obviously shows that these spirits are able to interact physically and are able to use that energy in such a way as to move an object.
Tour guide Hannah McGee believes that the negative energy at the castle can affect people even after leaving.
I was here almost 10 years ago. I felt a bit uneasy when I was entering the courtyard, but I had my dog at that time. He was sniffing around, and then he started to bark, and there was nothing except for walls around him, so there was no reason why he was getting so excited. But it wasn't major. When we returned back to Prague, I parked my car in the city center, and when I returned back 4 hours later, the car was gone. It was found by police later on, trashed, stripped off all the valuables. But it is said that some people, after they left Houska, they were followed by bad luck. So I don't know if it was coincidence or just bad luck.
Castle warden Miroslav Konopasek has experienced things here that he cannot explain.
When I entered the castle, there was always something behind my back. It was an unpleasant feeling. So I went to the castle one night on my own, and whatever it was, I seriously told it off. Nothing has happened since then. It looks like we respect each other.
Despite all the paranormal activity, owner Zuzana and her father Jaromir wouldn't trade Houska for anywhere in the world.
I would like to say that it is sometimes difficult to own a castle, but I am happy that the castle is alive and as a whole lives with me, with us.
But do they believe that Houska is haunted?
I hope it is, and I also hope that the forces are only good.
The spirits make it clear that they're here. They give me signals. I'm polite to them, and they're polite to me. Nobody has punished us so far, and I hope that we'll be able to live with them in future. I hope everything will be all right.
Snad tady budeme moct do budoucna s nimi dál být a snad to bude v pořádku.